205. The sword furnace on the banks of the Dragon Whisker River rumbled in the ears of the demons, making them feel like their guts were about to explode. Recently, almost all the cultivators in Longquan County could not help but cast their eyes on the blacksmith's shop, the newly built pavilions on the mountaintop, and the dangerously high chain bridge between the two mountains. Chi trainers often gathered to watch the scene of the sword being forged in the sword furnace outside the mountain. Even the felons of the Liu dynasty and the soldiers of the Great Li who were supervising the survivors of the perished country were discussing animatedly in their spare time, speculating whether or not Saint Ruanjiao would cause a natural anomaly once he succeeded in forging the sword. As the momentum of the sword forging over there suddenly increased, coupled with the agitation of the wild demons on the mountain, and even some of the demons who were not skilled enough, even with the invisible protection of the fate of the mountains and rivers here, still felt like they were in the furnace, suffering unbearably. As a result, everyone felt that they had definitely reached a critical juncture. The success or failure of the divine weapon would depend on this one move. In the bamboo building on the desolate mountain, Qin Pingan had already finished his preparations. He was ready to officially set off for the ferry on the Wudong Mountain. Last time, when Wei Pai led them on a tour of the territory under his jurisdiction, they had seen the Wudong Mountain. The entire mountain had been shaved off, leaving an empty space of 4 to 5 kilometers. At the time, Wei Pai had kept them in suspense, not explaining in detail the ferry used by the cultivators to travel leisurely and what the huge ship was. Ruan Xiu's parting gift was a packet of peach blossom cakes. Chen Pingan naturally did not reject her good intentions. Actually, he had previously entrusted Wei Pai to bring up the matter of gifting the treasure tome mountain to Ruan Xiu with Ruanjiao. In the end, Wei Pai returned to the bamboo building dejectedly and in a very sorry state. He said that after Ruanjiao heard about it, he took his anger out on Wei Pai and rewarded him with a single word, scram. Afterwards, he gave Chen Pingan a slightly longer reply, tell that kid to scram as far as he can. Chen Pingan could only drop the matter. He knew that he had misunderstood this matter. After all, the good intentions that truly warmed the hearts of people were not something that could be achieved with just wishful thinking. As a result, he set it aside for now. The little boy in green always said that for those of the Jianghu, gratitude and grudges were all about the green mountains and clear waters, and that the future was long. Chen Pingan felt that these words were truly charming and reasonable. Thinking that there would be a time when he would repay the Ruan Xiu and Ruan family in the future, he was in no hurry. However, Chen Pingan still spent a bit of effort and seriously discussed it with the little boy in green and the little girl in pink. Only when he felt that there wasn't much of a problem did he make up his mind to trouble Wei Bai again and have this Beiwei god hire 2 exquisite pastry chefs. After he left Longquan County, he would invite them to the New Year's shop in Riding Dragon Alley to solicit business. Finally, he had the 2 little fellows inform Miss Ruan Xiu that in the future, if they wanted to eat the pastries from his shop, they would all be free of charge. As for the trip south, the little boy in green and the girl in pink both wanted to follow. One was afraid that without Chen Pingan's protection, someone's head would explode with a single punch tomorrow. The next time Chen Pingan returned to his hometown, they would have to go to his grave and burn incense for him. The other was the Imperial River Water Snake who had already broken through a realm. He hoped to return to the Jianghu and live a carefree and happy life. He wanted to regain all the face and heroic spirit he had lost in Longquan County from the outside world. The girl in pink completely treated herself as a servant girl. She was worried that there would be no one to serve her master all year round. She would feel very guilty if she stayed idle in Luapa Mountain. However, Chen Pingan did not agree to any of them. The little boy in green cried, threw a tantrum, threatened to hang himself, jumped off a cliff and knelt down. He had used all of them. Chen Pingan persuaded him in every way possible to let the little boy in green continue to stay in the bamboo building to cultivate. Fortunately, the little boy in green had a good relationship with the Black Snake on Chiduan Mountain. He often went to the Black Snake to brag and brag. He even forced the Black Snake to be his brother. Although the Black Snake had never transformed into a human form, the little boy in green could not compare with him in terms of shrewdness and ambition. After all, the Imperial River Water Snake who had left his hometown was only a teenager among the flood dragons. He did not have any upbringing and was more mischievous. He had never received guidance from a wise master or the cultivation of a sect. In the eyes of the girl in pink who had read thousands of books, even the Jianghu Brotherhood that Chen Pingan held in high esteem seemed a little childish and willful. However, after getting along for so long, the little boy in green had worn out many of his edges and corners. In addition, he was not a bad person. Chen Pingan was still at ease with him. He only reminded him not to bully the girl in pink. The little boy in green patted his chest loudly. He was a big man. How could he bully a little girl? Everything was ready. Wei Pai secretly pointed to the room on the second floor and asked with a smile, "Is it about time? Do you want to say goodbye to the old senior?" Qin Pingan nodded and turned to knock on the door. "Let's go." The barefoot old man was sitting cross-legged in the room. His voice was filled with resentment. "Won't you reconsider?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "We can't delay. We have to leave immediately." The old man snorted coldly. "Coward." Qin Pingan was helpless. He turned to Wei Pai and said, "Let's go to Wutong Mountain." Ruan Xiao stood by the railing and waved her hand lightly. Qin Pingan was still wearing the straw sandals he was most accustomed to. He held the newly forged sword tightly wrapped in cotton cloth in his arms. The vermilion blade strengthening gourd was tied to his waist and the scholarwood sword was on his back. He had nothing else on him. He wanted to say something to Ruan Xiao, but he felt that it was unnecessary. He scratched his head and said softly, "Miss Ruan, take care." The green-clothed girl's eyelashes trembled slightly. She smiled and nodded. Qin Pingan told the two little guys, "In the future, cultivate well in Luapa Mountain. If you encounter something, don't be impulsive. We didn't spend much on the mountain except for the money we spent to buy it. Don't worry about it. I've told Mountain God Wei that if it doesn't work, we'll use our supernatural powers to move the bamboo house to Mount Biyun. You two will be fine if you hide inside. Moreover, the old senior will help take care of the bamboo house so you don't have to worry too much." For the first time, the green-clothed boy couldn't hate Qin Pingan for being so sentimental. The girl in pink grabbed her master's sleeve. Tears streamed down her pink face. She was reluctant to part with him. Qin Pingan turned his head. They left in a hurry this time. They couldn't go to their ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley. They couldn't even go to their parents' graves. If Qin Pingan said that he didn't have any regrets, it would be a lie. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Qin Pingan knew his priorities. It should be known that his trip to the south this time to deliver the sword could be considered a joint scheme by Old Man Yang, Ruan Teng, and Wei Ba. Among them, Old Man Yang was the golden Joss flame little person. He made a deal with Qin Pingan, or more accurately with Mr. Qi, to help Qin Pingan stay away from trouble. As for the reason, what was trouble? It was because Li Shixing had previously said that, "This place is not suitable to stay for long." Qin Pingan firmly believed this without a doubt. Wei Pai reached out and pressed Qin Pingan's shoulder. "You might feel a little dizzy." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Okay." After experiencing the tempering of the three realms, Qin Pingan was walking around the gates of hell every day. He was used to suffering. When he thought about not having to practice martial arts today, tomorrow, and in the future, he felt a sense of relief. However, he also felt empty inside. Qin Pingan looked at Ruan Xiao and the two little guys. "Let's go." Wei Pai and Qin Pingan's figures suddenly disappeared without a sound. Not even a gust of wind appeared in the corridor under the eaves. Beside the railing, the girl in pink whispered, "Sister Ruan, my master will definitely miss you." The green-clothed boy threw an ordinary snake gall stone into his mouth and chewed on it. He said seriously, "Of course. Master calls Miss Xiao Xiao every day in his dreams. It's so embarrassing." Ruan Xiao naturally wouldn't take it seriously. However, she still smiled happily. Wei Pai and Qin Pingan appeared in a secluded forest at the foot of Wudong Mountain. Wei Pai had Qin Pingan wait for a moment. He quickly returned with a strange locust wood scabbard. It could hold two swords at the same time. It was the style of a box with two swords. He had Qin Pingan put the long sword in his arms and the locust wood sword on his back into the scabbard. Thus, Qin Pingan became a wanderer with two swords on his back and a wine gourd at his waist. He did indeed have the air of the Jianghu. Wei Pai walked around Qin Pingan and said with a smile, "Oh, you really look good." Qin Pingan grinned. He followed Wei Pai up the mountain. Because the 30 punches godly man's drumming style had become 31 punches, the extra punch caused Qin Pingan's fist intent to gradually become more restrained and steady. It was the same principle as putting the sword back into the scabbard. Wei Pai was still dressed in a white robe with large sleeves. Qin Pingan carried a sword on his back and a gourd on his back. One was elegant like an immortal while the other was young and chivalrous. Qin Pingan tried to hold it in but eventually couldn't. "Wei Pai, is the town very dangerous?" Wei Pai nodded and said, "Think about it. Many flood dragons are surging into a small pond at the same time. Of course, a casual movement of their heads and tails will cause huge waves. Any wave can crush a chi refinement warrior of the middle 5 realms into pieces. As for you, although you're not someone that some big shots pay attention to, as long as you're in this chess game, even if you're an insignificant chess piece on the chessboard, your life and death will still be beyond your control. Therefore, old Yang is right to ask you to leave Longquan County immediately. It's very good that you can think it through and don't object. Qin Pingan smiled and said, I originally wanted to go out for a walk. I can make use of this opportunity to hone my martial arts and strive to find the opportunity to break through by myself. Wei Pai asked curiously, the old senior in the bamboo house is still sulking. Did you reject something? Qin Pingan was unwilling to go into detail. After all, it involved the old man's privacy. However, Wei Pai had been running around and working hard during this period of time. In addition to his relationship with Alliance as well as Wei Pai's honesty, Qin Pingan didn't mind being able to pick some things that could be said. He said softly, I only know that an impressive Taoist immortal came to the town. The old senior said that he wanted to give me a great opportunity. He said softly, I only know that an impressive Taoist immortal came to the town. The old senior said that he wanted to give me a great opportunity. I wanted to watch the battle between him and that immortal from the side and comprehend the true essence of the fist intent. Qin Pingan paused for a moment. I asked the old senior what his chances of winning were. The old senior was very frank and said that there was no chance of survival and that he would definitely lose. This was because he had yet to return to the peak of martial arts. Even if he did, he wouldn't have any chances of winning. At the time I was very curious. Since he was going to lose, why did he want to fight this battle? The old senior said that his greatest wish in this life was to find a Taoist who was known to be the best at fighting. Only then would he have no regrets in life. Since that uninvited guest was very close to that truly invincible Taoist, he wanted to fight him first. He wanted to know how big the gap between the two of them was. As for helping me reach the fourth realm and giving me the opportunity, the old senior also said that it was just in passing. Qin Pingan said self-deprecatingly, of course I had my own selfish motives. I didn't want to cause too much trouble because of this battle and cause you, Old Yang and Master Wan to work for nothing. I also didn't want Mr. Qi to be disappointed. So I also directly told the old senior my thoughts. Although the old senior was angry, he didn't beat me. He only scolded me for having guts smaller than a grain of rice. He scolded me and I advised him. No matter what, it wouldn't be too late to fight after returning to the peak of martial arts. Otherwise it wouldn't be fun. The old senior listened to me. Although he didn't say it, he probably felt that it would be a real pity if he couldn't punch with his full strength. So in the end he gave up on the idea of fighting. However, he didn't give me a good look. You heard it at the bamboo house before. He was still angry. Qin Pingan suddenly smiled knowingly. Actually, the old senior is no different from an old child. Wei Pai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If they fought, they would all be done for. Fortunately, Qin Pingan didn't covet the opportunity to reach the fourth level. Otherwise Wei Pai knew what would happen. The old man died without regrets. This shattered Liju cave shook the earth and mountains, revealing many unspeakable secrets. Then there would be a bloody storm. Qin Pingan, who was the first player in the game, would definitely not have a good ending. As for Wei Pai, Dali Imperial Tutor, Cui Dong, Ruan Tong, Xiesher, Chaoshi, Su Rua from Mo Clan, Old Jiao from Linlu Academy, Qing Shuidong, and so on, none of them would be able to escape. They were all wrapped up in it. Whether they lived or died was the same as Qin Pingan. They couldn't control themselves. It all depended on fate and luck. As for the 30-odd mountains, it was hard to say how many would be left in the end. However, a tall tree would attract the wind, and the cloud-splitting mountain, which was only one step away from becoming the northern peak of Great Li, would definitely collapse. It was not an exaggeration to say that the divine ability of a true immortal could move mountains and overturn seas. Wei Pai, who still had lingering fear, stopped and patted Qin Pingan's shoulder heavily. Qin Pingan, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have charged you a single cent for the herbs. Qin Pingan was stunned. Then he smiled brightly and said, it's not too late to pay me back now. Wei Pai pretended to flip through his sleeves. Qin Pingan quietly waited for him to pay. He didn't have the slightest intention to refuse. Wei Pai laughed angrily. Qin Pingan, this is boring. Qin Pingan laughed heartily and patted the wine gourd at his waist. This is enough. Wei Pai put his arm around Qin Pingan's shoulder and climbed up the mountain. I knew it. You Qin Pingan are never stingy with your friends. Qin Pingan held back for a long time. He could only squeeze out 2 words of thanks. Wei Pai pretended to be a girl in her boudoir. Saying thanks between friends hurts feelings. It's the same as talking about money between a man and a woman. Qin Pingan suddenly understood. He felt that he had to remember this principle and engrave it on a bamboo slip. In the future, when he reached Inverted Hanging Mountain and met Lady Ning, he definitely couldn't mention money. This was called applying what he had learned. Wei Pai was now a well-known existence. Coupled with the true authority of the immortals on the mountain, how many of them were as easy to talk to as Wei Pai? Therefore he was very popular. Even Qin Pingan could tell that the Qi refinement warriors and mountain splitters who greeted Wei Pai were close to Wei Pai from the bottom of their hearts. Along the way up the mountain, Wei Pai kept greeting him. He didn't stop, but he would smile and banter with them, causing endless laughter. During this period, there was a wild cultivator demon who was as good as the boy in green. He wanted to lead the way for mountain god Wei Pai. In the end, he was chided and kicked away by Wei Pai. That wild cultivator wasn't angry at all. Instead, he was proud of it. He looked at the handsome back view of the white-robed mountain god with a joyful expression. However, when they approached the ferry at the top of Wutong Mountain, Wei Pai laughed softly and said, "Qin Pingan, this seemingly sincere and amiable atmosphere is actually fake. You don't have to reject them, but don't take it too seriously. If I, Wei Pai, was still the lord of the land of Chiduan Mountain, it would be difficult to talk to them. Of course, it's ultimately a good thing that they can be so harmonious." Qin Pingan silently remembered it in his heart. At the edge of the ferry at Wudong Mountain, there was a high platform that had just been built. It was made of pure white jade. Dozens of Qi cultivators in different attire had already gathered there. There were also some women and children in bright attire. The latter should be the celestial forces that had bought the mountain and came to observe. Now they were about to return home. When two groups of people saw Wei Pai and Qin Pingan, they took the initiative to greet them warmly. Wei Pai was very familiar with everyone's name and family. He treated them well and made them feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Qin Pingan didn't deliberately say anything. He just took in everything and felt some envy and admiration in his heart. This kind of amiable conversation with others was definitely not something that could be explained by Wei Pai saying that he was the mountain god of the northern mountains. Regarding Qin Pingan's trip to the south, Wei Pai used a casual tone to skim over it. He said that Qin Pingan had a relative in the south and that he was going to visit a few friends at the same time. For example, He Xiaoyang of the Shinho sect of the Southern Stream Kingdom and Lu Baqiao of the Wind and Thunder Garden. When Qin Pingan heard this, he broke out in cold sweat. If visiting relatives was a legitimate pretense, then casually claiming to be friends with the two Taoist nuns and sword cultivators, Qin Pingan was really embarrassed. He had met a mortal he once at the back of the Green Ox, but he had only given her a piece of snake gall stone. He was slightly more familiar with Lu Baqiao and had entered the mountain together with Qin Dui and Qin Songfeng. Lu Baqiao's personality was very extroverted and he liked to call people brothers. But in reality the two of them were not even close. In the end, Wei Pai had bragged so much and Qin Pingan didn't want to expose him, so he almost suffered internal injuries. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. He Xiaoyang and Lu Baqiao were famous geniuses of the continent, especially He Xiaoyang, who was the Jade Maiden of the continent. She was the only one, so it would be a great blessing to have the slightest relationship with her. Up and down the mountain, who dared not to give face to a friend of the God Grandeur sect? Moreover, there was also Lu Baqiao from the Wind and Thunder Garden. Therefore, those people who couldn't be underestimated even if they were in their own country became more and more enthusiastic towards the ordinary-looking young man with a sword on his back. Some people even took the initiative to hand over their beautifully made name cards. Qin Pingan was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Wei Bian was happy to see this. His smile was profound and unfathomable. No one knew the exact relationship between Mountain God Wei and the young man who controlled the 5 mountains. There were many different opinions. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The Kuan ship is coming." Qin Pingan looked in the direction of the crowd's gaze. A huge monster broke through the sea of clouds and slowly slid towards Wudong Mountain. Qin Pingan opened his mouth wide. That huge monster with fins was actually a living creature, and it was extraordinarily huge. It was like a towering mountain descending from the sky and pressing towards the ferry port of Wudong Mountain. As the Kuan ship continued to descend, it gave Qin Pingan a huge sense of oppression. He felt even more insignificant. Qin Pingan couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed a ferry that deities rode on. It was indeed extraordinary and had a shocking aura. A Kuan ship could cross continents and travel millions of miles, and this millions of miles was definitely not an exaggeration. Before the new ferry port was built at Wudong Mountain in the Longquan region, the entire northern part of the Aquarius continent was not qualified for the Kuan ship to dock. Only the southern stream country and the old dragon city at the southernmost part of the Aquarius continent had ferry ports for the Kuan ship to dock. Of course, some powerful dynasties had ferry ports that allowed Qi refinement warriors to travel far and wide. However, most of the ferry ships were smaller in size and had limited passengers. The cargo throughput was far inferior to the Kuan ship that only existed in the North Continent. The Kuan ship was only a small part of making money. The main purpose of the Kuan ship was to sell heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were collected from various places. There would also be various rare and exotic beasts. The Kuan ship was also divided into 3 classes. The first class Kuan ship had a huge back that was comparable to the size of a city in Dali. Under the meticulous construction of many Qi refinement warriors from the School of Mechanics, there were mountains, rivers, mansions, high-rise buildings, streets and markets. It had everything that one could wish for. Thousands of Qi refinement warriors could live on it all year round without feeling the slightest bit of inconvenience. Wei Pai laughed softly and said, "The Kuan fish has a gentle temperament. After going through the specialized training of Qi refinement warriors, even if it were to be severely injured, it would be able to endure the torment and not flop around. Therefore, the Kuan ship is relatively stable and safer compared to other large ferries. Some mountain tortoises and treasure-swallowing whales are also good choices for ferries. It is just that there are very few of them, and secondly, they have their own temperament." Chen Pingan's mouth was wide open and he couldn't close it. On the back of the Kuan fish, not only was it flat and wide, there was also a circle of fences, and tall buildings were built next to each other. This Kuan boat, which took up almost half of the ferry, was not stuck to the ground. Instead, it hovered in the air a few feet above the ground. Its fins swayed slightly, creating gusts of mountain wind and dust. Fortunately, the platform at the ferry was located between the fins, so there was nothing unusual about it. Naturally, it would not be blown to the foot of the mountain by the wind. After the Kuan boat stopped, a flight of stairs that was as wide as the streets of Peach Leaf Alley fell from the gap in the fence. The bottom of the flight of stairs was embedded in a concave mechanism on the high platform, making the flight of stairs feel as stable as a rock. A group of people walked down the flight of stairs and talked to the person in charge of the ferry on Wudong Mountain. After a while, he smiled at Wei Pai and the rest in the elegant language of the Aquarius continent. "Everyone, after you board the boat, the goods from Oxhorn Mountain's Baozhai will take an hour to travel on the 2 flights of stairs on the Kuan boat. If there is a slight delay and the boat cannot be sent on time, we Diao Mountain, as a 1,000-year-old sect in the Julu continent, will refund all your expenses." After saying this, the old man looked at Wei Pai. "Are you Mountain God Wei?" Wei Pai smiled and said, "You flatter me." The old man laughed heartily and cupped his fists. "The Kuan boat travels between the 3 continents once a year. I can only congratulate Mountain God Wei in advance. Next time, if we are unable to come on time to celebrate, we will definitely prepare some gifts. I hope Mountain God Wei will not decline." Wei Pai folded his hands and smiled widely. He joked, I won't decline. But if I find that the gifts are too little, I will come here and make a scene, so that you will not be able to send the boat on time." The old man laughed heartily. "It won't be too little. Kowtow to the mountain, kowtow to the mountain. How can we not take such a big mountain seriously? Even if we take 10,000 steps back, if the sect is stingy with the gifts, this old man will make up for it myself." Wei Pai smiled and nodded. "That's a good feeling." Then he patted Qin Pingan on the shoulder. "My best friend is Qin Pingan. He is one of the richest people here. He has disembarked from the boat in Southern Stream Kingdom. I hope that the boat owner can help take care of him. All the expenses that Qin Pingan spends on this Kuan boat will be charged to me, Wei Pai. I will settle the bill with you next time." The old man waved his hand. "What bill? Leave it to me." Wei Ba smiled and said, "Why are you so polite?" The old man still laughed. This scene made everyone envious. Before Qin Pingan followed the crowd to board the boat, he turned around and cupped his fists to Wei Pai at the staircase. He did not say anything. Wei Pai cupped his fists and bowed slightly. Everything was conveyed without words. This scene fell into the eyes of the old man in brocade clothes who was discussing serious business in the distance. He knew more about it. Qin Pingan was finally alone and slowly walked up the stairs. He carried 2 swords on his back to subdue demons. The sword-strengthening gourd hung on his waist, and Chu Yi and Chu Wu stayed in it. The flying sword Chu Wu, which was exchanged with an ordinary jade hairpin, was a rare item that could only be found by chance. The inconspicuous square inch was about the same length, width, and height as the scholarwood sword named Subduing Demons. Qin Pingan liked it a lot. Now that he was a little familiar with controlling the sword with his mind, he was already familiar with putting things in and out. The feeling of having more things in his palm made Chin Pingan, a country bumpkin and a drunkard, feel better than being drunk. The square-inch item now contained the seal of silence, given by Mr. Chi, and a pair of seal of landscape. A mountain-shaking fist manual was temporarily kept for Gu Kan. A few Confucian classics given by the old scholar Wen Sheng. The bamboo brush given by Li Shixing was engraved with the words, small wind and snow cone, and pen with spirit. In addition to the brush, there was also a large number of blank talisman papers sent by Li Shixing's disciple Cui Ci. There were roughly 3 types. The yellow talisman papers with the most quantity, the golden talisman papers with the cloud seal script drawn on it, and the talisman papers with the least quantity that looked like yellowed book pages. There was also an introductory talisman Taoist book. The few prescriptions left by the young Taoist priest Lu Qin. A large pile of maps of the territories of the Aquarius continent was given by Wei Pai as a small addition to Chin Pingan's compensation for the medicinal herbs with the snake gall stones. Hundreds of jade copper coins were exchanged by Chin Pingan with the remaining ordinary snake gall stones from the little boy in green clothes. These coins were definitely not seen in the market at the foot of the mountain. They were used by the immortals on the mountain to do business. Of course, they were not as valuable as the gold copper coins. However, the so-called real gold and silver of the common people were not worth mentioning in front of these jade coins that would only be stored in the pockets of chi cultivators. Some small bamboo slips and small carving knives that had not yet been carved. There was also a bag of white rice as well as bottles and jars used to cook rice. There were also oil and salt. A large number of fish hooks, a newly bought mountain-splitting machete, a change of clothes, 2 pairs of newly woven straw sandals and other miscellaneous items. Of course, there were also pieces of silver and gold leaves. When traveling outside, a single coin could not kill a hero. Chin Pingan had deeply felt this during his first trip to the Great Sui Kingdom. Chin Pingan was halfway there when he could not help but turn back to look. The white-clothed mountain god who had been standing at the same spot all this while smiled and waved his hand. Chin Pingan waved his hand in farewell and continued to walk up. He only took down the scarlet gourd and silently drank a mouthful of strong wine. The straw sandals youth hoped that the next time they met, his friends and the mountains and rivers of his hometown would be safe. They would all be safe and sound. 206, 20,000 word chapter. The early bird gets the worm, the horse gets the fat without the night grass. Although the director said so, the poor young Taoist who woke up early in the morning and worked in the dark, even if the fortune-telling stall opened earlier than the stall next door and closed later, there was still nothing to eat, let alone get fat. This was because the people in the small town now believed that the old Taoist with the fishtail crown was the real immortal. His fortune-telling was accurate, and he would not come to eat and drink whenever he had the chance. Moreover, no matter who came to ask for a fortune, whether it was a young girl or a beautiful woman, the old Taoist master never looked sideways and was full of righteousness. He would not be like a certain person who always thought of ways to cheat the children of pastries to eat. When doing business, the most terrible thing was to compare goods. Therefore, the young Taoist master had experienced the fickleness of human nature recently. Not to mention getting rich, he reckoned that he would not be able to eat. Even the young girls who used to get along well with him not only did not read his palm, but also pretended not to know him every time they passed by the stall. The young Taoist master could only comfort himself. These cute young girls with the fragrance of the countryside, even if they were very distant to him on the surface, it was only because they were shy and embarrassed to greet him. In fact, they were full of love. Otherwise, every time they passed by, they would wear beautiful new clothes. The young Taoist master did not want to let down these young girls' feelings every time. With his sharp eyes, he would always praise them by their names, saying that today's hairpins were so beautiful, and the clothes were so fitting. Most of the young girls' footsteps were a little flustered and they walked away quickly. As for some bold women, they would either throw a flirtatious glance back or scold him. It was a pity that no one cared about the business of the fortune-telling stall. This made the young Taoist a little sad. Every day he would sit behind the stall, either wiping the bamboo tube with his sleeve, blowing a breath of hot air at the bamboo sticks, or holding the back of his head and shaking it back and forth. Or he would simply lie on the table and look sideways at the bustling stall next door. Comparisons are odious. Fortunately, the young Taoist had been sitting on the bench all day long, so he didn't get angry. From time to time he would take the initiative to chat with the old Taoist. This made the old Taoist, who was wondering if he should change to a place with good feng shui, feel a little relieved. In the end, even the old Taoist felt a little sorry for such a simple-minded junior. Thinking that this trip to the small town was quite fruitful, which was almost enough to cover half a year's expenses, he wanted to give a few words of advice. When there was no business coming to him, he waved his hand and asked the lotus-crowned Taoist to sit over. The young Taoist ran over and sat on the bench, his face full of enthusiasm and anticipation. "Old immortal, what can you teach me? Do you have any plans to impart to me?" The old Taoist picked up the small teapot beside him and drank a mouthful of herbal tea. He sighed and went straight to the point. "Have you just entered the business not long ago?" The young Taoist frowned and said, "It's not considered short, but my business is not as good as others." The Taoist orthodoxy was divided into 3 sections. The Taoist ancestor had 3 disciples, and each of them was the leader of a sect. They came from the same source but were different. Not only did they spread their branches and leaves in a certain continent, but their influence was so great that it was like the Confucian school that ruled the vast continent. Even in the vast continent where the Dali dynasty was located, the sects derived from the 3 sects of Taoism were deeply rooted. There were many Taoist temples in the world and the incense was strong. Every continent had its own Taoist master, heavenly monarch and perfected person occupying the blessed land. The old Taoist used his finger to point at this unlucky junior, and then pointed to the top of his head. "You've been in the business for a long time? Then you're really lucky that you haven't been caught and sent to prison. This poor Taoist asks you, why are you wearing this lotus crown? Don't you know the number of Taoist temples and sects in the Aquarius continent that are qualified to wear such a Taoist crown can be counted with one's fingers? The one leading them is the Divine Grandeur sect of the Southern Stream Kingdom, and their leader is the Taoist master of the continent, Old Immortal Chi. He had just been promoted to Heavenly Monarch last year. As for the other few Taoist temples, which one of them isn't a top-notch immortal mansion? Which one of them needs to go down the mountain to be a fortune teller, and then set up a tattered stall here, dealing with a bunch of country bumpkins and common women who reek of dirt? What, are you a Jade Archive immortal of the Divine Grandeur sect, or a registered Taoist from those few big Taoist temples?" The young Taoist waved his hand and said, Neither. Of course he who was called Lu Qin was not one of them. The old Taoist was furious and was about to reprimand this impudent brat when he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that there were 2 people standing at the stall next door, one old and one young. Although the middle-aged man looked sickly, he had a strong aura. He looked like an official and had the prestige of an official. The young man was dressed in white and had a jade-like face. He looked like a young master who was nurtured by a rich family. The 2 of them stood quietly at the stall, as if they were patiently waiting for the young Taoist. The pity in the old Taoist's heart was instantly swept away. He looked at the young Taoist who got lucky and felt that he was even more of an eyesore. The young Taoist smiled and thanked them before returning to his stall to sit behind. "Why, are you here to draw lots or to look at my face?" The man sat on the stool and shook his head with a smile. "I'm not here to draw lots or to look at your face. Anyway, things have already come to this, so there's no need." The man looked at the young Taoist and hesitated for a moment. Then he took out the fist salute for the first time in his life and said frankly, "I'm the king of the mortal world. According to the etiquette of the world, I don't have to kneel to any immortal. Sect Master has graced our Dali's dragon spring with your presence. I don't have to kneel and kowtow, nor can I use the Confucian salute to welcome you. I'll just treat it as a chance meeting in the Jianghu. I'll be bold enough to use the Jianghu's way to welcome Sect Master Lu. I hope Sect Master Lu won't take offense." Lu Qin smiled and asked, "That's strange. You're an emperor, why don't you address yourself as I, or I?" The man smiled bitterly, "I really don't dare to do that in front of you." Lu Qin joked, "I thought that the emperor of the Song clan in Dali was a hero who feared nothing. When Alliance killed his way to the White Jade Tower in your palace, you were very brave and refused to kneel. I was watching the show from afar in Nanjing Kingdom and I couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for you." Emperor Dali said self-deprecatingly, "If I kneel, the spirit accumulated by the ancestors of the Song clan will all collapse. How can I kneel? That's why I can't kneel even if I die." Lu Qin nodded his head, then suddenly smiled and said, "Are you here to wag your tail and beg for mercy because of the White Jade Tower, or are you here to denounce the sorcerers of Lu clan for tricking you?" Emperor Dali smiled, "Of course not. One is unwilling and the other is cowardly. I need to show up in person to confer the title of Northern Peak to Dali. Actually, on the way here, Su Rua of the Mo clan did not hesitate to send me a message through her natal flying sword, advising me not to appear in front of the sect master. Imperial tutor had similar thoughts. Both of them were very direct and did not hold back. Especially our Dali Imperial tutor. He knew my temper best and was afraid that I would offend the sect master. Lu Qin casually sized up the terminally ill Emperor Dali and said, "I'm very curious about one thing. Alliance's punch broke your longevity bridge. Not only did he help you escape the fate of being a puppet, but he also left you with a short life. Are you grateful or resentful?" Emperor Dali said frankly, "Both. It's hard to say whether I'm grateful or resentful. In the vast world there have been rules since ancient times to restrict the rulers. Qi cultivators of the middle 5 realms are not allowed to be the ruler of a country. Qi cultivators of the lower 5 realms are not allowed to sit on the dragon throne for more than 60 years. In addition, the people of the Emperor are indeed congenitally unsuitable for cultivation. That's why I couldn't resist the temptation and was bewitched by Mr. Lu, who helped to build the White Jade Tower. I took an unorthodox shortcut and secretly cultivated to the 10th realm. In fact, it was a big mistake. It was because I wanted so badly to hear Dali's horse galloping at the coast of the South Sea outside Old Dragon City." At this point, Emperor Dali was full of vigor, like an old patient who was on his deathbed. "If such a day really comes, I believe it will be louder than the spring thunder in the sky." Lu Qin was non-committal. "It's not easy for you to clean up your house in such a short time and have the courage to reject the Lu clan of the Central Divine Continent. Of course, this has a lot to do with the fact that the main branch of the Mo clan suddenly chose the Dali dynasty. But no matter what, your position as an emperor is full of ups and downs." Emperor Dali was not surprised. Although immortals had to abide by the complicated rules set by the Sage of Rites when they came down, the young and handsome Taoist in front of him was not an ordinary Taoist. The reason why Dali insisted on coming to the small town and wanted to see the young Taoist with his own eyes was because he was in awe and admiration. It was the simplest and purest of emotions. He looked up to the high mountain and looked up to it. Although he could not reach it, he yearned for it. If he could really walk up to it and see it with his own eyes, it would be a great blessing in life. Emperor Dali suddenly showed a hint of luck and anxiety. "With the sect master here, will I be able to escape?" Lu Qin smiled and shook his head. "In the dazzling galaxy that flows in the human world, you belong to the brighter kind. Of course I can extend your life. Let alone 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years is not difficult. But if I can change your fate, I'm afraid you will have to give up your ancestral property and follow me to another world. Only then can you live. Otherwise, do you really think that the Sage of Rites rules are just for show and that the statues in the Confucian temple are all dead people?" Emperor Dali sighed and did not speak for a long time. Lu Qin threw a sideways glance at the young man, who had an old-fashioned expression, and said smilingly, "Song Jisun, or should I call you Song Mu? What a coincidence we meet again. Then do you know that Qi Jingchun thinks highly of you? Back then, you were the key person who inherited the heritage of the literary lineage. It's not as simple as Qi Jingchun casting a spell on me. Otherwise my K.R. would never have taken away the copper coin that you threw out. It's a pity that you are quite lucky. You were just a little bit short of luck and lost it just like that." Lu Qin stretched out his bent thumb and index finger, leaving only a small gap. He said sarcastically, "The few books that Qi Jingchun gave you contain the real heritage of the literary lineage. You are not willing to take any of them with you. You must know that there is righteousness in heaven and earth. But the illusory righteousness has its own spirituality. You can't blame anyone for not being able to accept the things given to you by others." Song Jisun's state of mind was in a mess and he was sweating profusely. Emperor Dali shouted softly, "Song Mu." Song Jisun finally regained some clarity. But his body was still trembling and he was on the verge of collapsing. Lu Qin continued to tease, "Kid, are you panicking? Are you regretting it? Song Jisun, have you ever thought that you can bear the consequences of holding something good with both hands? As for why Qi Jingchun died in the Pearl Grotto Heaven incident, aside from the fact that your Sir Qi wanted to die and was unwilling to hide in the Grotto Heaven left to him by the old scholar, the most important thing was the retaliation of the heavenly axiom. Kid, as long as you are touched by it, it means that you will not have peace for a long time. Even if you become Emperor Dali, so what? Even if Dali's cavalry trampled the coast of the South Sea, so what?" Emperor Dali pressed a hand heavily on the young man's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Don't think too much." Lu Qin was no longer aggressive. Languid, he said, "People always like to regret the good things that passed by them. They are busy envying other people's encounters and fortune. It's really funny and fun." Emperor Dali retracted his hand. His palm was already sweaty and his face was even paler. "Master Lu, can you let Dali go?" Lu Chen was stunned. He slammed the table and laughed. My words have come true. Lu Chen first looked around, then squinted his eyes and looked up. He smiled and said, How is it? It's not that I'm forcing you. Don't worry, whatever happens in the future will depend on, let nature take its course. I don't have the time to waste here. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for Qi Jingchun, I wouldn't be willing to live under someone else's roof in your territory. The old Taoist at the stall next door was in a daze. Ever since the young Taoist took a seat at his stall, the old Taoist had been dozing off. Moreover, there was no business coming, so the old Taoist just sat there alone. However, the old Taoist himself was not aware that the lines on his palm had quietly changed. His lifespan had quietly increased along with the lines. This was a blessing that he was completely unaware of. The bad mood that the young Taoist was in because of the Lu family finally turned for the better today. Thus he casually showed mercy, for once. Emperor Dali left with Song Jisun. The man had mixed feelings and did not dare to look back. Lu Chen sighed with emotion. The creation of heaven and earth is wonderful beyond words. The sages of the 3 sects and the 100 schools of thought, as well as the heroes of the 1,000-year-old clans, were actually very busy. They were all making their own arrangements for the upcoming era of great battles. All of this was like the spring wind and rain, bathing the common people in the secular world. Good and evil will be repaid, and good and bad will bring about their own blessings and misfortunes. The young Taoist snapped his fingers and the world became clear again. He turned to look in the direction of the mountains in the west. Go. Everything from now on has nothing to do with you. The old Taoist shuddered and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. He looked around blankly and did not notice anything strange. He sighed. He was old after all. He had to admit that he was old. He could no longer withstand the bone-chilling cold of late spring. Then, the old Taoist realized that the young man was once again sitting on the bench in front of his stall with a smile on his face. He looked like he was all ears. The old Taoist thought about how a huge business had been taken away by a dog. How could he be willing to teach this young man priceless advice? Wouldn't that be digging a hole for himself? Who would he cry to if his business was taken away in the future? He waved his sleeves impatiently. Scram. You don't have any wisdom or comprehension. I can't teach you. Lu Chen pressed his hands against the stall and said shamelessly, Don't. Old immortal, please enlighten me so that I can advertise in my own territory in the future. The old Taoist frowned and then relaxed. He smiled and said, The words of an old man can't be bought with money. Do you understand the rules? Lu Chen said in surprise, Can I owe you first? Seeing that there was no one around, the old Taoist couldn't care less about his immortal-like demeanor. He glared at him and said, Scram. Lu Chen fished out a piece of silver with a troubled expression. It was just a piece of silver. He placed it on the table. Old immortal, you're really not a deity. Why do you still have the stench of money? The old Taoist grabbed it and kept it in his sleeves. He coughed and began to talk about his experiences in the martial world. He only talked about the superficial things. It was useless even if one listened to it. He was determined not to talk about the words of an expert that one needed to be in the martial world. However, the young man sitting across the table didn't seem to understand at all. He listened to the old Taoist's boastful talk and was surprised. His face was full of respect as he deeply agreed with the old Taoist. From time to time, the young Taoist would suddenly slap his thigh and act like he had learned a lot. This scared the old Taoist quite a bit. Unknowingly, the old Taoist changed palm lines were restored to their original state without a single difference. Gains and losses in the world, one doesn't know nor feel. During the Lantern Festival in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, the city was filled with lights. It was as bright as day. Almost all the scholars of the Cliff Academy went down the mountain to join in the fun that night. The teachers of the academy didn't dislike this. If young people always stayed in the study room and shook their heads, they would lose their vitality. Without this kind of teaching, if they were too restrained and inflexible, the seeds of learning in the fertile fields would definitely not be able to grow into towering trees. Li Huai wanted to go, but after shouting here and there, only Yu Lu was willing to go. Li Baoping said that she had already gone to every nook and cranny of the Great Sui's capital. If she went to the foot of the mountain now, how could she be looking at the lanterns? She was clearly looking at people. It was boring. Furthermore, she still owed the teacher a few articles for her to copy as punishment. Lin Shuyi said that he, Xie Lingyue, had now become Xie Lingyue. He had also become Cui Dongshan's disciple and disciple's disciple. He had a lot of magic weapons that only immortals could use. Li Huai kept pestering him, so Xie Lingyue took them out to show him. After Li Huai really saw them, he felt that they were not as cute as his painted puppets. He was not envious at all. Xie Lingyue said that night that he wanted to cultivate, so he couldn't accompany Li Huai to the Lantern Festival. In the end, only Yu Lu, who was easy to talk to and had the least to do, went down the mountain with Li Huai. At the foot of the mountain they met the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Gao Xian. The three of them went together. Gao Xian often came to Cliff Academy to hang out and chat. Gao Xian really couldn't keep up with the thoughts of the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket. Lin Shui was also cold and cheerless. Xie Lingyue was often ordered around by the ancestor of the Kai family, to serve tea, do the laundry and sweep the floor. It was not the treatment that a cultivation genius should receive. It was worse than the treatment of a servant girl. Therefore, Gao Xian was the most familiar with Yu Lu. From time to time he would accompany Yu Lu to fish by the lake. On this lantern festival in the Great Sui Kingdom, the emperor and his ministers rejoiced together. For this occasion, Li Huai specially put on the black jade hairpin engraved with the words Huayin. When he walked, he held his chest high and walked with his head held high. Yu Lu and Gao Xian guarded Li Huai on both sides. It was not that they were afraid that someone would bully Li Huai. It was just that Li Huai, this little brat, seemed to have a strange and unique temperament. A country bumpkin was a country bumpkin, but he was lucky. For example, right now he was able to have the former crown prince of the Lu dynasty and the current prince of the Hong family of the Great Sui Kingdom protect him. Li Huai's Lantern Festival was worth it. In the library of Cliff Academy, Lin Shui was reading in the middle of the night. Suddenly he felt uneasy. He sighed, put down the book, walked to the window and thought of a charming girl. Lin Shui silently told himself that he had to study hard, practice hard, and in the future, at the thought of some beautiful scenes, Lin Shui, who usually didn't smile, had a warm smile on his face. The handsome young man became more and more handsome. In the schoolhouse where the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket lived, there was also a light. However, in addition to reading, she also had to copy books. After dipping the pen in ink, Li Baoping looked serious. She raised the arm holding the pen high, shouted softly, and started to work quickly and violently. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. To be able to write regular script at such a fast speed, it was not bad. She copied the guy who was familiar with the technique. After filling a piece of paper, she would casually wipe it away and silently say, "Go away." An old teacher who was in charge of patrolling the academy tonight stood at the window. After seeing this scene, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He felt helpless and distressed. The old teacher happened to be one of the girl's teachers. He quietly turned and left, not disturbing the girl's great task of copying books. However, the old man was thinking whether he should let little treasure bottle copy less books in the future. Mao Xiaodong, the deputy headmaster of the academy, was silently playing chess in his room. In fact, after so many years of wandering, one of the few things that the old man hated most about himself was that he could not bear to give up this hobby. He had given up playing chess several times, but every time he accidentally saw others playing chess, he could not move away. The more he watched from the side, the more uncomfortable he felt. He secretly complained that the player was really bad. When he saw a good player, his heart was itching. When he went back, he could not help but review the whole game. Then he would continue to scold himself for not being able to control himself while playing chess happily. Some chess friends of many years liked to joke about this. They joked that Mao Xiaodong's withdrawal from chess was closed-door training, and his comeback was out of closed-door training. Mao Xiaodong refused His Majesty's invitation tonight and did not go to the palace to watch the Lantern Festival. He silently played chess. The old man was taught to play chess by a certain bastard with the surname Chui. What was even more infuriating was that no matter how hard he tried to find the best chess manuals, spar with national players, and study the theories of various schools of chess, he had done everything he could, but his chess score was still rising slowly. He could not beat Chui Shi no matter what. The old man put away the chess manuals and chess pieces. He took the ruler from his waist and rubbed it carefully. Chui Dong from the academy, who showed himself as a teenager, had talked to him once. Then he talked to Emperor Dali again. Finally he talked to the storyteller, the 11th state Qi trainer. When he talked to Mao Xiaodong, the old man advised him not to be wishful thinking. If he revealed his identity so early, he might die in the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom. At that time the academy would be implicated. Mao Xiaodong was very direct. If the Great Sui Kingdom mistakenly thought that the Cliff Academy was involved and the two sides could not reach an agreement, then Mao Xiaodong would be the first to kill. He would kill Dali's imperial tutor in the Great Sui Kingdom. Mao Xiaodong sighed and said, How can a scholar become a businessman? In a quiet courtyard, the young man in white, Chui Dongshan, sat under the eaves. He listened to a string of iron horses hanging under the eaves. It tinkled in the quiet spring night. Chui Dongshan suddenly turned to the young girl kneeling beside him. Do you have a grandfather? The young girl was stunned. How to answer this question? Was there a hidden secret? Otherwise, who didn't have a grandfather in the world? She felt that it must be a trap to test her will. Just as the young girl was thinking carefully about her words, Chui Dongshan laughed and said, So you have one too? Xie was speechless. What a joke. In the end, the two of them looked up at the night sky together. The bright moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Rich and poor families had it. It was very comforting. As the wife of the head of the Li family, the wife of the head of the family, Li Hong, and the mother of Li Shixing and his two siblings, she was not very easy to talk to. However, she was fair in her rewards and punishments. She was very prestigious in the family and was already a level 10 immortal. The Li family's ancestor, who never put on airs with this daughter-in-law who was good at running the family, could not find fault with her. In the rich and introverted Li family's mansion, there were many servants and maids. There were children of all kinds of surnames. Their ancestors had been close to the Li family for generations. Moreover, the head of the Li family for generations had always been very compassionate to the servants. Zhu He and Zhu Lu, father and daughter, were an example. So much so that the old people in the mansion joked that Zhu Lu had the body of a maid and the life of a young lady. The head of the family, Li Hong, was a person who did not care about anything. She liked to collect porcelain pieces and read books. Except for the occasional chat with her eldest son, Li Shixing, she did not show up much. As the head of the family, she did not read many books and knew how to read because she had to check the accounts. The Li family had a long-standing tradition. Every year during festivals, children of the age of a child would memorize idioms with a certain word. If the elders of the Li family saw them and asked them, the children would be able to answer smoothly and they would receive a wedding gift. Last year on New Year's Eve it was Jia. This year on Lantern Festival it was Tao. On the day of the Lantern Festival, the head of the family would let her personal maidservant carry a stack of red envelopes and money. On the way, she would meet children who were waiting for rabbits. She would open her mouth and ask them with a smile. Then the children would have the answers that they had already prepared. Each and every one of their voices was childish, clear and melodious, making the graceful head of the family smile endlessly. For example, peach blossoms and plums did not speak but formed their own paths, peach blossoms and almond-shaped faces, and so on. These were all very beautiful sayings. Even if one of the children blurted out ordinary peach blossoms and ordinary plums, which was a very derogatory idiom, the head of the family was not angry. She still smiled and gave the child the wedding gift. It was just that when the head of the family heard that the child would return the favor, her smile seemed a little forced. When she heard that the child would return the favor, it was clearly a slightly positive statement. Although the meaning was not very good, it was still better than ordinary peach blossoms and ordinary plums. However, the head of the family was full of anger, which scared the child so much that he did not know what to do. After asking the child's surname in a stiff tone, the child's surname was Chen. Although the head of the family finally let the maidservant give the child the wedding gift, when she left, her face was as cold as ice, which was not common. Everyone in the Li family knew that the head of the family, Li Hong, favored the youngest daughter, Li Baoping, the most. The emperor loved the eldest son, and the people loved the youngest son. As for the eldest son, Li Shixing, and the second son, Li Baozhen, the servants could not see any obvious selfishness. Li Hong also drank with Li Shixing and Li Baozhen impudently. However, perhaps because Li Baozhen was the youngest son, and because Li Baozhen had a naturally likable personality, Li Hong's wife understood everyone's feelings. On the other hand, Li Shixing was more silent and old-fashioned. He did not like to talk much since he was young, so the head of the family was much closer to Li Baozhen. Ever since Li Baozhen left home to travel to the capital, the head of the family often sent letters to the capital, asking when he would return home. The letters were frequent. Every time Li Baozhen talked about interesting things in the capital, the head of the family would laugh out loud. However, every time she put down the letter, she would be melancholic and worried that her youngest son would be wronged in such a big place like the capital of Dali. The second son's letters would be neatly stacked in a red lacquer box. Li Hong even teased her wife about this. Baozhen was such a smart child that even if he went out, he would not suffer any losses. She should be worried about others. Today Li Shixing returned from the school. When he returned to his courtyard, he found his grandfather standing by the small pool. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time, so he quickly walked over. The old man took the lead and walked into the house. "Let's talk in your study." When they arrived at the small study room, the old man motioned for Li Shixing to sit down and talk. He smiled and said, "Baozhen's personality is too jumpy. He is so far away from home and he is the youngest son. It is normal for your mother to be worried about him. Don't think that she is biased and feel sad about it." Li Shixing smiled and said, "Of course not." The old man said slowly, "Xiesher asked for 3 people and I'm not surprised that you're one of them. Your father must be blind not to know your talent. I even think that you're no worse than he Xiao Yang of the Divine Grandeur sect. So what if you're the Jade Maiden of a continent? What's so great about you? My grandson has no sect to cultivate you. Otherwise you might be the golden boy. When the time comes, you will become a celestial couple." "Ah, this is not bad." At the end of his words the old man laughed. Li Shixing was a little helpless. His grandfather's temper of competing with others could not be changed. In order to become the first cultivator of the 10 realms in the Lizhu Cave Heaven, the process of breaking the realm was actually quite dangerous. However, no one could persuade him. Li Shixing also could not persuade him. If he had not secretly divined a good divination, Li Shixing would not have dared to let his grandfather rush into the life and death closed-door training. The old man sneered and said, "As for Ma Kuxuan, I really don't want to speak ill of him behind his back. His family is originally a nest of thieves and evildoers. I don't think he will have a great future. The best is as good as water and the toughest is easy to break. Since ancient times he does not know how to hide his strength. So what if he broke 3 realms in 1 year? If he has the ability to break 3 realms after reaching the sea-viewing realm, he can do it again." Li Shixing was silent. The old man suddenly asked, "Why did you give this snow wind all, and those talismans to Chen Pingan?" The old man laughed angrily and said, "You should have left half for yourself. Believe it or not, that kid does not know the value of those papers and brushes at all." Li Shixing smiled and said, "It seems that Grandpa does not care about the bottle." The old man was deflated and said angrily, "Who said so? If I don't care about the bottle, who will? Alright, I gave it away. I just casually mentioned it. Do you think I will let you take it back?" Li Shixing smiled knowingly. The old man saw the smile on his grandson's face and stretched out his finger to point twice in the air. "You can give away the family heirloom as you wish. Grandpa will not stop you, nor will I force you to go back on your words. However, it will not stop me from scolding you for being a wastrel." Li Shixing's mouth was full of smiles. The old man put his hands on the armrests and said with a bit of fatigue, "Grandpa only has this little ability. Back then I risked my life to reach the 10 realms. There is no hope for the 5 realms. Shixing, Grandpa will not be able to do anything for you in the future." Li Shixing quickly stood up and said softly, "Grandpa, don't think like that. You can't do better than that." The old man stood up and walked around the table to help his eldest grandson straighten his lapel. "Whether you go to the Julu continent or not, whether you will abandon Confucianism and follow Taoism in the future, you will always be my good grandson. There are countless reasons to be a person in this world, but I believe that my grandson will be righteous and always will be." Li Shixing's eyes were a bit dry. He nodded vigorously and took 2 steps back. He bowed deeply and said loudly, "Teaching by example and teaching by word and deed, my Li family will not lose to anyone." The old man murmured, "Of course you are, and so is the bottle." The only person he missed was Li Baozhen, who was recognized as the most intelligent. Dali Changchun Palace. This was the only top sect in the Dali dynasty where female cultivators were the majority. Therefore, the once powerful Empress Dali chose to cultivate here. She lived in seclusion and was accompanied by Prince Song He. Emperor Dali's number of children was not surprising. He had a dozen or so children, which was not a lot, and there was no need to worry about incense. Since the death of the Empress Dali, the position of the Empress had been left vacant by the Emperor. There were objections from all levels of the court, especially the officials of the Ministry of Rights. They had privately advised him several times, but they were all put aside by the Emperor. In addition, Dali's border army had been invincible in the past few years. It had largely diverted the attention of the civil and military officials in the court. Therefore, other than the scattered discussions, there was no large-scale discussion about the candidates for the Empress of Dali and the Crown Prince. However, with the trend of going south, the civil and military officials of Dali dared not say that half of the Aquarius continent was within their reach, but they did have the qualifications to think about it. Therefore, the selection of the Empress and the Crown Prince inevitably made people's hearts waver. This was not only for the sake of Dali's country, it was also a huge gamble. Whoever had the best foresight, the earlier they placed their bets, whoever would be able to occupy an important position in the future Dali court. But now the family affairs of the Song clan were really complicated and confusing. Even the most astute and capable old foxes in the court did not dare to act rashly. The vassal King Song Jianqiang had a high prestige in the military. Now that he was openly regent, and it was the emperor's own idea, it was simply inconceivable. Could it be that the emperor intended to abdicate the throne to his younger brother, and not pass it to any of the princes? However, although His Majesty did not take care of everything personally, he was diligent in governing and was willing to delegate many important government and military affairs, but he was definitely not a lazy and incapable ruler who slacked off on the court. Anyone who dared to think so was either a madman or a fool. And in the Dali court, where stars gathered, there was really no madman or fool. Then, on the 15th day of the first lunar month, when the atmosphere of the new year was still very strong, on the night of the Lantern Festival, when the streets were empty and every household went out for the Lantern Festival, Dali's capital ushered in an unforeseen change without warning. The palace city, the imperial city, the inner city, and the outer city, the entire capital of Dali, outside some rich and gorgeous houses, some inconspicuous common people's houses, and many time-honored restaurants, shops, and Taoist temples almost at the same time, a group of Dali's elite soldiers, high-ranking military secretaries who were good at close combat, men of sacrifice secretly raised by the Yamen of the Ministry of Rights, and many Qi cultivators, including the Kintianjian, appeared together and forced their way in. If anyone dared to stop them, they would kill without mercy. If no one showed up, under the guidance of the Kintianjian officials, they began to dismantle all kinds of things such as the towering memorial arch, the peach talisman hanging outside the door, the stone lion at the door, the plaque in the ancestral hall, the memorial tablet, and so on. There were all kinds of things. That night, Song Jianqiang, the king of the vassal state, personally sat on the horse path in the outer city from nightfall to daybreak. He placed a chair and sat there with his eyes closed to rest. Beside Song Jianqiang stood the Mo family's master who left the White Jade building. The only time Song Jianqiang made a move that night was to intercept and kill a streak of rainbow that tried to escape. The king of Dali smashed the white rainbow with a punch. After that, Song Jianqiang and that figure fought fiercely in the northwest area of the outer city. Their fists were magnificent, and bursts of light shone everywhere, illuminating the night. It was even brighter than thousands of lights combined. After the battle, more than 1,000 houses and buildings were destroyed, and nearly 10,000 people were killed or injured. After this earth-shattering battle, His Majesty the Emperor had gone to the capital of Dali. The atmosphere became extremely delicate. Even if the king of the vassal state suddenly sent someone to announce to the whole city that from today on, Song Jianqiang was the new emperor of Dali, not many central officials would be shocked. In the capital, everyone was in danger. In the Changchun Palace, which was not far away from the capital city of the Li dynasty, great Qi refinement warriors of the ancestor generation were returning to the sect from the capital city one after another. Although they reeked of blood and had a murderous aura, everyone looked calm. Therefore the Changchun Palace was still as peaceful as before. In a hut halfway up a mountain, a woman who took off her luxurious palace dress looked at the flying figures landing in various places of the Changchun Palace. She was a little sad and resentful. She was sad that she was reduced from a chess player to a bystander, and she was the kind of poor person who was far away from the chessboard. She was even more resentful that she missed this grand event that was destined to be recorded in history. The woman gritted her teeth. A handsome young man walked to her with a smile, gently held her hand and comforted her. "Mom, the wind is so strong outside. It's warm in the house. It's not too late to wait until the wind is weak." The woman held her son's hand tightly and narrowed her beautiful eyes that were filled with sharpness. She said in a low voice, Mother will definitely take back the things that should belong to you by double." The young man had a face that seemed to be born naive and pure. He looked innocent and said, "But Mom, didn't His Majesty tell us that no matter how big or small the thing is, it's up to him whether he wants to give it or not, and it's not up to us whether we want to take it or not?" The woman's lips trembled slightly as if she was about to cry. Her long eyebrows raised as if she was looking forward to joy. In the same Changchun Palace, in a tall building on another mountain, a humble girl from a boat family was listening to her master talk about the tragic battle that had just happened in the capital of Dali. The girl held her cheeks and leaned on the table, listening attentively. There was a porcelain bottle on the table, containing 2 or 3 peach blossoms that the girl had just cut from the tree. But in the end, for some reason, The girl recalled the scholar in green that she had met in her hometown. He looked clean, like a spring leaf floating on the surface of the big swamp of Red Candle Town in the night of revelry and debauchery. But she also thought of the man in white who passed by her on the path of Chiduan Mountain. She only remembered that he seemed to be sad at that time. The girl was absent-minded, and then the supreme elder of the Changchun Palace gently knocked on her forehead. The woman smiled and said, "Miss your hometown?" The girl was a little guilty and blushed. Her face and peach blossoms were both red. In the vast sea between the Aquarius continent and the Julu continent, there was a big fish swimming north. The family of three, who was originally the most inconspicuous in the streets, was now on the big fish crossing the sea that was piled up by immortals on the mountain. Even if they only lived in the most simple and crude inn, it was still quite eye-catching. In addition to the mother and daughter, one was a mature secular woman with a plump body. The girl was graceful and charming, and her eyes were full of spirit. Even if they couldn't be officially married and needed to swear an oath of eternal love, they were definitely more than enough to be a servant in an ordinary sect. Therefore, on the back of the big fish that was as vast as a small town, even if the family of three almost never went out to enjoy the sea scenery, it still made some unorthodox and itinerant cultivators coveted. The journey across the two continents was quite long. If they could find something interesting to do, why not? Fortunately, there were many eyes and eyes. Because this big fish that carried countless goods across the continents was guarded by a 9th realm immortal master and a 7th realm martial artist. Therefore, some young and strong chi refinement warriors who were ready to make a move did not dare to be too unsightly. In the beginning, they thought that money could move people's hearts. No matter how they looked at it, the family of three did not seem to have any background. Even if they were the relatives and family of some immortal master, most of them were from unorthodox small sections. Otherwise, they would not have lived in the cheapest rooms. Therefore, someone took the opportunity of polite greetings and knocked on the door. When they sat down to drink tea, they revealed some subtle hints. In the end, the woman was so scared that her face turned pale. On the contrary, the woman's daughter sneered and said to wait for her father to come back. At that time, there were many people standing in the corridor outside the door. Among them, there was a senior chi refinement warrior of the middle 5 states. Moreover, he was a swordsman with a sword hanging at his waist. Of course, this kind of thing did not need to be done personally. It would be too cheap. As for the first bite of the 2 plates of wild vegetables, he would definitely be the one to taste it. As for what would happen after that, it would depend on his mood whether he wanted to reward the lackeys around him. In the end, when the simple and honest man who went to buy food came back and heard this, he neither trembled in fear nor slammed the table and glared at them. After putting down the lunch box with the simplest lunch, he only said that they would go out to talk. The woman wanted to cry but had no tears. The girl held her mother's hand and said that it was fine. Father was here. The woman burst into tears at once and said something that made the girl's heart ache. "I am afraid that your father will be beaten up." After the man stepped over the threshold, he gently closed the door. Like grabbing a chicken, he grabbed the man's neck with one hand and lifted him into the air. He walked step by step towards the group of chi refinement warriors from the Julujo whose expressions changed slightly. Beside the swordsman of the 6th state who was the most silent, someone was just about to say something threatening when he realized that his throat was boiling hot, as if a piece of charcoal had been stuffed into it. His face was flushed red and he covered his neck with both hands. He could not say a single word. The man casually threw away the dying chi refinement warrior in his hand and asked the swordsman, "What is the surname and given name of your ancestor? What is the name of your sect?" The swordsman sneered and said, "We didn't do anything. According to the rules of this ferry, you will be thrown into the sea without permission." The man simply could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He broke the swordsman's longevity bridge with a punch and forcibly uprooted the natal flying sword that did not even have time to make a move. He gently clenched his fist in the palm of his hand and instantly crushed it. The swordsman fell to the ground, bleeding from his 7 orifices. The rest of the cultivators knelt down almost simultaneously and begged for mercy. However, all movements and sounds had long been isolated outside the door of the house by the man's martial arts. The man said indifferently, "Tell me the origins of this swordsman and your respective names and sections. After taking a punch from me, I will naturally find trouble with your ancestor in the future." Someone had a slight thought and deliberately made up a name and sect. The man's martial arts cultivation was close to divinity. He could clearly see the ripples in the hearts of chi refinement warriors. He immediately shattered the foundation of the chi refinement warriors' longevity Tao with a punch on the spot. The man said angrily, Since I can kill you with a punch and am still willing to talk to you nicely, then all of you should listen carefully. The rest of the people looked as if their parents had died. The cultivator of the 9th state and the martial artist of the 7th state who were overseeing the fairy rushed over quickly. The cultivator was an old man with a dignified aura. The 9th state was the Chi refinement warrior's golden core realm. There was a saying on the mountain, only by forming the golden core realm can one be considered one of our generation. He was a prodigy who had successfully broken through to the 8th state, the Dragon Gate realm. Therefore, the golden core realm was also known as the finishing touch, that turned something rotten into something magical after the carp leaped over the Dragon Gate. The entire sea of Chi condensed into a golden core that revolved around the various parts of the Chi refinement warrior's body. The concept of forming the golden core differed between cultivators. Some genius cultivators had a majestic aura when they formed the golden core, even causing a phenomenon in the world. The size of the golden core realm cultivators' golden core rooms differed greatly. The quality of the rooms also differed greatly. However, there were also special situations such as big but empty, and small but wonderful. The will of the heavens was unpredictable, nothing more than this. The pure martial artist of the 7th state was a burly old man who was 8 feet tall. He had a large saber hanging from his waist. The old cultivator of the golden core realm was enraged when he saw the miserable state of the corridor. He was about to use the rules to suppress the other party. The martial artist of the 7th state reminded softly, "Elder Hong, this person is at least a martial artist of the 8th state." The burly old man did not forget to emphasize his tone, repeating the 2 words, "at least." The old cultivator quickly observed the distance between him and the man. In any case, it was definitely not more than 100 feet. This made him feel rather troubled. Fighting to the death with a pure martial artist of the 8th state at least within 100 feet was not interesting at all. Fortunately, the man was not overbearing. Instead, he roughly explained the situation. Afterwards, some ignorant fellow felt that he had a basis and shouted in grief and indignation, "Old immortal Hong, the sword cultivator on the ground is Tang Xiufeng of the Green Sprouts Peak." His life-bound flying sword was forcefully pulled out of Tang Xiufeng's body by that madman and completely crushed. This is a great enmity of life and death. The Green Sprouts Peak will not let him go. If not for this reminder, the old cultivator of the golden core realm would not have been able to make up his mind. In the end, when he heard this, he hurriedly sized up the miserable state of the sword cultivator on the ground. The old cultivator gulped. Now he could finally be sure that the ruthless man was not only a martial artist of the 8th state at least of the far travel realm, but he was also at least of the 8th state's completion realm. It was very likely that he had touched the threshold of the peak state. Otherwise, he would not have been able to so easily destroy the life-bound flying sword of a middle 5-state sword cultivator. The old cultivator bowed and said, "Don't worry. We will handle this matter impartially. We will definitely give you justice." The man nodded. Then he thought for a moment and said to those dumbstruck fellows, "Then I owe you that punch for now. I'll go back and find your old ancestor to collect the debt." The man looked at the old cultivator and the martial artist of the same path. He frowned and said, "Don't kill me to silence me. I have my own plans for this matter." The old cultivator smiled helplessly and said, "We won't do that." The man did not say anything else. He walked back to his room and knocked on the door that his daughter had purposely locked to comfort her mother. He said, "Its father." The girl opened the door with light steps. The man entered the room and closed the door behind him. The woman quickly stepped forward with tears still on her face. "Lier, how are you? You weren't bullied, right? Did you get hit anywhere? Do you need some ointment?" The man scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "No. The person in charge of the matters on the ship just happened to pass by. I hurriedly told him about it. Guess what? He was very reasonable and chased those people away. He even told them not to come close to the 3 of us in the future. So it's fine. Like I said, there are still more good people out there." The girl Li Lu held back her laughter. Father's trip this time was not in vain. He has learned how to lie. Only then did the woman relax slightly. She patted her chest with all her strength and trembled. Thank goodness. The man only smiled and stared quietly at his wife. The woman's thoughts went astray. She fiercely pinched the hard flesh on the man's waist and complained in a low voice, "Your daughter is still here. You can't control your dog eyes." The man was resentful and still scratched his head. At night, the bright moon shone above the sea. The girl Li Lu stood by the railing and looked at the full moon in the distance. Old Yang once said that she was talented. Li Huai was blessed. What is talent? That is something that Li Lu knows. When she made that provocative move towards Dolly Imperial tutor at Cliff Academy, it was not that the girl did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was precisely because the girl knew the immensity of heaven and earth the most. In the room next to the girl's room, the woman was also a big-hearted person. After the matter was over, she immediately did not feel wronged. She ate and slept as usual. Right now she was already snoring loudly. Pierre lay next to her. Listening to the woman's thunderous snoring, he gently held her hand. The man slowly closed his eyes. He never said any sweet words. He also could not say those words. Fortunately, his wife did not like to hear those words. His wife was good, his son was good, his daughter was good, but as a father he was not good. The man closed his eyes and smiled, secretly happy. The Book Lake was known for its abundant spiritual energy. The lake had thousands of miles of blue waves and beautiful scenery. There were more than 1,000 islands scattered around the lake. About half of them were occupied or rented by chi cultivators of different ranks. The largest island, Verdant Canyon Island, was the residence of Liu Jimao, the immortal of the river Severing. Liu Jimao cultivated an unorthodox Tao. Although his title of immortal was not officially bestowed by the dynasty and was only flattered by his friends on the mountain, Liu Jimao's Tao was profound and had already been proven in numerous battles of life and death. Because Liu Jimao's reputation was terrible, the so-called friends in the Tao could only be considered as casual acquaintances. The disciples in the sect were mixed with good and bad. There were no young talents who could shoulder the burden. However, Liu Jimao was still able to occupy the Verdant Canyon Island of the Book Lake. It could be said that he stood tall in the eyes of tigers and wolves with his own strength. After Liu Jimao's trip to the north, he was proud of his success. This was because he had brought back a little guy who was declared to be his last disciple. He was just a kid with a strong head and a strong head. At first, everyone thought that he was a little country bumpkin who had gotten lucky. The kid also laughed and laughed as if he was completely unaware of those disdainful and gloomy gazes. Especially Liu Jimao's first disciple, who disliked the last disciple of his master the most. Later, after spending a long time with the kid in the Verdant Canyon Island, he knew that the kid was a little bad guy. Not only was he good at pretending to be stupid at a young age, but he was also very vengeful, quite like his master Liu Jimao. He proved the old saying that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. At the end of last year, a big disaster happened on the Verdant Canyon Island that shocked the whole Book Lake, and this kid was one of the culprits. Although Liu Jimao was the dominant force on the Verdant Gorge Island, there were also a few small sects that were affiliated with him. In addition, Immortal Jiejiang had also invited some guests who shared the same tastes as him. He enjoyed himself all year round, but once he made a move, he would eliminate them completely. As for the masters of the nearby islands, they were also a group of ruthless people who were not sure whether they were good or evil. They were all wild and rogue cultivators who killed their way out. The kid named Gukin was accompanied by his mother, who was an ordinary woman who could not cultivate, but she was really attractive. Therefore, among Liu Jimao's guest ministers, some of them had the idea of taking the woman as a concubine. The old guest minister with a sharp mouth and a monkey's chin was very strong. After more than 100 years of management, he vaguely became a mountain of his own. Even Liu Jimao had to be patient with him. In his life he liked to sleep with beautiful women. As a heating stove, his maidservants wore clothes different from the other maidservants. Their lapels and necklines were wide open, making it easier for him to reach inside. Those charming maidservants were jokingly referred to as open lapel ladies. Liu Jimao's performance was very subtle. He neither refused nor agreed but pretended to be deaf and dumb. Then one day, under the influence of alcohol, he strode into the house where the woman lived. He kicked the door open, entered the house and carried the woman home to have fun. He laughed wantonly and no one dared to stop him. At that time, Liu Jimao's first disciple just found an excuse to send away the woman's only son, Gu Kan, and deceived him to go to the back mountain of Qingsha Island. He said that he was going to teach him a secret Taoist incantation at the waterfall. As a result, when the old guest just carried the beautiful woman back to the mansion and was about to throw the fleshy beauty on the bed and eat her alive. At that moment, not only him, not only the Verdant Canyon Island but all the great chi cultivators in the entire Book Lake felt something strange. For a time the lake water was surging, the big waves hit the sky and the chi was chaotic. It was extremely terrifying. It was to the extent that two cultivators of the ninth realm who had been in seclusion for a long time had no choice but to break out of seclusion to find out exactly who it was that dared to incite public anger and stir up trouble, disrupting the abnormally dense fortune of the mountains and rivers of Calligraphy Lake. Then all the Chi cultivators looked at the verdant canyon island with stunned and shocked hearts. A flood dragon, full of dragon Chi, slowly raised its huge head near the Qingxia Island in the Book Slip Lake and stared at a certain house. On the top of the verdant canyon island, a child with a face full of hostility stood side by side with the woman he should respectfully call second senior sister apprentice. The child's eyes were full of hatred. He looked at the horrible flood dragon that came out for the first time and ordered, "Little Loach. Eat all of them. Don't leave any one of them, don't let any one of them escape. If my mother is wronged even a little bit, I will kill you." Then on that day the guest, along with dozens of flirtatious ladies, more than 100 people, were all swallowed into the stomach of the yellow flood dragon. The ground was covered in blood and countless broken limbs and bones were scattered everywhere. It was simply purgatory on earth. At first, a dignified guest of the Ninth Realm cultivator did not believe in the supernatural. He fought desperately with the huge monster in the sky above the mansion, but he still could not defeat it. He used all his magic weapons but he still could not shake the beast at all. It only made the beast more violent and murderous. Finally, it jumped out of the lake and flew into the sky, biting the guest who tried to escape in half. The upper half of the guest's body was cut off at the waist and fell into the lake. It was then bitten by the yellow flood dragon that followed it. Finally, most of its body was submerged in the lake and its head and neck came out of the water. It slowly chewed with its big mouth, making a terrifying sound. This action was full of provocation to the whole verdant canyon island. Its pair of cold eyes, which were bigger than lanterns, emitted a mischievous smile that was similar to a human's. The child on the mountaintop grinned and said, Good, little Loach, go and eat that bastard senior brother. Whoever dares to stop you, eat them together." Even the woman who tipped off Gu Kan, standing next to the child, felt a chill. She was really frightened by the murderous nature of her junior brother. Gu Kan. Lu Jimao, the immortal river severing, suddenly appeared on the mountain top and said with a pleasant face, "Although your senior brother is wrong, I will punish him well. Can you let him live?" Gu Kan smiled, "Master, you can either kill me and let the little Loach fool around here, or you will have one less disciple. Master, you have dozens of disciples. It is not a big deal to lose one. In the future I will help you make a name for yourself. Not to mention the death of the senior brother, even the death of the second senior sister is not important." The child with a bright smile raised his head high and looked straight at the old man. He asked with a smile, "Master, what do you think?" Lu Jimao's face was gloomy and uncertain. In the end he suddenly laughed and patted the child's head with a kind face. "Child, you have your master's style back then. Good, very good." Gu Kan smiled and narrowed his eyes. "Don't worry, master. In the future, whoever you want to kill, I will be your last disciple. I will definitely listen to you. Anyway, the little Loach also likes to eat people, especially the immortals on the mountain. They are very nutritious and the little Loach is very happy. Sigh, the little Loach is really something. It grew so fast after leaving its hometown. Even your big white bowl can't hold it anymore. It can only be raised in the big lake. Master, do you have a bigger bowl?" Lu Jimao smiled and shook his head. The child chuckled obediently. Only the second senior sister was creeped out. The giant creature, nicknamed Little Loach by Gu Kan, then ate the eldest senior brother of the Green Gorge Island, who was begging for his life. Its huge body plowed out many gullies on the island. Not only did the flood dragon eat the man, but it also ate the nearby onlookers who were not afraid of death, or the servants and maids who did not manage to escape in time. The flood dragon probably thought that some ordinary people were not tasty, so it tore their bodies apart and threw them aside. It returned to the Book Slip Lake with its mouth full of blood dripping on the ground. That night, the child accompanied the frightened woman to admire the moon in the yard. Gu Kan ate the moon cake and said vaguely, "Mother, don't be afraid. No one will dare to bully you in the future." The woman looked around, then lowered her eyebrows and held the child in her arms. She lowered her voice and said, Kan, don't be so fierce when you talk to your little Loach in the future." Gu Kan nestled in his mother's warm arms. Only at this time the child was not so angry and gloomy, and was slightly like a normal child. He grinned and said, "Don't worry, the little Loach and I have the same mind. It knows that I am good to it. We have a good relationship. Even the one surnamed Lu." The woman quickly reached out to cover the child's mouth, picked up the mooncake with one hand and said softly, "Eat the mooncake and talk less." Gu Kan patted his stomach. "Mother, I really can't eat any more. I'm not a little Loach who thinks about eating all day like a big rice bucket." The woman smiled softly and gently stroked the child's head. Looking up at the moon, the woman's eyes were a little wet. King Ken has grown up and can protect mother. The child suddenly felt wronged. He pouted and said to himself, Chin Pingon, I told you in and out of the town except for you there are bad people. You didn't believe me. Guken broke away from the woman's arms and jumped to the ground. He crossed his arms and said like an old man, Mother, I promised Chin Pingon that I would find 17 or 18 women like GQ for him. Next time he comes to Qingsha Island I will give them to him. Mother, what do you think? Thinking of the boy in Mud Bottle Alley, the woman felt guilty and warm in her heart. She covered her mouth and smiled charmingly, Okay, as long as you are happy. Guken suddenly became sick and lost his previous momentum. Mother, if Chin Pingon is not happy but angry, what should I do? The woman joked, Oh, my King Can is afraid of someone? Guken blushed and hummed, I am not afraid of Chin Pingon, I am. Speaking of this, Guken, who was still a child, suddenly had red eyes. He lowered his head and wiped his eyes fiercely, sobbing, I just think that if Chin Pingon is here, he won't let anyone bully us. I just miss Chin Pingon. You will help me with everything. Only Chin Pingon is a good person in the world. The woman didn't know how to comfort her son because she also began to cry. The moon bends over the 9 continents, some are happy and some are sad. The Qin family of Yingyin was the master of the collection of memorial archways in the world. As a result, the world's Confucian scholars only gave the 2 words mellow scholar to the Qin family of Yingyin. This branch of the Qin family that moved from the central continent to the South Hassa continent was actually not eye-catching during the Great Migration. Because at that time, this branch of the Qin family of Yingyin was only one of the 8 branches of the Qin family of righteousness in the central continent, and it had the least branches. After all of this took root in the South Hassa continent, especially when the old ancestor who carried the sun and moon on his shoulders appeared, it ushered in earth-shaking changes. A learning palace and an academy were all built on the land of the Qin family of Yingyin. Numerous memorial arches were erected in succession along with the outstanding performance of the Qin clan disciples of Yingyin generation after generation. They accomplished great feats, established their careers and wrote books and sayings. Therefore, every guest who entered the Qin family of Yingyin, whether it was a scholar who traveled here to study, a scholar who came because of the reputation of the Qin family of Yingyin, or an emperor who stayed here, had to first pass through the path filled with memorial archways and buildings. Without exception, when faced with this glorious family business, they would feel shocked and even feel inferior. The disciples of the Qin family of Yingyin were so proud that even if the old ancestor passed it down personally, no one felt embarrassed when the sun on his shoulders that he read was borrowed for 100 years. A tall young man whose hometown was far away in the Aquarius continent was studying here. He was personally brought here by Qin Wei, a direct descendant of the family. In the family, no one mocked the young man for his poor background. They didn't even deliberately treat him with enthusiasm after knowing that he was talented. From beginning to end, they were calm and treated him with respect. This made the tall young man surnamed Lu feel more at ease. The young man was Lu Xianyang, the sunny young man who had once told his best friend that he must not die in such a small place like his hometown. Then, after he left his hometown, he quickly saw mountains that seemed to be taller than the sky and an endless blue ocean. There were countless colorful flying fishes with wings soaring on the ocean and various monsters appearing in the sea of clouds. There were even mighty sword-riding immortals that flew freely in the sky. In the beginning he was not worried. He was worried that this Qin family of Yingyin was like the Su family of Qingfeng City and the mountain-moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain. They secretly coveted his sword manual, the strange sword manual that allowed him to practice the sword when he was awake and in his dreams. But Lu Xianyang quickly dispelled this thought. Because when he stepped into the Qin family of Yingyin, a scholarly old man, who was said to be the treasure-managing ancestor of the Qin family of Yingyin, gave him a folding fan made from the divine cloud bamboo of the Azure Immortal Mountain. This divine cloud bamboo was extremely rare and was one of the best materials for the ghost whip. As long as it was a monster that lived underground, all of them feared the magic tools made from the divine cloud bamboo. An extremely high-quality cuttlefish. This creature was raised by an immortal family in a brush washer and lived by eating ink. After 100 years, a golden line would grow on its back. After 500 years, it had a chance of becoming an ink dragon, a treasure of calligraphy that scholars yearned for. Almost all scholarly families would raise this creature, but the requirement for ink to eat cuttlefish was extremely high. Otherwise, they would rather starve to death than be willing to accommodate it. Finally, there was the wind of flipping through a book. Lu Xianyang clearly remembered that even the arrogant Qin family's first wife's daughter, Qin Duan, was greatly surprised when she saw that breeze. She even felt a bit of jealousy. Lu Xianyang naturally liked this, but it was far from being wild with joy. Lu Xianyang knew that his foundation was still that sword manual. So, Lu Xianyang went to the Qin family school on time every day and stayed in the courtyard to cultivate his sword techniques. Since the tall young man had seen the mountains and rivers, the next step, he wanted to rely on his own ability to ride his sword over the peak of the mountain, to ride his sword to the end of the river. There would be a day when he would meet that fellow surnamed Qin again, and he would be able to boast to him about the vastness of the outside world. Sometimes, Lu Xianyang was worried that if he returned to that small town one day, would Qin Pingan be an old farmer who had already married and had children? Of course, Lu Xianyang would not disown him as a brother just like that. But Lu Xianyang was very, very afraid that at that time, the two of them would be sitting on the back of the green ox, chatting. After talking about embarrassing childhood stories, they would have nothing to say in the end. There were some words that came from the bottom of his heart. At that time, Lu Xianyang had purposely left in a hurry, purposely avoiding Qin Pingan. Because he was afraid that when they parted, he would fail to live up to his expectations and cry. He would be laughed at by Qin Pingan and others and would look down on Lu Xianyang. Moreover, those words came from the bottom of his heart. At that time, Lu Xianyang was still a bit awkward, so in the end he did not say anything. Now Lu Xianyang was very regretful. He should have openly told Qin Pingan that other than the matter of burning porcelain, he was inferior to him. He, Lu Xianyang, had taught Qin Pingan so many other things. Fishing, using a wooden bow, setting traps in the mountains, crossing over mountains and ridges. Which one of these things Qin Pingan had done better than him, Lu Xianyang? The Yingyin Qin clan's residence was hundreds of miles in circumference. When Lu Xianyang was free, he would go to that road in one breath. He would pass by many memorial arches, walk to the bank of a large river, and sit on a stone cliff that was similar to the back of a green ox. He would sit there in a daze for half a day. For a tall youth who was diligently practicing the sword, this was a very extravagant thing to do. In the dusk of this day, Lu Xianyang sat there for another 4 hours. After he abruptly returned to his senses, he planned to stand up and return. There were still tens of miles to walk on the return journey. Moreover, within a radius of 1,000 miles, if there were no accidents, no one was allowed to ride the wind in the air. Generals, ministers, and officials had to dismount from their horses. This unshakable rule of the Qin clan had been passed down for thousands of years. After leaving the clan, there might still be some Qin clan disciples who were arrogant and willful outside. They might even do some bad things that went against etiquette. After all, the clan was too big, and it was inevitable that there would be crooks mixed in with the honest folk. However, as long as they were in the clan, no one dared to overstep the rules in the slightest. Especially when it was time to worship the ancestors every year, countless Qin clan descendants would rush back. The road was filled with pedestrians. Yes, pedestrians. Moreover, the adults were almost all dressed in scholarly robes, with jade pendants hanging from their waists. They were simply dressed. Lu Xianyang had seen it once from afar. The sound of jade pendants being struck rang out. This was an eye-opener for the youth. It was even more shocking than seeing mountains and rivers. As soon as Lu Xianyang stood up, he saw a thin white-haired Confucian scholar slowly walking up the stone cliff. Lu Xianyang bowed with his hands folded in front. The old Confucian scholar, who he couldn't tell if he was a gentleman or a sage, stood still and returned the greeting with a smile. If it was anywhere else in the Hassa continent, gentlemen and sages were quite rare. However, in the Qin clan of Yingyin, where there were many talents, if one didn't have a sage, he would be embarrassed to go out and greet others. The old man stood beside Lu Xianyang and looked at the rolling river. He gently stomped his feet on the stone cliff and said with a smile, "Do you know the name of this stone cliff?" Lu Xianyang had to stop and shook his head. "I don't know." The old man smiled and said, "It is recorded in the books that there is a strange stone on the river cliff of the Qin clan of Yingyin. It is called the Mountain Ghost. There was once an immortal poet who recited a poem here. Unfortunately, it didn't spread. It is a pity. Who will lift the cup? Laugh at me for being drunk. Before the cuttlefish can rise, the mountain birds cover the cup. At 4 o'clock, the mountain ghost blows out the lamp and whistles, startling the children of the world." The old man continued to recite the poem that had never been passed down. His face was full of melancholy and nostalgia. "God gives my heart to you, waiting for thousands of miles to carry you, whipping the Luan and Phoenix, reciting a poem about my travels. In fact, this poem is not the best among the many poems of that immortal poet. However, I was standing beside you at that time, and the immortal poet was standing beside me. I was young at that time. After hearing it, I felt that it was really good. Even after so many years, I still feel that it is good. Lu Xianyang couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. He didn't want to spoil the old man's mood, so he could only remain silent. However, the old man turned his head and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" Lu Xianyang had to answer honestly, "I don't know." The old man smiled and nodded. Lu Xianyang continued to remain silent. The old man asked again, "Are you studying here? What do you think of the atmosphere?" Lu Xianyang thought for a moment and said, "Very good." The old man still asked, "What's good about it?" Lu Xianyang was a little helpless and said perfunctorily, "Everything is good." The old man laughed heartily. Lu Xianyang looked at the sky. He really had to go back. Just as he was about to salute and bid farewell, the old man was like a person who loved to ask questions the most in the world. "I see that you are someone who practices the sword. Do you have any doubts about practicing the sword?" Lu Xianyang wasn't afraid or suspicious. After all, this was the territory of the Qin family in Yingyin. However, it was a taboo to talk about things with strangers. Of course he knew this, so he smiled and shook his head. "Never." The old man smiled and said, "Good." After saying this word, the old man felt a little rueful. As one of the countless secondary saints' disciples, it was only right and proper for him to say this word. Now that this fellow had used this word as his catchphrase, it was truly a little absurd. Yet, he seemed to be able to say it more smoothly than the old man. Lu Xianyang bid farewell and left. The old man watched the tall young man leave. After retracting his gaze, he looked at the river. His sleeves were slightly swaying in the wind. He was also once an elegant young man. He had also traveled far away with his sword. Night fell. The crescent moon hung on the branches. There was also a small bright moon on the old man's shoulder. The old man's surname was Qin and his name was Chunin. On a city wall that towered into the clouds, there was a large word carved with sword aura. It was a wide road. On this road, there was a raging bonfire around 6 young people. The oldest was only in his 20s, and the rest could only be considered young men and women. Without exception, all of them were sword cultivators. They either had a sword hanging on their waist, crossed their knees, or carried on their backs. The light of the bonfire shone on their young faces. Everyone was in high spirits. Although they weren't old, they all had sword aura flowing around them. They couldn't hide their surging killing intent. Among them, the most outstanding were a man and a woman. The man was the oldest young man. He wore a blood-stained long robe, but he gave people a sense of purity. Although he wasn't extraordinarily handsome, his clean and gentle temperament, coupled with the sword aura that was so condensed that it was almost solid, made people feel even more amazed. The young woman was full of heroic spirit. Her eyebrows were like narrow knives, showing off her sharpness. She sat cross-legged with her sword across her knees. She supported her chin with one hand and looked to the south of the high wall with a sharp gaze. The battle between the two sides had come to an end for the time being. The next attack and defense would definitely be more tragic. A fat young sword cultivator had a round face. When he smiled, his eyes would narrow into slits. He looked harmless, but his killing intent was the strongest. He drank hard liquor and handed it to the one-armed girl beside him. He wiped his mouth and laughed. "If it wasn't for the 6 swords that Alliance threw, we might not have survived this time. Hee next time, even if Alliance wants me to warm his bed, I'll wash my ass clean and agree." The fat young man patted the sword at his waist heavily. The sword's name was engraved with 2 words, Purple Lightning. When the sword was unsheathed, purple lightning lingered around it. It was extremely sharp and extraordinary. The other 5 swords were named Sutra, Zhenyu, Haorenqi, Hongzhuang, and Yunwen. The one-armed girl beside the fatty had a wooden expression on her face. She silently drank her wine. Her slender figure carried a large sword on her back. She didn't choose the elegant name and beautiful body of the sword, Hongzhuang. Instead, she chose the thickest and largest sword, Zhenyu. The oldest one, who looked more like a scholar than a sword cultivator, chose love at first sight, Haorenqi. The one-armed girl threw the liquor jug to the young man sitting opposite her. His face was dark and full of scars. He was wearing Hongzhuang. The young man with a ferocious and ugly face took the wine jug, raised his head and took a big gulp. He then took another big gulp. Immediately he was scolded by a handsome young man, "Dong damn you. Can't you leave some for your ancestors?" The ugly young man was still stubborn and was about to drink a 3rd mouthful. The handsome young man beside him was so angry that he wanted to give him a punch. He was the only one who had 2 swords. One was Sutra and the other was Yunwen. They were stacked on his thigh, but the Yunwen sword seemed to have lost its scabbard. The ugly youth lifted his arm to block the fist. but after being struck by the fist, his body swayed and wine spilled all over his face. His ferocious nature erupted as he turned and glared at the handsome youth. The handsome youth also responded with equal harshness. "What, do you want to fight? If it weren't for you, would the little cricket die in the south for you?" The ugly young man's eyes turned red, and his lips turned blue. The girl with narrow eyebrows shouted, "Both of you shut up." After she spoke, the ugly young man and the handsome young man stopped causing trouble. The former quietly passed the liquor jug to the latter. The girl stood up and said coldly, "Give me both the Yunwan sword and the liquor jug." The handsome young man handed over the sword and the liquor. She walked to the edge of the road. Below her was the cliff. The strong wind was strong, and the chaotic sword aura and fierce sword intent were everywhere. Moreover, in this desolate land where benevolence and morality were useless, there were 3 moons in the sky. There was a full moon, a half moon, and a crescent moon. Therefore there was no reason to speak of here. Everything depended on the sword in the hand. The girl held the sheathless long sword in one hand and the liquor jug in the other. She poured the liquor on the long sword and said softly, "Little cricket, drink." The 5 people behind the girl said in their hearts almost at the same time, "Little cricket, drink." After the handsome young man was sad, he quickly dispelled the sadness in his heart. In this place, as long as there was a war, which day would there be no deaths? He asked tentatively, "Ning Yao, previously we each had a sword, so the 6 of us were just right. Now that the little cricket is gone, do you want to take the Yunwan sword?" "No need." The girl with cracked lips tossed the long sword she had drunk from back to the handsome youth. She faced the south. All the way to the south, there was a locust-like army of the demon clan. They were constantly swarming over from the sky and camped together. Soon they would launch the next round of attacks on the high wall. The girl suddenly thought of something and laughed for the first time. "Hello, my father's surname is Chin Pingon. My mother's surname is also Chin, so my name is Chin Pingon." Ha, this idiot. 207. Thanks to Wei Ba, Chin Pingon was able to live in an extravagant and luxurious place. The roof was carved with jade and there were many rooms. The decorations were exquisite. Chin Pingon felt that the place where the emperor lived was nothing more than this. Other than that, there were also 2 maidservants on the Kuan boat. They were called Chun Shui and Xiushi. One of them was plump while the other was slender. They had completely different figures, but they were twin sisters. They had similar appearances. They were in charge of serving the important guest, Chin Pingon. They were submissive and spoke softly, which made Chin Pingon feel very uncomfortable. Chin Pingon could not accept the kindness of these beauties. He still took care of everything himself. No matter how the 2 girls persuaded him, Chin Pingon still insisted on his own view. When night fell, Chin Pingon asked for a basin to wash his feet and put his calloused feet into boiling hot water. The 2 girls stood not far away with resentment in their eyes. Chin Pingon only felt uncomfortable all over. It took him a lot of persuasion to persuade them to go to the outer room to rest. Chin Pingon felt relieved. He stepped into the basin and looked around. 2 young ladies were sitting in the outer room. Their heads were close to each other as they chattered softly. They used the dialect of their hometown in Julu continent to talk about their boudoir. They were curious about the young man's identity and how he could make the Lord Steward look at him with a whole new level of respect and reward him with a heaven character waist token. They were talking about the local customs and customs of Great Li, as well as the interesting stories of the Eastern Vase continent under their feet during the new year. They were talking about how some of the fairies in the mansions wore robes of red clouds and the green robes of green immortal mountain when they appeared this year. They were talking about how the pearls and hairpins produced by the Dragon Palace on their heads were truly dazzling and beautiful. There was a celadone basin on the table. It was filled with layers of fresh fruits. The fragrance of the fruits came from various mountains in the northern continent. They were bought at a high price and emitted a faint spiritual aura. The twins, who had different charms, only dared to steal a few glances at them. They didn't dare to reach out and take them. When the sound of Chin Pingon's footsteps could be heard, the 2 girls immediately stood up and stood respectfully, waiting for his orders. They glanced at the young man who was still wearing that pair of straw sandals. Even though he was in the house, he was still unwilling to take off the sword sheath on his back. The corner of the girls' eyes slightly met each other. Both of them had a smile on their faces. It was just interesting they did not dare to mock him. Moreover, this Kuan boat from the Diao Mountain carried people and goods across the 3 continents and back every year. As the first-class maids of the heavenly house, the 2 girls had seen many strange chi cultivator masters. They even felt that the young Dali VIP might be in his 40s or 50s. This was too common on the mountain. When traveling, the younger the character, the more careful one had to be. They must not provoke him easily. Qiushi took the foot basin and went out to pour some water. Smiling, Chunshui asked Qin Pingan if he wanted to listen to the zither music. Tonight, there was a fairy from the Yellow Millet Pavilion who had a good relationship with the Diao Mountain on the Kuan boat. She would be playing the zither on the Kuan boat tonight. The VIP of the Heavenly House could go to a private room without paying. Qin Pingan was still carrying the subduing demons made by Ruan Liang. Of course, he was unwilling to show his face in public. He politely refused. This made Chunshui a little disappointed. After all, if the VIP Qin Pingan was willing to go, even if he was just pretending to be elegant, she and her sister Qiushi really liked the zither music of those fairies. They could take the opportunity to cleanse their ears. Most of the Yellow Millet Pavilion in the Jiluzu were female cultivators. Almost all of them were good at zither, chess, calligraphy, painting and tea. The fairies who had studied a certain craft to the highest level would be praised for brightening the eyes, clearing the heart, and cleansing the ears. The zither music of the fairy on the Kuan boat could cleanse the ears. Firstly, the music that flowed out from her hands was pleasing to the ears. Secondly, the cleansing the ears matter was real. When the music of the zither entered the ears, it could indeed cleanse the dirt accumulated over the years. Chunshui and Qiushi had been involved in cultivation for 7 years. Limited by their ordinary qualifications, they were now only second-realm qi cultivators. They were not even the nominal disciples of the Diao Mountain. Therefore, even if the cleansing effect of the music of the zither was small, the two girls were still unwilling to miss the chance to accumulate cultivation. Qin Pingan did not know the details. Or it could be said that with his cautious character, even if he knew the truth, he would not listen to the music of the zither. He was a pure martial artist who had never seen a zither before. Moreover, he had a precious treasure with him. How would he dare to show off? The two girls didn't need to do anything, but they needed to stay in the same wing of the heavenly room. Then, the three of them just looked at each other like this. Qin Pingan became more and more envious of Wei Ba. If Wei Ba was sitting in his seat, the two of them would definitely be talking and laughing. How could there be such an awkward atmosphere? In fact, Chunshui and Qiushi were not embarrassed. Instead, they felt that it was novel. After all, guests like the young man in front of them were rare. In the past, there were also strange guests, but they were eccentric and eccentric. For example, there were guests who were so strange that they had to clean every corner of the house. They wiped the beams and the bottom of the bed. They were so busy that they were unwilling to help. It was as if a little bit of dust would fall on their hearts. There were also guests who were afraid of the dark. They would take out huge bright pearls from their fangsuan items and place them on the table and the bed. The light was so bright that it was dazzling. There were also withered old men who brought along a group of stinking mummies. The mummies were all women, but they were all dressed in red and green. They applied makeup and could move freely, but they could not speak. The scene was so horrifying that the two maidservants were so scared that they slept in the wing. They did not dare to close their eyes to sleep for the entire night. They were afraid that if they were not careful, they would become one of the mummies by dawn. Qin Pingan felt that staring at them was not a good thing. It was also not good for him to practice the sword furnace stance in front of outsiders. He could only brace himself and break the silence. Using the Aquarius continent's language that was not fluent, he asked, "Chunshui, Qiushi, where is your Diao Mountain in the Jiulu continent?" Once he started the conversation, Qin Pingan found that the atmosphere was much more harmonious. The two girls seemed to be naturally good at chatting. After that, it was almost not his turn to interrupt. He only needed to listen attentively. So much so that when Qin Pingan politely invited them to drink some fruits to quench their thirst, the girls agreed with a red face. One lowered her head to eat while the other explained to Qin Pingan about Diao Mountain. When one was tired, the other girl took over and let Qin Pingan listen with great interest. It turned out that Diao Mountain was a big local sect in the Jiulu continent. It was located in the southwest. Although there were no upper 5 states qi cultivators guarding it for 2 decades, according to the rules, they had to remove the title of sect, and demoted from Diao sect to Diao Mountain when the founder opened the sect. However, the ancestors of Diao Mountain were truly prosperous. During their peak, there were 2 upper 5 states immortals who could summon the wind and rain. Their names shook the entire continent. Although the 2 founders who revived the sect were both at the first stage of the upper 5 states, the pure jade state, which was commonly known as the 11th state cultivator, no matter what, one sect had 2 pure jade state, which was still an extremely glorious existence. Although the 2 girls were not true disciples of Diao Mountain, they had an extremely strong sense of honor. They told Qin Pingan many legendary stories of the sect's founders. There was someone who encountered a group of deep-sea beasts during a cross-continent voyage. He fought with all his might and retreated. His sword was so bright that it surpassed the bright moon on the sea. In history there was another founder who was best at thunder techniques. He traveled from the southwest all the way to the northeast border of the Julu continent and earned the nickname of Lord of Heaven. He killed countless demons and devils. Until today there were countless people in the Julu continent who were grateful. They erected memorial tablets of merit in their homes and incense continued to burn for generations. Qin Pingan had only heard of these glorious stories. He was only slightly fascinated and did not think too much about it. However, he was very interested in the 11th state of the pure jade state. He could not help but ask about it. As there had been an upper 5-state cultivator in the sect, even though the servant girl Chen Shui was a 2nd-state chi cultivator, she still knew many things. She told him some of the things she knew. She said that the legendary pure jade state could be said to be the culmination of chi cultivation and return to one's original state. Their body and spirit were close to perfection and they were as pure as gold and jade. They did not need any magic weapons to protect themselves. They were naturally immune to fire and water and evil spirits. Under normal circumstances, their lifespan ranged from 500 to 1,000 years. Therefore, the changes of dynasties in the mortal world and the changes of the mountains and rivers were difficult to arouse the interest of pure jade state cultivators. When Chen Shui said this, Qiu Shi, who had finished eating a green fruit, accidentally burped. Her face was slightly red and she was embarrassed. Her elder sister Chen Shui glared at her. In order to make up for her mistake, Qiu Shi quickly explained to Qin Pingan, "Young Master Qin, I also heard that after entering the upper 5 state, Qi cultivators no longer have to worry about leaving the grotto heaven and blessed land. The filthy Qi in the heaven and earth would corrode their bodies like rivers flowing backwards. The accumulation of one's own spirit energy would gradually reach a bottleneck. Therefore, there is not much difference between cultivating in the mountains and cultivating in the mountains. It is far more flexible and casual compared to the immovable state of the 10th state Yuanian cultivators." At this point, Qiu Shi's eyes were filled with infatuation as she said, "All the female Qi cultivators in the world dream of entering this state. As long as they reach the 11th state, they will have a chance to change or rather beautify their original appearance. Moreover, it is guaranteed that they will not have bad luck. Therefore, many women who were originally at the 10th state, even if they were white-haired old women, can return to their youth. Moreover, they will retain their youth and their appearance will not change even in death." Qin Pingan asked curiously, "Why is it taboo for the commoners to disfigure one's appearance, but the pure jade state can guarantee that one will not have bad luck?" The maidservant Qiu Shi was speechless. She knew the truth but did not know the reason. The glory of the upper 5 state was not something that a 2nd state Qi cultivator like her would know. Her elder sister Chen Shui was more meticulous and was more willing to think about the reason. She smiled and said, "Young Master Qin, I dare not say what the truth is. However, I have some thoughts that I would like to share with you for your reference. For the commoners in the mortal world, their appearance is a fixed thing from the moment they were born. It is indeed related to one's luck. Therefore, it is not without reason that the commoners at the bottom of the mountains are afraid of disfiguring their appearance. However, the disfigurement of a Qi cultivator is actually not that easy to appear after ascending to the middle 5 state. As for why the pure jade state can change one's appearance without destroying one's luck and fate, I feel that it is because..." At this point, the maidservant Chen Shui stretched out her hands and made a gesture of building a house on the table. For cultivators of the lower 5 state like me and Qiu Shi, Qi cultivation is like building a house. There are only 1 or 2 pillars and everything is just beginning. If one's appearance is disfigured, it is equivalent to breaking a pillar. There is even a possibility of the house collapsing. Then Chen Shui made a gesture of waves. However, the immortals of the middle 5 state and upper 5 state have already built a sturdy house. It is even a building complex that is similar to a palace in the mortal world. If one's appearance is disfigured, even if a few pillars of the house are broken, it would not have much of an impact. As for the pure jade state female Qi cultivators, changing their appearance might be like renovating the exterior of a building, or like covering the roof with a new layer of glazed tiles, making it even more beautiful. Does young Master Qin understand what I am saying? Qin Pingan nodded and said, "It makes sense." Chen Shui blushed slightly, "These are just my random thoughts. Young Master, please don't laugh at me." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I feel that it makes sense." Qiu Shi blinked her eyes and said with a face full of regret, However, my sister and I have never seen the old immortals of the pure jade state in our lives. We have never even had the chance to see them from afar. Chun Shui's gaze was slightly deep. It is good that they are not well. Once the immortals of the upper 5 state start fighting, even if they are in the middle 5 state, they are not much better than ordinary people. Chiu Shi pouted. It is good to see them from afar. Chun Shui said helplessly, our eyesight is just that little. It is far from the power of the treasures of the upper 5 state immortals, right? If we are not careful, we will not even know how we disappeared into thin air when we die. With regards to this, Qin Pingan did not interrupt. Everyone had their own preferences and aspirations. Moreover, they were not familiar with each other. There was no need to criticize. At the bow of the Kuan ferry, suddenly someone opened his mouth wide and pointed to the extreme west. After regaining his senses, he hurriedly called out to his companions and shouted with all his might, "Look, look!" In the vast sky, a hole of unknown size was forcefully torn open. Something fell as if it was punched down from the sky. Although the falling speed was extremely fast, faster than any high-quality magic treasure, because the dome of the sky was really too high from the ground, as long as one inadvertently looked in that direction, they would be able to see this shocking and spectacular scene. It was like a comet dragging a bright and long tail, rushing towards the land of the mortal world. The entire Kuan ferry was in an uproar. After Chiu Shi ran out to ask, she hurriedly told Qin Pingan to quickly go to the observation deck of the sky room to take a look. They must not miss it. Qin Pingan brought Chiu Shi and Chiu Shi through the study room. They pushed the door open and came to the observation deck outside. As expected, they saw the extremely dazzling falling meteor in the far west. At the place where the sky broke open, there was a loud and clear voice with incomparable carefreeness. It slowly spread to the hearts of the Qi cultivators in the mortal world. Alliance? How is my punch? These words, you have to listen to them whether you want to or not. How domineering. It was believed that countless Qi cultivators, demons, ghosts, and gods in the world would raise their necks and turn to the west at this moment. They would be shocked by the prowess of this poor priest, and the strength of that punch. Qin Pingan also opened his mouth wide. What, Alliance, you were beaten down by someone? That meteor crashed into the land of a big continent in the west and created a huge pit. Then it bounced back. Due to the strength of that punch, the height of the rebound was almost as high as Mount Sway in the central divine continent. The figure at the apex of the sky seemed to be looking for direction. Finally, it flashed and disappeared. Almost no one in the world could catch the figure. Those who had the ability to follow the figure could be counted with one's fingers. But without exception, they were all used to it and were too lazy to care about it. At most, they were silently deducing the changes in the heavenly secret. The young man with 2 swords on his back murmured, "This punch is a bit fierce?" In the end, someone slapped the young man's head and said in exasperation, "Fierce my ass." 208. Qin Pingan turned around and saw a familiar face. The man was no longer wearing a bamboo hat. Qin Pingan looked at the man in a daze and was speechless for a moment. The 2 maidservants, Chun Shui and Chiu Shi, were shocked. They were annoyed that this man did not follow the rules and was too reckless. The Kuan boat was a small world, and had its own rules. For example, private fights were not allowed. If there was a dispute, they had to inform the Kuan boat deacon. They were not allowed to use spells or supernatural powers without permission. If a mortal teacher boarded the boat, they were not allowed to humiliate him. There were many rules and regulations. However, the sects that had the ability to purchase the Kuan boat for cross-continent trade were, without exception, the top forces on the mountain. Every ferry was usually arranged with high-level cultivators and pure martial artists. At the same time, they hired a large number of itinerant cultivators who were good at fighting. This was the most important thing. At the end of the day, the rules were dead and the fists were alive. Therefore, in each corridor, there were decorative pink and green branches on the walls. There was a spiritual creature called the time cicada that did not sleep day and night. It could store the scenes that it captured. Even the slightest ripple of chi activity could not escape its senses. If the time cicada was killed, it would release an ear-piercing cicada cry. Therefore, the Kuan boat was used to monitor thieves. One had to know that there were all kinds of chi cultivators. Moreover, when it came to cultivation, the ripples in one's heart would be expanded endlessly. If an itinerant cultivator did not have a top-notch orthodox formula to concentrate and calm his heart, he would often be extreme in good and evil. He would do whatever he liked. In addition, cultivation was a bottomless pit. Even if one had a mountain of gold or silver, one would not be rich without a windfall. Moreover, there was a saying that wealth came from danger. Naturally, there was no lack of people's evil intentions. Chin Pingan snorted and then laughed happily. He was Alliance. The man was travel-worn. He was barefooted and his sleeves were rolled up. He looked a little tired, but his eyes were bright and his fighting spirit was high. He was very different from the man who led the donkey and carried the bamboo blade. At that time, the man who called himself Alliance was frivolous and spoke nonsense. He always gave people the feeling that he was an unreliable scoundrel who liked to boast. At this moment, the man did not have the bamboo hat that he used to travel in the martial world, the silver blade strengthening gourd, and even the bamboo blade. When he suddenly appeared in front of Chin Pingan could not see the depth of Alliance. He even felt that Zhu He and Alliance could fight. But what did it matter? To be able to see Alliance again so soon, Chin Pingan smiled so much that he felt like drinking. Alliance stood on the observation deck and saw the twin sisters. His eyes lit up and he immediately leaned against the railing and took on a pose that he thought was suave. He placed his hand on his forehead and then stroked his hair. Ladies, nice to meet you. My name is Alliance and I am a swordsman. Cho Shunyur has a calm temperament and she doesn't say a word. However, her younger sister Cho Shunyur is a bit hot-tempered. Moreover, it was the man in front of her who broke the rules first. The slim girl named Cho Shunyur frowns and says confidently, I don't care who you are. On this Kuan boat, unless there is an emergency in the Sea of Clouds, no passengers are allowed to use spells or break into other people's rooms without permission. After saying this, the girl sneered and said, Alliance? What, are you the great immortal that fell from the sky? If that's the case, will you accept me as your disciple? I'm begging you. Alliance smirked and said, I have been in Jianghu for so many years and I have never had a real disciple. I can't help it. If one's swordsmanship is a bit high, it will make people feel inferior. They won't even have the thought of becoming my disciple. Young lady, you are the first one to ask so directly. I like it. Cho Shunyur was just about to say something sarcastic when her elder sister Cho Shunyur grabbed her arm. Cho Shunyur is after all a well-trained maid of the heavenly room. Although she is annoyed by the man in front of her who doesn't follow the rules and has a glib tongue, she still stops herself from saying anything. Chen Shui is much more meticulous than Qiushi. The man in front of her is a friend of Chin Pingan, and he has not done anything outrageous. Of course, they have to talk about the rules when they visit the Mao Jiao Kuan boat, but they will never say it in a stiff and rigid way. Otherwise, the lucrative business of visiting the Mao Jiao Kuan boat would have been taken away by other families. When they are outside, harmony brings wealth. Cho Shunyur looked at Chin Pingan and asked with a smile, Young master, this Alliance is your friend, right? Is he a guest staying in another room on the Kuan boat? When it comes to Alliance, Cho Shunyur feels awkward. As for whether this Alliance is Alliance, Cho Shunyur doesn't believe it even if she is beaten to death. It's like an alley full of chicken dung and dog dung. If a guy with the same name as the richest man of a continent walks into the alley and visits, who would think that he is the richest man? Chin Pingan just said, he is my friend. Realizing that Cho Shunyur is still waiting for the answer to another important question, Chin Pingan had a flash of inspiration and said with a smile, he is also a friend of our Dali's Beiwei god, Wei Pai. The mystery in the hearts of the two girls suddenly became clear. It turns out that it was the Beiwei god of the Dali dynasty of the Aquarius continent who pulled the strings to build the bridge. No wonder the Dali mountain has to give face. As Dali has swallowed the entire northern territory of the Aquarius continent, they have shown their dominance. Even the Julu continent has heard of them. In addition, before the Kuan boat sets up a ferry at Dali's Wutong mountain, it has to pass through the territory of Dali. Cho Shunyur, as a girl carefully cultivated by the Dali mountain, is not used in cultivation. Instead, she is used as one of the facades of the Dali mountain. She is used to treat people well and build good karma. Maybe one day she will be taken in by a deity on the mountain. Once she is taken in as a beautiful concubine, the two sects will have a relationship. This is one of the original intentions of the Dali mountain. Therefore, Cho Shunyur knows a lot about the situation of the Dali dynasty. Not only did Shun Sui know the importance of Dali's Beiyu main god, but her younger sister, Akashi, also knew the importance of it. Since there was such a relationship, then the rules of the Kuan boat, which were originally more flexible, could be loosened even more. Chen Shui pulled Qiuji along and bowed gracefully. Then they bid farewell and went to the main hall, leaving the observation deck to Chin Pingan and the uninvited guest. After Qiushi stepped out of the study room, he asked softly, Sister, should we inform Steward Ma? Susukino shook her head and said, "No need. Don't paint a snake with feet. If Steward Ma thinks that this relationship can work, he will definitely make a big fuss about it. If that man is really a friend of Dolly's god Beiwe, he may have a good chat with the ship owner, but he will probably dislike us for being insensible. Think about it, who likes people who gossip behind their backs?" Chiu sure understood the meaning behind her words. She said gloomily, "Sister, are you thinking of leaving Dolly Mountain?" Chunshui's eyes were gentle. She smiled and pinched her younger sister's delicate earlobe. "Water flows downwards and people walk upwards. When we are successful in the future, we can then repay some of the sect's kindness of raising us. Otherwise, it will not be a good thing to serve tea and water to strange people all day long. Have you forgotten that we are Chi refinement warriors too?" Chiu Shi's face was full of worry. She leaned on the table and sighed. "Sister, I will listen to you. I'm too lazy to think so much." Chunshui leaned over and whispered in her younger sister's ear. It was unknown what embarrassing words she said, but Chiu Shi's face immediately turned red. She was so embarrassed that she straightened her back and scratched her sister's armpit. The two sisters then played and played. From time to time, they would turn their heads to look at the study room in case young Master Chin saw them fooling around. Even if the two sisters revealed their true feelings, they were still gentle and timid. At the observation deck, Alliance stuck his head out at the door, as if he was looking for the attractive figures of the two sisters. It was good to have a look. Chin Pingon held back his laughter and asked, "Are you fighting with someone?" Alliance nodded. "Yes, a shameless guy. In Taoism, he is an old bastard who is the best at fighting other than the Tao ancestor. Bah, he is just relying on the time and place and his protective Dharma artifact. Don't worry, I will go back and give him a punch." Chin Pingon had a stomach full of words, but they were all scared back. Alliance retracted his sneaky gaze, turned and walked to the railing. He sized up Chin Pingon and clicked his tongue. "Kid, it has only been a few days since we last met. You have almost 1,000th of my Alliance's elegance. You can do it, you can do it. You are amazing, amazing." Chin Pingon did not know what to say. It was not easy for him to hold back a polite sentence. "Come and play often when you are free?" Alliance was deflated and said angrily, "Damn you, there is no one who looks down on me, Alliance, as much as you. What, in your mind, only I, Alliance, have the right to be beaten? You don't know that stinky old Taoist in feathered clothes, he was killed by me with one punch." It was just that Alliance did not have the nerve to say these inside stories. After all, he had lost the previous punch. He, Alliance, was not that old scholar who had the nerve to say these things. Everything would have to wait until he defeated his opponent. When the time came, he would only say to this kid, "Back in the day, I beat up an old Taoist until he pissed his pants. Chin Pingon, I am not lying to you. I, Alliance, never boast." Speaking of which, that shameless old Taoist really took in the second disciple of the Taoist ancestor who was called Really Invincible. Alliance did not like him, but when it came to fighting he really could not find fault. Seeing that Alliance did not bring a sword, he also gave up the divine weapon, one of the 4 great celestial swords. The two of them fought purely with their fists and Taoist techniques. In the higher place of the green underworld, they fought each other while killing the sky demons. It was really satisfying. Sooner or later he would beat that stinky old Taoist until he admitted that he was really an enemy. Alliance glanced at the red wine gourd on Chin Pingon's waist and laughed. "Oh, you can still drink now?" Chin Pingon nodded. "I still can't drink that much. I can only drink a little at a time." Alliance glanced at the sky. "Chin Pingon, we can still talk for a while. Pick the important things to say." Then Chin Pingon roughly explained the recent situation. Alliance gave him a thumbs up. "In that case, don't worry and go down south. Take this trip to the Jianghu well. Hurry up and become stronger. In the future, come to the heavens to play. The human world is very good. In the heavens there are many strong enemies. It is also very exciting." Chin Pingon was a little guilty. "Alliance, although I have a sword on my back, I have not officially started practicing the sword." Alliance grinned and said, "When you practice the fist to the extreme, it is equivalent to practicing the sword. Don't be anxious." Chin Pingon wanted to say something but he stopped. Aliang patted Chin Pingon's shoulder. "Don't think like that. It was indeed Qi Jingchun who told me about the old sword on the stone arch bridge. However, he later changed his mind and said that he had chosen someone else who was more suitable than me. I wasn't angry because I knew Qi Jingchun's temper better than anyone else in the world. However, I was also curious as to who could enlighten Qi Jingchun. That's why we met each other. After that, I felt relieved because I figured out one thing, I'm afraid that even if I walked to the stone arch bridge in your town, she might not choose me. When we were on the hillside, I told you that I was already in the bag. I was just bragging." Hearing that, Liang's face turned pale and he looked at Qin Pingan with a serious expression. Qin Pingan was stunned. "Alliance also knows how to brag?" Alliance smiled and squinted his eyes. His whole face was squeezed together, as if a mass of warm sunshine was folded together. He laughed heartily and said, "Why? You don't allow me to brag for once? Just like this time I was punched down to the mortal world. Isn't it embarrassing? It's so embarrassing. But Alliance, still came to see you, Qin Pingan, didn't I?" "What?" Qin Pingan was confused. "What?" Alliance pointed to the sky. "The real powerhouse is not about being invincible. It is about being alive. No matter how badly you lose, you don't die. Instead, it is about being able to stand up every time and angrily punch and sword again." Alliance pointed to the south and said with a smile, "After the inverted hanging mountain of the stinky Taoist, there is the great wall of sword chi. Alliance, have been practicing swordsmanship there for many years. Do you think that I am invincible every time? Absolutely not. The number of times I have been chased away is even worse than a stray dog. Of course, in a one-on-one fight, Alliance, am not afraid of anyone in the world. If I can't withstand those big demons shamelessly ganging up on me, I will run and curse. After I have escaped with great difficulty, I will secretly kill my way back, take the head and leave. I will throw the big demon's head in front of those little bastards at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Even without me, Alliance, saying anything, they will all scream. You don't know that the little girls and beautiful women over there, their eyes can eat people up. I am quite embarrassed." Qin Pingan could not help but say, "I believe the previous ones. But I don't really believe the last one." Alliance said awkwardly, "You can see through it but you don't say it." For a moment there was silence. Alliance raised his head and looked at the big hole in the sky in the west. It was slowly closing. Qin Pingan suddenly asked loudly, "Alliance, do you want a drink?" Alliance was stunned. He laughed and said, "I will owe it to you first. Then let's leave it at that. When you reach the Great Wall of Sword Chi one day, if there is a bastard who uses this embarrassing incident to laugh at me, remember to tell him that Alliance guarantees that he will soon punch that Taoist second brother into the heavenly firmament." Alliance shouted softly, "Let's go." The Kuan ship shook violently. It slowly sank for hundreds of feet before it finally stopped its downward momentum. There was a rumbling sound in the sky. Then, that streak of rainbow light rose to the top of the Kuan ship where the Chi refinement warriors could not see it. There was an even more shocking explosion that caused the hundreds of miles of cloud sea to shatter. Alliance disappeared completely just like that. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above the Aquarius continent and the Central Plains. There was another loud sound and he flew past the East Sea of the Central Plains, as well as the towering Sway Mountain. A god in golden armor who was sitting cross-legged in the void opened his eyes. He also passed by the White Emperor City amidst the colorful clouds outside the small grotto heaven of the Yellow River. There was a big fiend who stood on the city wall and looked at the figure that flashed past. This repeated again and again. Under the hole in the sky he rose rapidly. At the moment before the sky closed, Alliance went back and forth and broke through the sky. Qin Pingan stood on the observation deck and was unwilling to move for a long time. It was hard to say whether Alliance was invincible or not. He was really cool. 209. Alliance came and left in a hurry. Qin Pingan did not feel that Alliance was not the ferocious person in his mind after being punched into the mortal world. Instead, he felt that this Alliance was especially handsome. However, Qin Pingan still felt a little regretful that he had not seen Alliance use his sword with his own eyes until now. After Qin Pingan retracted his gaze, he took off the sword-nurturing gourd called Ginger Gourd and drank a mouthful of wine gently. He could not help but lament, after practicing a million fists, I should seize the time to practice my swordsmanship. After placing the wine gourd back, Qin Pingan was no longer so reserved. He took a deep breath and smiled. He actually started to practice the sword furnace stance openly. The mighty sword immortals who passed through the sky above the small town rode the wind and looked at the strong winds in the sky. They rode on their swords and looked at the ebb and flow of the tides. The old man surnamed Chui punched out, causing the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake. The sword immortal of the wind snow temple, Wei Jin, arrived before the person, causing the world to shine brightly. Some beautiful things, if revealed by others, would be learned after being envious. As for whether or not one could learn it, one would have to work hard to figure it out. It was such a simple matter. After waiting for a long time, coupled with the violent tremors previously, it had caused everyone on the Kuan boat to feel uneasy. Chen Shui was afraid that an accident had happened at the observation deck. She took the risk of attracting the disgust of the esteemed guest and walked through the study room to the doorstep. She found that the cultivator who was on good terms with Dali's god Beiyue had disappeared. Chen Shui could not help but curse in her heart. This fellow was really elusive. Realizing that Chen Pingan seemed to be cultivating, Chen Shui hurriedly turned around silently and did not say a word. When she returned to the main hall, she even deliberately lightened her footsteps. It was a big taboo to disturb the cultivation of a Qi cultivator or a pure martial artist on the mountain. The closed-door cultivation of a Qi cultivator from each continent would be the top priority of the entire sect. More than 100 years ago, a young elder who was trying to break through the bottleneck of the 10th state in his closed-door cultivation of the 9th state was careless in his closed-door cultivation of the 9th state. During the closed-door cultivation, a young elder who was trying to break through the bottleneck of the 10th state was careless in his closed-door cultivation of the 9th state. His mortal enemy sneaked into the mountain and destroyed his foundation of Tao. He could only stay in the golden elixir state for the rest of his life. Not long after that, his state of mind decayed and he completely collapsed. A senior in the sect who had a good reputation became extremely violent. She often tortured and killed his concubines and maids. She even crippled a proud disciple who was in the viewing C state and almost broke the longevity bridge. In the end, the patriarch of discipline who had always favored her and regarded her as his own child had to personally take action and detain her in the prison at the back of the mountain. After that, the patriarch of discipline, who had not left the mountain for 100 years, made a shocking decision. She went to the ancestral hall and took the sword of the founder of the Ding Mountain. She went down the mountain with the sword and broke into the enemy's sect. After killing the enemy with her own hands, she returned with serious injuries amidst laughter. She died less than a year after returning to the sect. Regarding this matter, especially the revenge of the patriarch of discipline, the disciples of the Ding Mountain only dared to discuss in private whether it was worth it. However, the patriarch of discipline's heroic spirit was praised by even the immortals outside the Ding Mountain. They felt that she had the demeanor of the founder of the Ding Mountain. After that, many people treated the Ding Mountain, which had been stripped of its sect, with kindness. Steward Ma, who was in charge of all the affairs of the heaven room, was a chubby old man. He wore jade rings of various colors on his hands. He needed to personally explain to the distinguished guests in each room that the strange movement of the Kuan ship was not an attack. It was just a mischievous play of the Kuan fish. It was a once-in-100 years occurrence. As for the guests in the other rooms, the Ding Mountain did not bother to waste their saliva to explain anything. Chiu Shi opened the door. After hearing that Chen Pingan was cultivating on the observation platform, the smiling Steward Ma asked the girl to pass on the message. Don't forget it later. Before Steward Ma, who was standing at the door, left, he looked over the slender shoulders of the young girl in front of him and looked at his sister, Chen Shui, whose figure was even more plump. Chen Shui, who was standing gracefully beside the table, could see the curve of the young girl's buttocks even from the front. The old man reluctantly withdrew his gaze and joked, "Chiu Shi, you should eat more. Look at how thin you are. It's not good for a girl to be too thin. If you can't bear to spend money, it's okay. Brother Ma still has this little bit of money." Chiu Shi agreed with a smile. After she closed the door and sat beside her sister, she could not help but roll her eyes and say, "What an old pervert. When I let him look at me, it's like a slug crawling on the back of my hand. It's sticky and disgusting. Elder brother Ma? Sister, I really want to punch his dog eyes out." Chen Shui joked gently, "You're good looking, but you don't allow others to look at you. You have such a temper. Do you really think you're a fairy from a celestial sect?" He wondered if Fairy Chiu Shi was close friends with Fairy Lu from the Golden Millet Pavilion on the ship. "Can you help me introduce you?" Chiu Shi glared and said angrily, "Sister, how can you make fun of me like this?" Chen Shui suddenly said, "This Mr. Chen from Dali Longquan is easy to talk to." Chiu Shi blinked her watery eyes. "Why? Don't tell me you're really going to recommend yourself. You're still a child. Sister, do you like him?" Chen Shui said helplessly, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Chiu Shi giggled, I know. You like that immortal Han from Ardiao Mountain. That's right, he's the direct disciple of the sect leader. He's talented and good-looking. Most importantly, he's friendly to everyone. He made a name for himself in the 2 times he went down the mountain to sharpen his skills. During the triennial Diao Mountain celebration, you watched from afar as he sparred with others. That's really like the spring breeze blowing and the snow melting. Chen Shui leaned forward, inadvertently pressing her chest into a shocking curve on the edge of the table. She reached out and patted her sister's forehead. You're at the second realm and I'm at the second realm. Both of us combined are not as high as his realm. He was already at the cave-dwelling realm 3 years ago. Maybe when we go back this time he'll be at the sea-viewing realm. Chiu Shi smiled and grabbed her sister's hand. She imitated Steward Ma's tone and demeanor and said flirtatious words. Oh, Miss Chen Shui, your little hand is so white. You're really a natural beauty. Other fairies who don't do any household chores all year round may not be as beautiful as you. Chen Shui covered her mouth and laughed coquettishly as her sister held on to her with one hand. It was difficult to travel on the mountain roads, but there were always some happy things. For example, the two sisters relied on each other for survival. Since they were young, they had led a generally peaceful and worry-free life. In their free time, they could even secretly think about some high and mighty people and things. Chen Pingan had already walked to the threshold that connected the study room and the main hall. After seeing this scene, he did not want to disturb the warmth and quietly retreated to the observation deck. From the beginning to the end, there was no sound or presence. The sisters who were Qi refinement warriors of the second realm did not notice at all. Chen Pingan simply practiced the walking stance on the observation deck. The goal that he set for himself was to practice 1,000,000 punches. It was not counted as one punch but one complete 6-step walking stance. If he focused solely on speed, even if it was not imminent, he would still have about 2.5 years left if he could spend half a day, which was about 12 hours, on this trip to the south to practice the walking stance tirelessly. Including the number of times that he had accumulated during his year of traveling in the Great Sui Kingdom, he would still have about 2.5 years left. However, Chen Pingan decided to go slow. This was because the 18 stops that Alliance imparted to him was a completely different scene from the previous 6 stops after breaking through the 6 stops. After that, it was like the flowing river, slow and vigorous. It did not allow Chen Pingan to mess around. Furthermore, the saying, more haste, less speed, was a principle that appeared many times in books. Chen Pingan did not dare to take it lightly. Therefore, if there were no accidents, he was afraid that he would not be able to achieve the goal of practicing 1,000,000 punches even if he successfully reached the inverted mountain. This made Chen Pingan feel somewhat helpless. Initially, he was still thinking that he had at least accomplished one thing the next time they met. Chen Pingan was now able to walk the stance. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. Even if he was thinking about something in his heart, it would not affect the tempering of his body and soul. Practicing punches was like reading books. After reading more than 10,000 books, his writing was like a god. The principles in the books were indeed the teachings of the sages. It was really not a lie. When Chen Pingan was resting for a while, he leaned on the railing and looked at the sea of clouds. As the sun set in the west, the sea of clouds seemed to be covered with a layer of golden clothing. The golden light sparkled and it was a magnificent sight. It made one feel relaxed and happy. Previously, when the two girls introduced the various parts of the house, the sea of clouds in Chen Pingan's eyes was like a huge white cotton. Moreover, it was divided into 2 layers. When the Kuan boat sailed in it, it seemed that the sky was not high and the earth was not far away. It was very interesting. Chen Pingan slowly retracted his gaze. The building he was in was the tallest. The other buildings were much shorter. On the observation deck of some buildings, there were scattered Qi refinement warriors who were also admiring the sea of clouds in the sunset. Outside the tall and sturdy railings, there were even more people taking a stroll. Some children were running around under the care of their elders, letting out waves of laughter. Then Chen Pingan saw a back view. With his current eyesight, he could clearly see that the person was carrying a bag on his back. Under the bag was a wooden sword. He was wearing an old Taoist robe and his hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin. The young man slowly turned sideways and looked down at the land. He stretched out his hand to cover his eyes and looked absent-minded. Although there was an invisible array protecting the land on the back of the Kuan fish and the railings were emitting faint ripples that were not easy to detect, there was still a breeze blowing past. The lips of the ordinary-looking young Taoist were cracked. The wind blew past his sideburns and gently fluttered. He was also carrying a wooden sword on his back. The young man from Mud Bottle Alley was standing on the observation deck high up. He lived in the heaven room. The maidservants would talk about the stories of the immortals in the pure jade state. Below him was the smallest land in the world. There were probably many Qi refinement warriors from small sects, especially those who struggled in the mountains and lakes. They were like rootless duckweeds, drifting with the waves. They would never know which 5 states were which in the upper 5 states. And the young Taoist from an unknown place was silently standing on the railing at the lowest level. His stomach was rumbling with hunger. He was weighing the remaining money in his purse and whether it would be enough for him to get off the boat in the Southern Stream Kingdom. Chen Pingan took a few steps back and continued to practice his fist. Leisurely and carefree, the fist style was simple and unadorned. Chen Pingan had been practicing his fist moves on the observation deck until late at night. He practiced until the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. When he finally returned to the main hall, he found the maidservant Qiu Shi sleeping on the table. Chen Shui sat quietly beside her and smiled as she looked at the study room. When she met Chen Pingan's eyes, she quickly reached out to pat her sister's shoulder. But Chen Pingan waved his hand, indicating that it was okay. Chen Shui hesitated for a moment but still patted Qiu Shi awake. When the girl woke up, she quickly turned her head and wiped her mouth to avoid embarrassing herself in front of the guests. The rules of the Kuan boat had a lot of leeway for the friends of Dali's god Beiyue. But to the maidservants they were not polite at all. Chen Pingan sat at the table and grabbed a fresh emerald green fruit from the celadon bowl. It was similar to an unripe mandarin orange, but after peeling it, it tasted especially sweet. He then handed one to each of them. Chen Shui wanted to refuse and was unwilling to take it. Seeing her like this, Qiu Shi could only angrily refuse as well. However, Chen Pingan forcefully placed the fruit on the table in front of them. They no longer insisted. After all, this was an evergreen orange that was a specialty of the fresh grass mountain in the Julu continent. After eating it, it was equivalent to the spiritual aura that they had accumulated over 10 years of hard work. There were no shortcuts in cultivation. That was said to the genius Qi cultivators. It told them to guard against arrogance and rashness, to be down to earth and to climb to the sky step by step. However, there were clearly shortcuts everywhere in cultivation. This was the consensus of all the rogue cultivators and ordinary outer sect disciples of immortal families. As long as they had money, eating was cultivation. If they had talent and family background, they would live in a blessed place with abundant spiritual energy and uninvited. Even sleeping was cultivation. Just like Chen Shui and Qiu Shi, the salary that they painstakingly accumulated every month would either be exchanged for spiritual fruit similar to the Juluzu orange or low-grade elixir pills. Every mouthful would make their heart ache. Or they would look further. Year after year, besides diligently cultivating qi, they would have to think a lot and spend all their money. They would grit their teeth and buy a suitable magical weapon for themselves. And it would definitely not be the kind of magical weapon that promoted killing. Firstly, it was destined that they would not be able to afford it. Secondly, it was meaningless. It was a spiritual weapon that could cleanse the turbid air. Bit by bit, the genius qi cultivators flew up the mountain in a spurt of energy and broke through the realm every few days. Was enviable. On the other hand, they climbed up step by step. They belonged to the kind that could only be envied by others. After a few exclamations, they continued to bury their heads in cultivation bitterly. However, after seeing the magnificent scenery on the mountain, who would be willing to go down the mountain to be a rich man or a housewife? Of course, some qi cultivators who were completely disheartened would go down the mountain. There were also some who were doing quite well and had a good life. This was like the golden scholars and silver scholars in the secular dynasty's officialdom. Compared to the qi cultivators on the mountain who were neither high nor low, the former was indeed more comfortable. For example, after going down the mountain, they would be recruited by the imperial court. They would find a place with beautiful scenery and occupy the mountain as a king. Or, they would be guarding the house in a big city and be a guest. Of course it was not bad. However, these qi cultivators who seemed to be majestic were ultimately disappointed people. Compared to the scholars who did not pass the imperial examinations and lived in seclusion in the mountains, they were not much better. Chen Shui chewed the Juluzu orange softly and was slightly distracted. Her bearing was not inferior to that of the ladies from the scholarly families. She was not like her younger sister Qiu Shi, who was happy and felt that it would be a waste not to eat. Only fools would not take advantage of the benefits. Chen Pingan was the first to finish eating. He noticed that Qiu Shi was staring at the orange peel on the table. He asked, "Orange peel is still useful?" Qiu Shi answered casually, "Young Master Chen, when you are cooking, tear a few pieces of orange peel and throw them in. It smells really good." Chen Pingan's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, "I like this. My culinary skills are really not bad." When he was traveling to the Great Sui Kingdom, he could not cook without rice. Otherwise, Li Baoping and the rest would not be thinking about the old assistant minister's family banquet all day long. Even when they were drinking fish soup, they were listless. Qin Pingan smiled as he grabbed 2 oranges and passed them to Chen Shui and Qiu Shi. You two eat the oranges. Remember to leave the orange peel for me. Chen Shui and Qiu Shi looked at each other. They did not understand the cause and effect of this. Could it be that this young man who was holding the Kuan ship's heavenly jade pendant was so lazy that he liked to cook personally? The Confucian sages taught that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. Did he not care about this? Qin Pingan did not care about how others looked at him. He kept the 3 sets of orange peel and put it in his sleeve. He did not dare to keep it in his square-inch space. Then he urged the sisters to eat quickly. Since the guest was so not particular, even Chen Shui did not feel any burden when eating the oranges, not to mention her sister Qiu Shi who was used to being carefree. Qin Pingan smiled slightly. Chen Shui suddenly felt warm in her heart. So this was the case. So this was a young man who warmed people's hearts with the spring breeze. In the end, Qin Pingan put the orange peel into his sleeve and went to sleep in the bedroom. The 2 maidservants rested in the side room of the study room. As long as Qin Pingan rang the silver bell at the bedside, they would be immediately summoned. Moreover, the string of bells was not an ordinary thing. If filthy and evil wind leaked into the room, the bells would ring by themselves. Qin Pingan took off the sword case that contained the demon-vanquishing sword and placed it against the wall of the bed. He lay straight on the bed that was so comfortable that he was not used to it. However, one of his palms was still on the sword case. Then he began to consciously slow down his breathing, using the breathing method taught by Old Yang. In fact, the 2 flying swords in the blade-strengthening gourd, Chu Yi and 15, had already been enlightened and gained intelligence. Even if Qin Pingan slept like a log, they did not need sleep and could defend themselves in a dangerous situation. However, Qin Pingan still did not dare to sleep too deeply. Just like that, Qin Pingan slept until dawn. When Susukino tiptoed out of bed and got dressed, she gently opened the door on her side. Qin Pingan immediately opened his eyes. Because Qin Pingan had long discovered that there was a slight difference between Chen Shui and Qiu Shi's footsteps. When outside, no matter how careful one was, it was not excessive. The maidservant Chen Shui did not knock on the door to wake Qin Pingan up. Instead, she cleaned the room in an orderly manner outside. It was not until Qiu Shi woke up and the sound of footsteps that Qin Pingan stopped the sword furnace and put on his straw sandals. When he got out of bed and walked a few steps, he silently returned to the side of the bed and slightly increased the strength of his footsteps as he walked towards the door. After opening the door, Chen Shui, who had changed her clothes today, bowed her head. When she turned her body slightly, the clothes became more and more fitted to her plump figure. Qin Pingan was stunned and immediately blushed. Fortunately, his skin was dark and it was not too obvious. It was not that he had any thoughts, but he felt that Chen Shui's clothes were indeed beautiful. It seemed to be called brocade, but it showed off her figure too much. At this moment, Qin Pingan secretly made up his mind. If he were to find a wife in the future, he would not wear this when he went out. It would be too disadvantageous for him. Chen Shui asked Qiu Shi to go to the kitchen and bring over the food box. It was time for breakfast. She then asked Qin Pingan if he wanted to go out for a walk today. She also introduced some of the places to play on the ferry. On the back of the Kuan fish, there was a rouge flower field that almost every cross-continent ferry in the world would have. She intentionally or unintentionally skipped over it. In addition, there were all kinds of shops, restaurants, gambling dens, weapon shops and courier stations for flying swords. There were all kinds of things, and it could be said that although a sparrow was small, it had all the essentials. When Qin Pingan heard this, he was speechless. It was not the least bit worse than his hometown. The 3 of them ate a sumptuous breakfast together. Qin Pingan still did not intend to go out for a walk. He felt that he could stay in the study room and read after practicing his boxing. Chen Shui and Qiu Shi certainly did not have any objections to this, but Qiu Shi still felt a little regretful. In fact, if the guests in the room shopped on the Kuan boat, they would be rewarded. In the history of the Kuan boat trade in the mountain, there was a shocking and astonishing act. There was a maidservant who became rich overnight because of this. The guest she took care of at that time was only staying in the last guest room, but she still did her best and was meticulous and considerate without any neglect. In the end, she did not expect that the inconspicuous young man was actually the only son of a top celestial family. The day before he was about to leave the boat, he took the maidservant and passed by a shop. He did not even enter the door, and just like that, he bought all the goods in the first-class Kuan boat in one breath without even blinking his eyes. Just by sharing the profit, it was already an astronomical amount of wealth. This was probably the saying that life was impermanent, but there were green mountains everywhere. Qin Pingan lived such a boring life. Shui was still the same as before, but Shi was a little bored. That young master was really boring. Every day he would either walk back and forth in a strange boxing posture on the observation deck. It was light and slow and there was no momentum at all. It made her feel sleepy just looking at it. Or he would stand there and look at the sea of clouds in the distance, or at the sunrise and sunset, motionless. He could stand there for 2 hours without moving. At most, he would read and practice his calligraphy in the study room. In the beginning, Shi would help him grind the calligraphy. However, after looking at Qin Pingan's monotonous handwriting for a long time, she really did not have any interest. On the other hand, her sister, Shui, always stood beside the young man. Occasionally she would sit not far away from the desk when her legs were sore. Shi had even secretly laughed at her sister for this. This was called, "The red sleeve adds fragrance to the hand grinding the calligraphy." If this was in the novel of the scholar and the beauty, after a while, the two of them would fall in love and roll up together. Shui was so angry that she laughed and pinched her sister. Every day when Qin Pingan was eating, he would ask which empire the Kuan ship was above. He would also ask Shui and Shi to introduce the customs of those empires. After their detailed explanation, he knew that although the Aquarius continent was the smallest continent in the vast world, it still made Qin Pingan feel that there were many countries. Just the surname of the emperor was enough to cover all the surnames in the 100 surnames. And the southern stream country was located in the center of the Aquarius continent. It was not far from the Lake Viewing Academy of the 72 Confucian Academies. Speaking of the Confucian Academies and Academies, Qin Pingan curiously asked why the Aquarius continent and the Cliff Academy only had 2. Shi held onto his stomach and laughed out loud. He was extremely happy. His other hand pointed at the ignorant young lad and said, "Because your Aquarius continent is truly too small, our Julu continent has 6 continents, not to mention the vast central plains." Shui secretly stared at her sister. Shi could not help but laugh. Young Master Chen's question is really funny. Qin Pingan sat behind the desk and scratched his head. So the vast world was so big. On this day, Qin Pingan was walking on the observation platform. He looked at the clouds aimlessly. Suddenly he saw the young Taoist with the wooden sword on his back. Shui came beside Qin Pingan and followed his gaze. She said gently, "Looking at the style of the Taoist robe, it should be the Taoist of the ancestral court's Dragon Tiger Mountain in the Central Plains. But the Taoist on the other side of the fence must be an outer disciple. Otherwise he would not be dressed like this." Shui wanted to say, "Otherwise he would not be so shabby." But when the words came to her mouth she could not say it. After spending more than 10 years together, the esteemed guest of the heavenly room, young Master Qin, was actually quite shabby. And Shui was sure that the young man came from a poor background. He was not the kind of person who traveled the world incognito. The aura of wealth needed to be influenced by what one saw and heard. Furthermore, the young man had never pretended to be rich. Towards this precocious servant girl, she did not show it on her face. But deep in her heart, there was an indescribable sense of loss. She continued to smile and said, "There is a popular saying that has spread throughout the vast world. There is no exception in the mountains. Wherever there is a demon, there will be Master Zhang of the peach tree." Qin Pingan nodded. Unknowingly, the shabby Taoist with the peach tree sword on his back turned his head and looked over. Looking at the scenery above, the young Taoist with meager cultivation could vaguely see the young man with the wooden sword and the beautiful servant girl beside him. He was a little dazed. Poor hungry. 210. Qin Pingan had the title of a distinguished guest, but he was not a noble or delicate person. Therefore he did not need the 2 maidservants to serve him. Shi put her mind outside and was like a well-informed messenger every day. She talked about the interesting things that happened on the Kuan ship recently. As for whether Qin Pingan liked to listen to her, she did not care. Anyway, this shabby young man from Dali was easy to talk to. The young girl chattered non-stop. She said that there was someone at the gambling house who gambled on stones and won a rare jade that contained a rare chalcedony. After it was cut out, it shone brightly and was worth at least 30,000 snowflake jades. He was rich. At pockmarked Lu's weapon shop, there were 2 groups of rich people who were willing to spend a lot of money. They took a fancy to the same spiritual weapon. Because they were angry, they competed and the price kept rising. In the end, there was a guy who boarded the ship from Dali's Wudong Mountain Ferry. He was even more extravagant. A sky piercer that was originally priced at 8,000 snowflake jades cost almost 20,000 snowflake jades. This made the young girl envious and distressed. Who would spend money so extravagantly? Did he really think that money came from the wind? There was also someone who was drunk at Apricot Blossom Lane. He cried loudly and shouted the name of a lady at the top of his lungs. He made a lot of noise in the nearby customers. In the end, he was dragged away by the manager of Apricot Blossom Lane and was given a solid beating. In the end, he went there again the next day. He did not dare to make a fuss. He just squatted on the street outside Apricot Blossom Lane and ate a dry biscuit. He looked at the pavilion of the lady he liked with snot and tears. It was a young cultivator of the fourth realm. It turned out that he spent a lot of money and took a fancy to a beautiful lady who was like a white lotus flower. For the past 2 months he spent his time with her. This was nothing. It was rumored that the cultivator was infatuated and had not touched the lady's hand until now. He was really a gentleman. When Qiushi talked about this, she talked non-stop and exaggerated. She was more interesting than a storyteller. However, Qin Pingan only heard about it and did not care. Qin Pingan's interest was not on the boat but on the ground. One day in the twilight, in addition to the fact that the Kuan ship had encountered a strong gale and had to lower the altitude of the ship, Qin Pingan discovered that on a piece of land, there was a blazing fire and smoke rising from all directions. Pillars of smoke floated in the air like saplings in a field, twisting and turning. Chun Shui knew a lot of inside information about the Aquarius continent. She had looked at the geographical map in the study room and quickly got the answer. It was a bloody battle that involved the fate of both countries. The two dynasties that had been at odds with each other for generations, after a long war that lasted for hundreds of years, finally staked everything on one throw. They mobilized the entire power of the country and a large number of Qi refinement warriors. After this battle, both sides would definitely suffer heavy losses. As a result, in the entire northern region of the Aquarius continent with Lakeview Academy as the boundary, apart from the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family, there were fewer and fewer dynasties that could go up against the Song clan. Chun Shui looked at the land that was in misery and suffering and sighed softly. If the battle was tragic, there might be another ancient battlefield in the Aquarius continent. After a few decades, when the atmosphere stabilizes, there should be sages from the Martial Mountain or the Wind Snow Temple guarding it. It would become a brand new military territory. Qin Pingan looked at the ground that lit up from time to time. During this period, even from the observation deck, there were fingernail-sized gold and silver armored soldiers that were fighting with the giant beasts that came out from the ground. Qin Pingan guessed that it should be Qi refinement warriors with supernatural powers that were fighting with each other. Other than that, there were many scenes that made Qin Pingan feel that his mind was blank. A group of red-crowned cranes cried and slowly rose, emerging from the sea of clouds. They flapped their wings and flew higher into the sea of clouds, like a moving picture scroll. There were wild geese flying in formation to the south. There was also a rolling cloud pillar with lightning and thunder. Qi refinement warriors that were flying in the air hovered outside the cloud pillar, using their unique magic items to absorb the lightning and kept it in their bags. There were also great Qi refinement warriors that were riding on Qinghuan. Their speed was much faster than the Kuan ship. In a flash, they disappeared, and their bodies were surrounded by precious light. Qin Pingan heard that the Kuan ship had a letter shop that specialized in transmitting messages through flying swords. Its function was similar to a relay station in the mortal world. Therefore he wrote 2 letters and asked Qiushi to deliver them. As there were no secrets in the letters, the most important thing was to inform the person that he was safe and sound. He also mentioned some strange things that he heard from Qiushi. It did not matter even if it was seen by others. However, the price of the letter shop was too expensive. A letter sent to Longquan County in Dali would cost 10 copper coins that were specially used by the immortals on the mountain. A letter sent to Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom would cost 20 copper coins. Qin Pingan was so scared that he had to give up the idea of sending a letter to each person. The recipient of the letter in Dali was Wei Pai. The recipient of the letter in the Great Sui Kingdom was Li Baoping. The recipient of the letter in the Great Sui Kingdom was Li Baoping. Qin Pingan stood on the observation deck. Under Chuan Shui's guidance, he discovered that there was a small building near the fence. From time to time, there would be flashes of light that were hard to detect. Chun Shui smiled and explained patiently, "Mice have their own paths. It is the same for flying swords to transmit messages. At a certain level in the sky, it is the most suitable for flying swords to travel long distances. The resistance is minimal. Therefore there are Qi cultivators who take this as their foundation. At this height, they diligently open up a special passage. After the flying swords in the world fly to the sky, they will all go to this winding path. As long as one is a disciple of a bigger sect, they will all know this rule. Therefore once they travel with the wind they will take the initiative to avoid it. Qiushi had just returned to the study room. She leaned against the door's sill and giggled. It is not that there are no silly unorthodox chi cultivators who have just learned how to fly in the sky with great difficulty. Just when they are thinking of flying freely in the vast sky, they end up with a bloody nose and a swollen face. They are considered lucky. If they are unlucky, their eyeballs and necks will be pierced. They will fall from a high altitude and die on the spot, turning into a pile of mud. How pitiful. Qin Pingan asked a very layman's question. Is there no one in the world who is so free as to intercept the flying swords? Qiushi nodded and said, of course there is. There are many chi cultivators who are not clear-headed. However, this winding path of flying swords is commonly known as the cloud pattern path. There are cloud pattern cultivators who specially keep an eye on this area, hoping to rely on this to make a fortune. They can't wait for fools to cut the path and steal the swords. A few flying swords are not worth much, but once they catch the thief they can forcefully ask for a huge sum of compensation. If the thief is a pauper they can ask for the compensation from the secular dynasty that he is from. If he is an unorthodox cultivator who has not been recorded in the archives and is penniless, then there is no other way but to admit defeat. Anyway, the loss is not great. Speaking of this, Qiushi looked envious and said, the chi cultivators who are in charge of the cloud pattern path are all very fat. Every time these fellows board a ship for a long journey, at the very least, they will stay in a medium-sized house. Chen Shui said gently, actually, the immortal clans that have been passed down for thousands of years usually do not use flying swords to send messages. There are many mysterious secret techniques in the world that can allow people to chat as if they are face to face. For example, if you use a technique to rub a pair of mother and son elm coins and then open your mouth to speak, the other elm coin placed elsewhere will automatically vibrate and make a sound. The other party will then be able to hear you. Qin Pingan clicked his tongue in wonder. Qiushi looked at Qin Pingan, who had a serious expression and was listening attentively. She thought to herself, how did this pauper manage to get acquainted with Dali's Beiyue god? How big of a pile of dog poop did he have to step on for this to happen? Fortunately, Qin Pingan was poor. He was short-sighted and would ask more questions. He would never puff himself up at his own cost. On the contrary, this made the innocent Qiushi feel that this was very good. If he did not have money and still liked to flaunt his wealth, then he would be pitiful and annoying. After chatting for a long time, the two sisters would inevitably mention their hometown, the North Continent. The North Continent had many swordsmen, and there was no other swordsman. Swordsmen had great killing power, so naturally, there were many people who were domineering. To give a simple example, the Pasua continent was located in the south, and the Aquarius continent was located in the south. Hence, they were commonly known as the South Pasua or the East Aquarius continent. The North Continent was clearly the northeast of the vast world, but it still called itself the North Continent. This made the Jadeite continent, which was located in the north, could only be called the Jadeite continent. Even Chen Shui, who had a graceful temperament, would be slightly arrogant when talking about the Julu continent. It was just that she didn't notice it herself. Qiushi was even more so. She liked to talk about how our North Continent was, and how your Aquarius continent was not. When she talked about this, the girl's eyes lit up and she was in high spirits. She was like a proud little oriole. Then one day Qin Pingan finally prepared to leave the heavenly room. This made Chen Shui overjoyed. Qiushi was so happy that she jumped up and down. She kept calling him young Master Qin and bowed to him to express her gratitude. This made Qin Pingan feel guilty. Qiushi sent a big news. Tonight, at the bow of the Kuan boat, there would be a flower and bird banner that had been passed down for generations. It would allow one to see the scene from 10,000 miles away. Qin Pingan was not too surprised about this because on that snowy night, the green-clothed little boy had brought out a bowl of water. In the water screen he could clearly see Fairy Sujia's figure riding on her sword. Qin Pingan did not go to broaden his horizons. He had no choice. Because the people and things that the flower and bird banner was going to show were all related to Qin Pingan. Xingyang Mountain and Wind Thunder Garden were going to have a life-and-death battle. This news came suddenly without any warning, causing the entire Aquarius continent to be caught off guard. And even if it was just a few words that spread to the north and south of the continent, it was enough to send chills down people's spines. The two Aquarius continent's top sword cultivator sects, 3 generations of sword cultivators, each sent out a person to fight. For the younger generation there would only be victory and defeat, not life and death. For the middle generation there would be victory and defeat and also life and death. Everything depended on the intentions of the two sides. But who did not know that in Aquarius continent, once the two sects met outside the mountain gate, there would be a possibility of them fighting to the death. At this crucial moment that involved the honor of the mountain gate, with Xingyang Mountain and Wind Thunder Garden's temperament, they would most likely fight to the death. And the two oldest ancestors of the two sects would only fight to the death, killing intense sword. It was as though before the sword was drawn, the spectators could already smell the thick stench of blood. And Xingyang Mountain's younger generation sword cultivator was Fairy Su Jia, a cultivation genius who possessed a high-grade blade-strengthening gourd. On the Wind Thunder Garden's side, there was a direct disciple of the Garden Lord. He was not famous and could be said to be a nobody. He was not even as famous as his junior brother Lu Baqiao. But how could Wind Thunder Garden treat this battle as a game? Qin Pingan led them downstairs to the bow of the ferry. The long painting of flowers and birds passed down by the ancestors of Daodiao Mountain had various vivid and lifelike colored birds flying around on the painting. They would even let out a variety of clear and ethereal sounds. When the painting was fully stretched out and hung high above the bow of the ferry, it was 50 to 60 feet long and 20 feet wide. It looked extremely huge up close. But if one stayed in a room in a tall building and looked at it from afar, even though there were many Qi refinement warriors on the ferry, they would still be able to see it clearly and would still feel unsatisfied. Moreover, the sword of a sword cultivator was as fast as thunder, as subtle as hair, and as powerful as thunder. The subtle will and Qi contained in swordsmanship was fleeting. Of course, it was best to observe it from a close distance. Therefore, the seats were divided into 3 classes. In the first row of seats, not only were there fruits and snacks prepared, but there were also beautiful maidservants whom the fairy had spent a lot of money to train and nurture, as well as a few popular courtesans of Apricot Blossom Lane. As for whether the 3 groups of people were willing to accept the kindness, it was hard to say. After that, there were guests like Qin Pingan who stayed in the sky room. If he was in a good mood, he could bring along the maidservants in the room. Naturally, there was no problem for him to go alone, as they were not allowed to use spells and supernatural powers without permission, and it was too unreasonable to be suspended in the air. Everyone wanted to occupy a higher vantage point and it would be more chaotic. They might even cause trouble. Therefore, the fairy strictly forbade the guests from flying in the air. There was no room for discussion. Therefore, most of the people carried chairs and stools. In fact, it was no different from the people in the market who came to watch the temple fair. Chun Shui and Qiushi were young, but they were familiar with this. With the help of the consul, they reached their seats without any obstructions. The seats were excellent. This caused the young man in straw sandals to attract a lot of curious gazes. Could it be that he was a direct descendant of a rich family with a bad temper and liked to pretend to be poor? Otherwise, if he wore a pair of straw sandals, were he going to do weeds or plant rice in the fields? There were 3 red sandalwood chairs, and between the chairs was a table. On the table was a small plate of tea called bitter sparrow tongue. It was a famous specialty of the Jiulu continent. There was no need to boil the tea with spring water, and the tea leaves could be chewed raw. When it entered the mouth, it was slightly astringent and gradually became bitter. After about half an hour it changed completely. It was sweet and clear and far surpassed the tea. Therefore it was jokingly called half an incense tea. The curtains of the battle had not been drawn, and the 3 of them had nothing to do. Thus, Chun Shui explained to Qin Pingan, who was chewing the tea leaves. It turned out that this tea could clear the liver and improve the eyesight. It was the favorite of the rich families in the 3 continents. Scholars who did not lack money liked to gift this kind of spiritual tea to each other. Therefore, in some dynasties and countries that worshiped tea, this tea promoted a trend of elegant bribery. It was not just a few taels of bitter sparrow tongue but a big box of gifts. When officials were demoted or friends sent off, they would sell everything they had to gather some bitter sparrow tongue. It was a beautiful meaning of, after suffering comes happiness. Other than that, there were all kinds of exquisite pastries and spiritual fruits. The price was not cheap, but compared to the bitter sparrow tongue, which was hard to get. The connection between the top and bottom of the mountain was much closer than Qin Pingan had imagined. There might be a natural chasm between the two, but there were bridges built on top of it. All kinds of gifts demanded reciprocation, and among them were huge profits. Qin Pingan listened attentively to Chun Shui's words while observing his surroundings quietly. The most important thing was that the 3 groups of guests in front of him were, without a doubt, the rich immortals on the mountain. The fairy came from the Jiulu continent. Although there was a possibility of traveling back and forth business, most of them were natives of the Jiulu continent. This was because almost all the children were the same. It was just that their long swords were replaced with short swords. However, regardless of whether it was a woman or a child, as long as it was a sword, it was not flashy. There were almost no superfluous decorations. The scabbard was not inlaid with rare treasures, and there was no gorgeous sword tassel. In front of Qin Pingan was a big family. An extremely tall woman sat on the main seat. Her cheekbones were high and she was definitely not a beauty. However, she had a domineering aura. She habitually pursed her lips and liked to squint her eyes when she looked at people. Beside her was a courteous and elegant man who ran errands. He had a dignified appearance and his face was like jade. However, as long as he spoke to the woman, his face would be full of smiles and his back would be bent. He did not look like the head of the family. If it were not for the fact that the seat under his buttocks could not be deceived, he would look more like a playboy secretly kept by a licentious lady. In his arms was a child of 4 or 5 years old. His appearance was like that of a man and he was very likable. However, his bearing was completely like that of the woman, which was not so cute. There was an old woman with white hair and wrinkled skin. She was the family's teaching nanny. Beside her was a pretty maid. Her temperament was exactly the same as the old woman's, very cold. There was also a tall and muscular middle-aged man who sat on the chair to the left of the woman. Occasionally he would turn his head and look at the courteous man. A hint of sarcasm seeped out from the corner of his mouth. If he looked at him, not only would the man not hide his contempt, he would openly pull the corner of his mouth open. As for the man who was the head of the family, he actually took the initiative to nod his head and smile. Qin Pingan took the opportunity to admire the painting, to take in all the details. Qiushi could not help but stare blankly for a few more times. Soon his arm was pinched by Qiushi. Unexpectedly, the tall man leaned back and turned his head. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Qiushi was so scared that he quickly lowered his head and did not even dare to breathe. After the man turned his head back, Qiushi was so angry that she stepped on Qiushi's foot. The latter was in so much pain that he drew in a breath of cold air. He looked at his sister with a face full of resentment. On the far left, an old man in a scholarly robe sat alone. He wore an old mink hat on his head. He took off his boots and sat cross-legged on the wide chair. It was somewhat comical. On the right, there were 2 young sword cultivators, one male and one female. They did not look very old. They were in their early 20s. As for their real age, it was hard to tell. The young man held his sword horizontally across his knees and gently patted the scabbard. Other than the long sword hanging from the woman's waist, there was no pearl hairpin in her hair bun. It was actually a small sword without an edge. It was just that the small sword's hilt hung a snow-white bead the size of a soybean. It was shining brightly and righteously. Wasn't this clearly announcing to the world that he had a unique treasure on him? Perhaps this was the boldness of a skilled person. Qin Pingan could only explain it in this way. In short, none of the 3 groups of people who occupied the best positions at the front looked like they were to be trifled with. Qin Pingan took a deep breath and held his breath. He stared at the picture scroll without blinking. Xinjiang Mountain moving ape guardian. One of his enemies. And it was the kind of enemy that he had to take revenge on. Wind Thunder Garden's Lu Baqiao could be considered an old acquaintance. He seemed to have fallen in love with Xinjiang Mountain's fairy, Su Jia. At that time, Miss Ning even asked a question that made Lu Baqiao very embarrassed. Qin Pingan sat on the chair and suddenly thought of something. He asked Qiushi and Qiushi to eat the bitter sparrow tongue tea leaves. But this time even Qiushi shook his head vigorously. Qiushi secretly pointed at the Kuan ship's deacon who was standing at the periphery in front. Qin Pingan understood and asked, "Can I take some back? Or can I only sit here and eat the tea?" Qiushi blushed and said timidly, "Young master, you can take it away, but it seems that no one has done so before." Qin Pingan grinned and generously grabbed a few grams of tea leaves and put them into his sleeve pocket. He slightly emphasized his voice, "Such good tea leaves. In the future when I return to my room, I will chew it carefully and eat it properly." Qin Pingan quietly waited for the arrival of the great battle. But at this moment in his heart lake, there was a soft voice that he was not familiar with. It called out to him, "Qin Pingan?" Qin Pingan subconsciously wanted to look around, but he quickly restrained this impulse. With his excellent memory, he quickly thought of a person. Back then, when he saw her for the first time at the back of the Green Ox in his hometown, Qin Pingan felt that she and a companion beside her were like a pair of immortals who walked out of a painting together. They were a perfect match. She should be called He Xiaoyang. It was said that she was a famous Taoist fairy in the Divine Grandeur sect. She was also the fairy that the little boy in green admired the most. He liked her even more than Su Jia. He once said that if he had the chance to touch He Xiaoyang's hand, he would not hesitate to shorten his life by 100 years. The voice continued to softly sound in Qin Pingan's heart. Can you come back now? I have something to discuss with you. Usually there are many people around, so I can only take this opportunity to talk to you. Qin Pingan weighed the pros and cons. He glanced at the red wine gourd at his waist and said in his heart, okay. Qin Pingan got up and told Chen Shui that he had to go back to his room. He would be back soon. Chen Shui wanted to help lead the way, but Qin Pingan smiled and said that it was not necessary. It was such a short distance, how could he go wrong? Qin Pingan took the key from her and silently left the crowd. There was a sea of people on the benches and chairs. At the end there was a down-and-out Taoist priest with a peachwood sword on his back. He really did not have the strength to fight for the territory. Moreover, he had a shy character that stood aloof from worldly affairs. He stood at the end of the crowd and was helpless. He also held a stool in his hand, but he found that the long benches and chairs were full of spectators. Some of them even had children riding on their shoulders. Even if he stood on the stool, how could he see the scene of the painting? He was only in the third state and was far from reaching the middle 5 states. The Kuan ship crossed the continents from the Jelu continent to the south. The journey was long and it was difficult to even get off the ship. Only the Qi cultivators of the cave state in the middle 5 states could barely start to ride the wind. If one wanted to jump off the Kuan ship and ride the wind to land freely, even the average sea-viewing state would not be able to do so. Only the great cultivators of the 8th state, the Dragon Gate state, could not be restrained by the heaven and earth and could ride the wind in the true sense. The reason why he was so poor on this trip to the south was that there was a little accident. Firstly, he was hot-headed and bought 2 talisman that was very expensive to him. Secondly, he relied on the dangerous battle to kill demons and demons to get a pearl. He wanted to sell it at a fair price. He did not expect that on the Kuan boat the shop was willing to buy it, but the price was too low. The young Taoist priest originally wanted to rely on this income to get through the difficulties. If there was a little surplus, he might be able to live in a middle-class room. Man proposes but God disposes. A hero can't be killed by a copper coin. Moreover, he was not even a hero. He was just a pitiful person who wanted to kill demons, but things did not go as he wished. The real celestial master Zhang would not accept money and agree to go catch demons. However, he caused a well-off family to fall to the point where the family was ruined. The 2 surviving children of that family were simple and ignorant. They did not blame him for his lack of ability. However, the young Taoist priest would blame himself. At the thought of this, the young Taoist priest, whose eyes were slightly red, put down the stool and sat there. He placed his hands on his knees and carried a peachwood sword on his back. The young man was a little lost. He suddenly felt that he had given up the imperial examination and focused on seeking the Tao. In the end, he apprenticed himself to a master and rushed down the mountain excitedly to get rid of demons. Was he wrong from the beginning? Thinking of the real sadness, the young Taoist priest who felt guilty raised his hand and clenched his fist to beat his chest gently. It seemed that only by doing so could he feel better. Then he suddenly found a hand in front of him. On the hand was a delicate jade pendant engraved with the word heaven. He looked up and saw a young man with a dark complexion. The young man smiled and said, I live in the room with the word heaven. If you really want to go in and look at the picture scroll, I can lend it to you. When you reach the 2nd row, just find the girl's name Chen Shui Qiushi. Just say, you are Qin Pingan's friend. They can easily recognize you because you are sisters and look very similar. The young Taoist priest opened his mouth and stood there stupidly without saying a word. Qin Pingan stuffed the jade pendant into his arms and turned to trot away. He turned his head and said with a smile, remember to return it to me after you sit down over there. Qin Pingan thought as he ran. This young Taoist priest was too stubborn. He just couldn't see the picture of flowers and birds clearly. Why was he so sad? Qin Pingan, who happened to pass by earlier, was stunned. A big man like him actually wiped his tears. Could it be that he was like Lu Baqiao and the little boy in green, also an admirer of Fairy Sujia? But these were not the real reasons why Qin Pingan handed over the jade pendant. Qin Pingan only remembered when he was 5 years old. On that winter evening, he walked over and over again in the clay bottle alley where the doors of every house were closed. He also secretly cried. Anyway, everyone was on the ferry. This Taoist priest who looked poorer than him could not run away. Moreover, even if he really lost a jade pendant, he could temporarily put it on Wei Pai's account. He could return the money to Wei Pai next time. He believed that Taoist priest Ji Shan would not mind giving him a little more since he had already done him a big favor. In the worst case Chin Pingan had money in the 15-square-inch object. In the study of Chin Pingan's temporary residence, there was a young female Taoist priest in a loose Taoist robe. She sat behind the table and gently turned the pages of paper full of regular script. Her face was extremely beautiful. The Taoist priest held her cheek with one hand and turned the paper with the other hand. Her posture was languid. At this time, the woman might be the one who moved Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple the most. She could make the youngest sword immortal in the Aquarius continent drink a pot of good wine and a pot of strong wine, but he still could not get rid of his sorrow. He drowned his sorrows with wine and became more sorrowful. He was a sword immortal who had traveled all over Jianghu and seen all the mountains and rivers. 211. The young Taoist was sweating profusely as he held the jade pendant and squeezed into the crowd. Along the way he attracted a lot of abuse. When a deacon standing near the heaven room noticed the young Taoist, he walked over with a straight face. Just as he was about to scold him, he saw the young Taoist open his hand and reveal the exquisite jade pendant of the heaven room B. The deacon immediately showed a pleasant expression and asked in a low voice, "Are you the guest of the heaven room B?" After half a month, the deacon had a rough understanding of the appearance of the guest of the heaven room on the Kuan boat. That was why the deacon asked. The young Taoist plucked up his courage and said, "I am Zhang Shan, currently traveling the world to gain experience. Although I am a distant branch of the Zhang family of Mount Longhu, I have yet to be officially recorded as a Taoist certificate of the lower sect of Mount Longhu and the Qing Ci sect of the Jiulu continent. I am friends with Chen Pingan who lives in room B. I came late because of something. I am going to look for the two ladies Chen Shui and Qiushi." After saying that, the young Taoist felt a little regretful. He felt that he was too impulsive and rude. He should not have accepted the jade pendant without knowing what was good for him. The young Taoist was meticulous and reserved. When he thought about problems he liked to go into a dead end. For a moment he was a little dazed. He felt that he was like this in everything. When he learned martial arts he was hot-blooded. When he killed demons he was swayed by his emotions. Now he was still like this. When the young Taoist with the peachwood sword was feeling regretful and fearful, the deacon was relieved and smiled even more. He turned to the side and stretched out his hand, indicating that the young Taoist could go forward. The middle-aged deacon said respectfully, "Please follow me, Immortal Master Zhang." After that, they walked near the seats and listened to the situation. Chen Shui took the initiative to give up her chair and Deshang added a red sandalwood chair. When the young Taoist sat down he felt like he was dreaming. As the graceful servant girl had just left the chair, there was still some residual warmth left after he sat down. This made the young Taoist uneasy. He was thin-skinned and blushed a little. He quickly moved his butt and only dared to sit on the edge of the chair. It was as if he did not do so, it would be blasphemous to the girl. When Qiushi saw this scene he found it funny. Although Qiushi felt it strange that Chen Pingan had something to do with this down-and-out Taoist priest, she didn't show it on her face. She sat on the newly added chair beside the young Taoist priest. As a maidservant who came from a big immortal sect, she had learned how to observe people's expressions. If Qiushi could see it, Qiushi certainly wouldn't miss it. She slightly pursed her lips. For no reason, she compared this Taoist priest at the edge of Mount Longhu, whom she had seen many times on the observation platform, with her guest, Chen Pingan. They were both born poor and traveled far away by boat. It was also their first time seeing the big world. The younger Chen Pingan was obviously much calmer and wouldn't be so uneasy. The young Taoist priest felt uneasy and suddenly remembered something. He quickly turned around and handed over the jade pendant. "Miss, this is Chen Pingan's jade pendant. I'll return it to you." Qiushi didn't take the jade pendant without permission. She gently said, "Young Master Chen will be back soon. I'll have to trouble Immortal Master Zhang to return it yourself." Being stared at by a pair of rippling eyes at such a close distance, the Taoist priest blushed abnormally again. He sheepishly withdrew his hand. He didn't have the demeanor of an immortal master at all. The young Taoist was abnormally thirsty. Unfortunately he only saw a plate of tea leaves and no tea. He was too embarrassed to ask for tea so he could only hold it in. Qiushi, who had always found this young Taoist priest amusing, grabbed a piece of bitter sparrow tongue herbal tea and put it into her mouth. She mischievously said, "Immortal Master Zhang, this is how tea leaves should be eaten. There's no need to trouble yourself with a stove." Qiushi was a little helpless, but she couldn't scold her sister for being rude and impetuous. However, she knew very well that if he was a narrow-minded and extreme person, he would hold a grudge. Fortunately, the young Taoist had a gentle personality. He only blushed and stretched out his 2 fingers to pick up 2 pieces of tea leaves. He put it into his mouth and gently chewed. Then the young Taoist priest's expression became unusually interesting. It was like a child eating a sour orange or Chinese gold thread for the first time. He couldn't wait to tremble a few times. Qiu Shi covered her mouth and laughed. It was too interesting to tease this young Taoist priest. Qiu Shi was a little puzzled. The young Taoist inadvertently revealed a detail. Using 2 fingers to pick up an object, the index finger was below and the middle finger was above. This was obviously the action of playing chess all year round. That's why it was so natural and unnoticeable. If it was a low-level qi cultivator from a poor family, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to look at the chessboard. After all, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were all matters of the rich. Even if he became a mountain dweller, playing chess required the most concentration. Moreover, it was unfathomable. A qi cultivator who played the 5 realms, unless he liked it since young, would not be distracted to learn chess. Was it more important to cultivate one's mind? Or was it more important to increase one's cultivation level? Qiu Shi was enlightened. She felt that this was the most interesting part. Qin Pingan, who lived in the heaven room, was a young man from the streets. However, he could stand on the observation deck every day, practicing his martial arts and watching the sea of clouds. As for this shy young Taoist, he was most likely a member of a noble family who had been in a scholarly family for many years. His status in the secular world wasn't too bad. However, it was a pity that on the mountain where immortals gathered, it was completely insufficient. In the end, he could only take a walk on the deck of the Kuan boat. Qiu Shi inadvertently saw the child who was in the arms of the timid man in the front row. He turned his head and smiled at her. Qiu Shi politely returned a smile. She thought that the first major test in the world should be reincarnation, right? The child was thinking that such a beautiful young lady should be brought back home to be his personal maid. When his hands were cold in winter, he could let her warm them. The child who looked like his father tugged at the woman's sleeve. Although the woman was usually arrogant, she was extremely doting on the child. She smiled and lowered her head. The child softly said his thoughts. The woman turned her head and looked at Qiu Shi behind her. Her eyes were indifferent. Then she smiled at her son and said, "Her aptitude is too poor. She can't even think about the middle 5 realms. Even if we give her more treasures, it's still a delusion. It's okay. When we get off the boat at Old Dragon City, Mother will find you a girl in the Immortals' Cave realm to be your maid." The woman said that she wanted a girl in the middle 5 realms to be her maid. Not only did the child believe her, no one around him felt that it was absurd. The woman didn't hide her words. Qiu Shi's face turned pale. There was no hope for her to enter the middle 5 realms. This made her feel hopeless. The woman suddenly turned her head again and glanced at Qiu Shi. Oh, this little girl still has some hope. However, she doesn't look easy to give birth to. She's not as jubilant as the previous one. Son, do you like her? If you like, Mother can buy her from Daodian Mountain. The child followed the woman's line of sight and looked over. He said with disgust, "She's skinny and dry. She's similar to Mother. I don't like her." The tall but skinny woman wasn't angry at all. She rubbed the child's head and laughed cheerfully. She was like a night owl howling on a branch. It was terrifying. Qiu Shi was at a loss. The elder sister Qiu Shi lowered her eyes. Her beautiful hands folded on her knees and blue veins popped out. Although he had a good impression of the Taoist nun, Qin Pingan still used his mind to contact Chui and Chu in the blade-strengthening gourd. After getting a response, he calmed down a little. Whether it was a pie or a stone falling from the sky, he had to be careful. In the past, every time Old Man Yao drank, he liked to talk about things that the disciples and apprentices liked to hear. At that time, Lu Xianyang felt impatient. The rest of the old man's disciples only felt that the drunk old man was more amiable than usual when he was scolding people with a straight face. As for what he said, they didn't care. Everyone has their own fate. The thick ones are the stone roads of Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley. Don't talk about wind and rain. Even if a knife fell from the sky, they wouldn't be afraid of not being able to walk. The thin ones are the muddy roads and small alleys. With a little rain they would be muddy. The thinner ones are a layer of paper. They would be torn if you say so. Even if God bestowed a good thing, it would become a bad thing because you couldn't hold it. Qin Pingan would sit at the furthest place every time and silently remember it in his heart. What's interesting is that Old Man Yao was usually the least willing to talk to his apprentice Qin Pingan. However, his words were the ones that Qin Pingan listened to the most and was most willing to take seriously. How rare is it for a bad person to do a good thing? How many people can wait? But when a good person does a bad thing, as long as it falls on your head, it's too late to cry. Chen Pingan didn't want this meeting to be a conspiracy. If it was a bad thing that couldn't be avoided, then he guessed that it was very likely to be the sword in the locust wood sword case on his back. Even if Wei Pai, Ruan Tong and Old Yang worked together to cover it up, there were still some clues. Chen Pingan slowly climbed up the stairs and opened the door. There was no Taoist nun in the main hall. He looked around and finally saw the woman standing by the table in the study. The beautiful Taoist nun was wearing a Taoist robe. However, she had taken off the fishtail crown that she didn't wear all year round and replaced it with a lotus crown. The Xinhua sect that she belonged to was a rather strange existence within the Taoist orthodoxy. The orthodoxy was complicated and the inheritance was chaotic. The three Taoist sects all had incense. It was a mess. He Xiaoyang put one hand on the desk and said directly, "Chen Pingan, I came to see you this time because someone asked me to. Master Lu." He almost blurted out the word teach. He Xiaoyang changed his words with a normal expression and said, "Lu Qin, the Taoist who went to Mud Bottle Alley, is now in Dragon Spring Town. It's just that it's not convenient to see you, so he asked me to come and get a prescription. Only the last one, the one with the 4 words red seal. Other than that, he also wants me to return it to you." Speaking of this, he Xiaoyang smiled slightly, "A snake gall stone. From now on, you and him are even. You go your own way and he goes his own way." He said himself, "If we have the chance to meet again in the future, we can sit down and drink a cup of peach blossoms." Chen Pingan breathed a sigh of relief and fell back into his stomach, but he also raised a breath that was stuck in his throat. It wasn't for the sword that Ruan Tong forged, but for him alone. He Xiaoyang smiled and said, "In the end, he also wanted me to tell you that from now on, take care of yourself. Remember that you must not step off the boat in Southern Stream Country." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Okay." He Xiaoyang pointed to the table in the main hall. The two sat opposite each other. He Xiaoyang thought for a while, and with a swipe of his palm, a jade seal that had been passed down to the people after the fall of a country appeared on the table. It was square and the texture was smooth and round. This was a close item, and it was even rarer than the already rare square-inch item. The young Chui Dong carried one with him. Back then, at the top of the east mountain of the Great Sui Kingdom, he took out dozens of magic weapons from it. After one night, he made the name ancestor of the Kai family. Then he Xiaoyang reached out and lifted it. Above the jade seal, there was an ancient ink stone engraved with cloud seal. Then, an ancient jade book ran out of the ancient ink stone, and finally, a small lotus leaf floated out of the ancient book. Finally, from the lotus leaf of the square-inch item, a snake gall stone rolled out. It was the one that Chen Pingan gave to He Xiaoyang to give to Lu Qin. One close item, 3 square-inch items. This was called silent flaunting of wealth. And the flaunting of wealth was done in one go. Perhaps any 10th realm chi refinement warrior in the world would have their eyeballs popped out if they saw this. At most, others would lie down to earn money, but He Xiaoyang was lying down to receive good fortune. He Xiaoyang put away the lotus leaf, the jade book, the ancient ink stone, and the jade seal, and then gently pushed the snake gall stone to Chen Pingan. Seeing that Chen Pingan did not seem to dare to accept the snake gall stone, He Xiaoyang said frankly, "Don't worry, Lu Qin won't do anything this time. Just like how he personally promised that no matter what I do or say during this meeting between you and me, he won't use his supernatural powers to spy on us. As long as he says it himself, you and I can believe it." Chen Pingan then steered 15, and a prescription floated out from it. The words Lu Qin's edict were printed on it. He Xiaoyang did not reach out to take it. Instead, he used a spell to keep it in his square-inch item, the lotus leaf. After doing this, He Xiaoyang's expression was obviously much more relaxed. He even picked up a spirit fruit called the fire pear and took a small bite. He smiled and said, "All right, the official matters are over. Next it's private matters. Chen Pingan, don't be nervous." Chen Pingan smiled bitterly and helplessly. "How can I not be nervous?" He Xiaoyang asked, "Have you heard that I've already left the Divine Grandeur sect?" Chen Pingan shook his head. He Xiaoyang said self-deprecatingly, "It seems that my skills are still too low and my reputation is still too small." He Xiaoyang smiled and was not in a hurry to speak. He ate the fire pear with relish. This item could resist the cold and make one feel comfortable. As for the spirit energy contained in one fire pear, it was not worth mentioning. It was far inferior to the evergreen orange. Therefore it was not expensive and was often a must-have item for the generals, ministers, and officials at the foot of the mountain during winter and spring. However, in the Celadon plate, there were more evergreen oranges and less fire pears. If he had not asked for the price from spring water and autumn sure, Chin Pingan would definitely think that the fire pears were more expensive because they were rare. In fact, this was the foundation of the immortal mountain. It was not stingy at all. He Xiaoyang ate the fire pear leisurely with a relaxed expression. Chin Pingan sat upright and still. He did not know what this immortal master was up to. In the eastern Aquarius continent, the Jade Maiden of a continent, He Xiaoyang, announced that she was leaving the Divine Grandeur sect. Some people said that she secretly admired the junior martial uncle who went to the central divine continent and was in charge of the Taoist scriptures of the upper sect. The young Taoist priestess finally fell in love with him. The heavenly thunder stirred up the earthly fire, and once it got out of hand she actually wanted to imitate the husband and wife, abandoning the sect's master's grace and the great Tao of immortality. He Xiaoyang left her position as the Jade Maiden. There were 3 Taoist sects in the Aquarius continent. The new Jade Maiden stood out. She was no longer the Divine Grandeur sect that had a heavenly lord, but a young Taoist nun from the Autumn Water sect. The outside world speculated that it was He Xiaoyang's actions that caused public anger in the continent's Tao orthodoxy, causing the Divine Grandeur sect to lose the Golden Boy and Jade Maiden in the same sect. He Xiaoyang's master was even more furious. He publicly announced that he wanted to clean up the sect. He almost went down the mountain to search for He Xiaoyang's whereabouts. Heavenly Lord Qizhen had a hard time stopping him. Everyone knew that He Xiaoyang's master had high hopes for her. He nurtured her wholeheartedly and almost treated her as his own daughter. This was a fact that everyone in the Divine Grandeur sect knew. Therefore, it was reasonable for the old immortal to be heartbroken. However, it was inevitable that some people would be suspicious. Wasn't He Xiaoyang supposed to be the most blessed person in the continent? How did she end up in such a situation? Could it be that she had secretly made a fortune and obtained an even greater opportunity? So much so that she could even abandon her master's sect? However, the rules in the Taoist orthodoxy were as strict as those in the Confucian Palace and the Academy. Even if He Xiaoyang went to the Divine Grandeur sect in the central region, with such a bad reputation, could he really stay by the side of the Taoist priest forever? Fortunately, the battle at Jinyang Mountain and the Wind Thunder Garden diverted attention. The vigorous fight to the death seemed to be more attractive than the complicated entanglement of love and hate. Chen Pingan saw that He Xiaoyang had eaten a whole fire pear and still didn't seem to want to speak. He had to ask in a low voice, "Immortal He, what do you want to see me for?" He Xiaoyang, whose thoughts had drifted far away, calmed down and still didn't speak. Instead, she carefully sized up Chen Pingan. Compared to the green ox back that she first met in the Pearl Cave, this young man was slightly taller and paler. There was also a trace of spirituality and brilliance between his eyebrows. As the leader of a sect, Lu Qin, the Taoist priest, had an open and honest conversation with He Xiaoyang before she went to the parasol tree to board the ship secretly. Apart from what He Xiaoyang told Chen Pingan, there were actually many inside stories that couldn't be revealed. For example, Lu Qin was sitting on a small stool in front of the stove next to the young man's ancestral home in the Mud Bottle Alley. He was a guest, but he was busy cooking. Languid young girl GQ, who was the host, was sitting in the courtyard basking in the sun. From time to time, she would turn her head to look at the kitchen and urge Lu Qin to hurry up. He Xiaoyang was sitting near Lu Qin. After knowing the true identity of this young Taoist, He Xiaoyang didn't know why, but her heart was as still as water. This made her feel strange. At that time, Lu Qin had a smug look on his face as he complained, "At that time you Qi Jingchun randomly matched a couple and threw me a huge problem. It's impolite not to reciprocate. I might as well be the matchmaker. Let's see who's better." When Lu Qin said these nonsense, his face was full of evil smiles. However, He Xiaoyang was indifferent. She was the same from inside out. This made Lu Qin feel very bored. Her personality was too similar to eldest senior brothers. It would be interesting if she was like second senior brother. However, it would definitely not be easy to get along with her. For example, the young man from the Apricot Blossom Alley, Ma Kushuan, who walked out of the small town. While waiting patiently for the rice to be cooked, Lu Qin bluntly told He Xiaoyang that the 2 snake gallstones given by Chen Pingan each belonged to him and He Xiaoyang. This was like the 2 sides of a river. The prescriptions, especially the 4 red seals of Lu Chen's edict, were a bridge. Although this was a long-term plan of Lu Chen's, it could not be said to be malicious. On the contrary, This was half of the reason why Qin Pingan's luck could turn from bad to good after he left the small town. The other half was that his natal porcelain was broken. He had attracted opportunities but missed them time and time again. He only relied on his tough life, the stubbornness he had brought from his mother's womb, or rather, his special identity as a key chess piece to forcefully endure until the situation was settled. He waited for some invisible compensation from the heavenly axiom. As for the other half, it was Lu Chen's doing. Perhaps Qi Jingchun had already seen through it, but he was willing to go with the flow. He believed that Qin Pingan was blessed by the heavens and knew how to choose. Therefore he was happy to see it happen. Those who could not see it, such as Qin Pingan himself, naturally did not notice it. This was because after the bridge was built, a mysterious connection appeared between Qin Pingan and He Xiaoyang. Fortune and misfortune depended on each other and they shared it together. Therefore, Qin Pingan took away half of He Xiaoyang's fortune. Speaking of which, if an ordinary person accepted this opportunity, they might have died a long time ago. If one's life was as thin as paper, a raindrop could pierce through it, let alone a downpour. Or even if one's life was tough, but they were stubborn, daring to take and ask for anything, some seemingly small karma would eventually come crashing down. Not to mention the bluestone streets of Fulu Street, even the mountains to the west would be destroyed until nothing was left. Lu Chen did not have any ill intentions. However, as for whether Qin Pingan would die from overeating, Lu Chen did not care at all. Later on, it was proven that Qi Jingchun had misjudged him. She had heard of a Taoist sect master divulging the heavenly secrets. At that moment He Xiaoyang's state of mind, which had always been calm, finally began to show flaws, like cracks appearing on a mirror. She knew very well that He Xiaoyang, who had a smooth life and great fortune, had reached the edge of a cliff. Whether she would go against the flow of the great Tao and reunite with her, from then on she would ascend to the heavens in one step. Or she would fall into the abyss and be smashed into pieces. It was only her next step. Moreover, even if she made the right choice, she might not be able to cultivate as quickly as before without any obstacles. At that time, it was already the most dangerous moment in her life where everything went smoothly. Especially the feeling of not being able to control herself and being reduced to a chess piece, it was extremely terrible. Cultivation was not to be a puppet of a big shot, even if that big shot was Lu Chen, the sect master of the Qingming world. Compared to the previous time, He Xiaoyang felt even more upset. When she was 14 years old, on the day she successfully cut the red dragon, the young girl He Xiaoyang realized that the way her master looked at her had changed. As time passed, the naive young girl began to realize that the gaze that made her feel uncomfortable was not just the kindness of an elder looking at a junior, but mixed with the meaning of a man looking at a woman. However, at that time, Sect Master Qi Zhen was in seclusion, and everyone in the Divine Grandeur sect was extremely nervous. Before she left the Divine Grandeur sect and went to the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, the old man told her bluntly that he wanted her to be a pair of Tao companions. The old man also said that for her, he could even leave the Divine Grandeur sect and be a pair of wild mandarin ducks living happily in the mountains without caring about the secular world. If He Xiaoyang did not want to wander around, it was fine. At most, they could continue to be master and disciple on the surface and become Tao companions secretly. The old man promised that the remnant book that described the great Tao of dual cultivation could allow both master and disciple to ascend to the upper 5 states. It was definitely not a clumsy and despicable method. He Xiaoyang was unwilling. Moreover, she did not pretend to be polite. If the old man was not confident that he could take her down silently, he would have done it long ago. That was why she went to the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven. Because there were some sceneries that He Xiaoyang only wanted to walk to the top of the mountain alone and see with her own eyes. In fact, He Xiaoyang did not value the dual cultivation method in the eyes of the world, nor did she have much prejudice against them. He Xiaoyang only cared about the great Tao. The truly superior dual cultivation method of Taoism was actually far from being as unbearable as the ordinary people mistakenly thought. It was a side branch of the dual cultivation method of life and life. It was not even included in the many heterodox methods of also Tao. The heterodox methods sounded derogatory because for the Qi trainers on the mountain, it was just that they could not ascend to the upper 5 states. It was also a great way to climb the mountain. After He Xiaoyang returned from Dali, the old man completely tore off the disguise of a kind elder. He guided her patiently, threatened her with words and used all kinds of methods. He Xiaoyang dealt with it calmly, but deep in her heart she felt a little sad. Because she knew that this was the way the old man chose, but it was too small and too remote. She did not want to accompany the old man on this narrow road where the scenery at the end was far from magnificent. After that, the land sword immortal Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple entered the Nanjian kingdom. The old man mistook him for a helper invited by He Xiaoyang, so he restrained himself for a while. He did not expect that He Xiaoyang rejected Wei Jin. Wei Jin was muddle-headed and went to Jianghu on a drunk donkey. This made the old man feel that there was a silver lining at the end of the tunnel. However, good things come with setbacks. The young Taoist priest, who was of the same generation as him, did not have a high cultivation, but dared to protect He Xiaoyang and challenged him face to face. He even said some harsh words that made the old man feel a chill down his spine. The funny thing was, that guy hurried to the central continent and had only a private conversation with He Xiaoyang. Anyway, He Xiaoyang did not rely on youngest uncle as the outside world thought. Instead, he chose to erase the Taoist records of the Divine Grandeur sect. This made the old man feel that there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. However, the sect master Qi Zhen was quite tolerant and did not pursue He Xiaoyang's betrayal of the Divine Grandeur sect. Almost all the other elders of the Divine Grandeur sect were angry and felt that the Divine Grandeur sect had raised an ingrate, but since the sect master had spoken, they had to give up. Only He Xiaoyang's master wanted to go down the mountain to interrogate her, but he was still persuaded to return to the mountain gate by Qi Zhen. He said that he persuaded him to return. In fact, He Xiaoyang, who had followed Lu Qin to Dali, knew better than anyone else that the sect master Qi Zhen must have forcibly stopped the old man. Perhaps he even fought to force the old man back to his mansion. Because without her, the old man's great Tao, which was already in a precarious state, would be completely cut off. With the old man's stubborn character, he would never give up. But everything was destined to be in vain. Because behind her stood Lu Qin. He was an existence who could give orders to the Lord of Heaven, Qi Zhen. He Xiaoyang's mind was full of thoughts. She did not answer Qin Pingan's question. Qin Pingan could only wait quietly. No matter how far-sighted Lu Qin is, he is just going with the flow. He Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly brightened. She stood up abruptly as if a knot in her heart had been untied. So when fate comes, it is a match made in heaven. But He Xiaoyang's heart suddenly trembled. She vaguely remembered that when she first met the young man, she could only see that they were fated, but not fated. This was her great Tao original heart. But why did she feel that they were fated? She even felt that they were a match made in heaven? And this was the deduction of the Taoist sect master, Lu Qin. Indeed, in her heart lake, there was a languid voice with a hint of laughter. Not bad. To be able to understand this, it means that after this battle, after asking yourself, you have handed in the correct answer. The crack in your heart mirror has been completely mended. Even if you are severely injured in the future, it will not be like today where it is very likely to shatter. Next, you can go to the Julu continent. I'll say this first. I did not eavesdrop. I just buried something in your heart lake. When you get the answer, it will be unraveled. Then I will know. Let's not talk about this. Finally, I have another question for you to ask yourself. How should you deal with Qin Pingan? Yes, this is a little too literary. It is not my usual style. Why don't you change it to He Xiaoyang, touch your hidden chest and ask your conscience if you want to get rid of the root of the problem and kill this fated person in front of you who you do not know if is good or evil for the time being, so as to prevent your heart from forming a knot and destroying the foundation of your great Tao in the future? The beautiful young Taoist nun looked at the seated young man. Her face was flushed and her eyes were cold. Qin Pingan met her gaze. It was as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. In the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist, Chu Yi and 15 were ready to attack. Should he kill the young man? It seemed that this was all within Lu Chen's expectations and calculations. The first time He Xiaoyang had to pass his own test. This time he had to pass the test personally set by the Taoist sect master. Of course, Lu Chen would not use all his strength. Otherwise, it would be no different from killing someone. He clearly had high hopes for He Xiaoyang and would not slap himself. The beautiful Taoist nun asked herself for the second time. Her cold eyes gradually turned charming, not to mention her blushing cheeks, which made her originally dignified face look extremely strange. However, on the lake in her heart, there were great ripples and raging waves. She was suffering unspeakably. Qin Pingan did not say a word. He stared at the Taoist nun of the Shinzao sect who was acting strangely. He even suspected that the legendary fox demon who was good at bewitching people had changed into He Xiaoyang's appearance. Otherwise, how could they be two different people? However, his intuition told him that there was a fine line between life and death between them. He Xiaoyang could not help holding the table with both hands. Sweat seeped out and the hair on her temples was messy. Outside the door of He Xiaoyang's heart, a sigh sounded softly, as if forcibly suppressing the flood in He Xiaoyang's heart. He Xiaoyang, in fact, I have already given you the answer. It's just that your state of mind has been blinded by the Great Way. If you want to kill him, I will stop you. If you don't kill him, I will not force you. Either way you can pass this test. But you can't take it, nor can you let it go. Muddle-headed, you even made the worst plan, which is to kill Qin Pingan and marry him in the underworld. You can cut off the karma and admit that you have a clear conscience. How ridiculous. How can you achieve such a feat? Have you ever wondered why Qin Pingan could live to this day despite all the obstacles in his life? But you, who have been successful in everything and have excellent aptitude, can't even pass the threshold that is the easiest to pass? He Xiaoyang, the real fairy who was unattainable in the entire continent, slumped on the stool. Her head was on the table and her face was flushed. She gasped for breath and there was some moisture in her eyes. She looked at the young man opposite her with misty eyes. In her eyes there was resentment and guilt. There was no killing intent at all. Seeing this, Qin Pingan was confused. What? I didn't bully anyone. The flying sword in the sword-cultivating gourd has not come out yet. Furthermore, He Xiaoyang was a Qi refinement warrior. Even if he were to use all his Qi refinement warriors and put on an act of subduing demons, he would still lose and die. He Xiaoyang came to her senses after a long time. The mist gradually disappeared, and the spring tide gradually subsided. She calmed down. She stood up and smiled at the young man. She finally became the fairy girl that Qin Pingan first met, accompanied by the white deer and a fairy aura. She said resolutely and decisively, Qin Pingan, when you die one day, you will be my husband. In the end, she made half of her original intention and half of her initial decision. She didn't kill anyone but formed a bond. Above the Heart Lake, Lu Chen's deep and rich voice sounded slowly with undisguised admiration. Blessed and immeasurable celestial worthy. He Xiaoyang, from now on, you are under my tutelage as the sixth direct disciple. You can establish a sect in the Julu continent. Qin Pingan was dumbfounded. He blurted out subconsciously, Immortal Master He, what did you say? Did I hear wrongly? Why don't you say it again? What did she mean by Lang Jun was dead? Qin Pingan was increasingly certain that this He Xiaoyang in front of him was most likely a wild vixen who liked to make trouble. He Xiaoyang was a little embarrassed and annoyed. She glared at Qin Pingan, who took advantage of her. She took a deep look at Qin Pingan and then left. Qin Pingan remained seated at the same spot, frowning. It was like a dream and an illusion. (212). In an old school that was no longer in use in the Dragon Spring town, a young Taoist with a lotus crown on his head sat behind a small desk by himself as he looked at the spot where Qi Jingchun had been standing for 60 years. The Taoist was silent as he subconsciously swiped his finger across the surface of the table. Coming back to himself, Lu Chen raised his arm and grabbed. He Xiaoyang, who had left from the Kuan boat, was actually fished out from the surging sea of clouds. Even a Qi refinement warrior in the Golden Core realm like He Xiaoyang felt dizzy from the thousands of kilometers that had passed in the blink of an eye. He staggered a little before he regained his balance. With a solemn expression, He Xiaoyang straightened his clothes and calmed his mind. He took 3 steps back and kowtowed. Disciple He Xiaoyang pays his respects to Master. From a beautiful girl of a continent's orthodoxy to the direct disciple of the leader of a Taoist sect, it was no different from a carp jumping over the dragon's gate. Lu Chen nodded and raised his hand, indicating that He Xiaoyang could stand up. Stand up. Under my tutelage, you don't have to adhere to the formalities of acknowledging a master. It's fine as long as the intention is there. You probably don't believe it now, but after you get along with me for a long time and meet the other 5 senior brothers and sisters, you will naturally understand. Everything outside the great Tao is illusory. Lu Chen, who was born in the vast world and had truly grown up in the world, did not really care about the secular etiquette of the Confucians or even the golden rules in his own orthodoxy. Or rather, before his ascension, he was such a person who had deviated from the secular world. Therefore he lived a very open and unrestrained life. The essays that he left behind were also known as carefree. Unlike the eldest senior brother who took care of everything and the second senior brother who had a sense of propriety, his little junior brother did not follow the rules too much even in front of his master. For that, he was even persuaded by the eldest senior brother and even beaten up by the second senior brother. After that, Lu Chen still did as he pleased. Thankfully his master, who occasionally appeared in the small lotus paradise, did not mind it. Lu Chen looked at the slightly uneasy young Taoist nun and said with a smile, "Why? Once bitten, twice shy. Do you feel that I, as your master, am thinking about setting traps for you every day? That's why you have to carefully ponder and consider every word that I say? Then you're wrong. Going too far is as bad as falling short. The reason why you can become my direct disciple this time is because you've passed 3 heart trials. Firstly, you noticed my scheme and made a prompt decision. You went back and questioned your own heart. You removed the illusion of a match made in heaven and grasped the truth of fate. Then you'll encounter a huge setback in the future. When you're in that place where swords are as numerous as the hairs on a cow, everything, you'll encounter a huge setback. Once use. And you. Lu Chen pointed at He Xiaoyang and said with a smile, "You should know that Xie Shi and Dali asked for 3 people. Li Shixing aside, Ma Kuxuan is the lucky one that my second senior brother picked. They're old and young and they're birds of a feather. As for whether there's any other inside information, there are rules in the orthodoxy that forbid the 3 of us from deducing each other's plans. And you, He Xiaoyang, are the candidate that I picked. That's because your Taoist heart is very similar to my cultivation journey. You've broken through the barriers and are straight to the heart. Therefore, it's much simpler than what you think of as a chess piece or a puppet, or the arrangement of the Taoist school in this competition. I just like you, so I chose you as my disciple. Do you really think that those old fogies in the Confucian temple won't keep an eye on my every move? Therefore, this is an open and above-board scheme. Whether you, He Xiaoyang, can gain a foothold in the Julu continent and live to the end will depend on your own ability. After I leave the green netherworld, I won't deliberately take care of my disciples. The scholarly saints won't deliberately harm you. Moreover, you have a senior brother who's roaming the central divine continent and a senior sister who's training at the Great Sword Wall. If anything happens, you can ask them for help. Since you're now fellow Taoists and fellow disciples, you have to fight for me, your master." At this point, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm not your master in the Divine Grandeur sect. I won't ask you to be my Taoist companion." He Xiaoyang turned back into the beautiful Taoist nun with a cool temperament. Everything else was just a worldly possession. She asked a question that she had been thinking about for a long time. Is the green netherworld, where our sect leader controls everything, also part of the scholarly saint's plan? Lu Chen laughed heartily. Of course. It's the same everywhere. Everyone is very busy. Do you think that people like Ma Kuxuan, Wei Jin, and Song Jianqiang are the best of the best? Lu Chen laughed very happily. Then you should really go to the central divine continent and take a look. Or maybe you should go to the Baek Okekyung building in the green netherworld. You'll understand that there's always someone better than you. He Xiaoyang sat behind a desk not far away. She twisted her waist and looked into Lu Chen's eyes. After hearing his words, she frowned slightly as if she didn't understand. Lu Chen asked playfully, "You want to ask why the 3 sects didn't come to an agreement to only develop their forces in their own territories and exclude the teachings of other sects? So that they wouldn't be so troublesome?" Yi Xiaoyang nodded. This was exactly what she was thinking. Lu Chen sighed. Because today's territories are the largest of the few ancient battlefields. These are the results that our predecessors exchanged their lives for. We're also afraid that the world will change in the future. If we choose to remain stagnant or let the people below us feel that the great Tao is blocked, what kind of outcome would we end up in? The current world is the best proof. Lu Chen casually pointed in the direction of the small town's immortal graveyard. The mountains and rivers are still the same, but the masters who were once high and mighty have been reduced to a pile of broken limbs in the mud. He Xiaoyang was somewhat enlightened. Some things that were too far away were obscure and difficult to understand. Those who knew were unwilling to talk about it, and it wasn't written in books. The people of the future were naturally at a loss. There were too many conjectures and speculations. The novelists added fuel to the fire. The unconstrained writings of the literati and the unofficial histories that pretended to be profound. There were too many to count. Year after year, the mud and sand were buried together. Even if a little bit of truth surfaced, it would quickly be drowned out and eventually be treated as a fallacy. Lu Chen smiled. We've digressed. Back to the main topic. Your second test was that I needed to confirm if you were going to rely on the Heavenly Lord Xie Shi during your trip to the Julu continent, or if you were going to establish your own sect and sect. Therefore, I purposely set a trap for you. I made you think that you gave up 2 correct choices and chose the most wrong one. I made you mistakenly think that you were going to brush past the great Tao. I wanted you to feel regret and question your own great Tao. He Xiaoyang said frankly, I only relied on the last bit of clarity in my mind to pass this test. Lu Chen smiled. Regarding this point, I'll use it as a conclusion to explain why you and Qin Pingan were able to form a relationship. Let's talk about the last test first. It's relatively more complicated. It's a chain of tests. The word, love, can be used to explain everything. The relationship between a man and a woman is the easiest to be moved. Therefore, I planted a seed of love in the lake of your heart. Unknowingly, it would take root and germinate when it encounters the rain of opportunity. It would be extremely swift and violent. This was originally an unorthodox method, but it was effective for you, He Xiaoyang. Moreover, no matter how unorthodox the method was, it would still be effective if I used it. The master of the Divine Grandeur sect who had a master-disciple relationship with you, the talented Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple, and the young man from the marketplace of the Mud Bottle Alley. You successfully passed the first 2 tests. You successfully followed your heart and were not moved at all. Only the last test, because I purposely made things difficult for you and helped to pave the way for you, He Xiaoyang, to fall into a dilemma. If you... Lu Chen stood up. He bent his fingers and gently tapped on the lotus crown that symbolized the sect master's identity. He continued, in a daze, your Tao heart was shaken by the 2 words Lu Chen, and you chose to walk on the path that I opened for you. Then, I will still allow you to establish a sect in the Julu continent, but I will definitely not accept you as a disciple. How difficult is it to accept a disciple? Lu Chen retracted his smile. If you want to become Lu Chen's disciple, you should have the thought that one day, your Tao skills will be higher than Lu Chen's, and your path will be longer than Lu Chen's. Deviate from the Tao? What Tao are you talking about? The Tao is merely written by the predecessors. What Tao are you talking about? The Tao is merely the path taken by the predecessors. Why don't you try it yourself? Even a person with a cold temperament like He Xiaoyang could not help but feel fear and respect from the bottom of his heart. She stood up and bowed respectfully to Lu Chen. I hope that one day I, He Xiaoyang, will be able to sit at the same table as Master and discuss Tao. Lu Chen clicked his tongue and said, it's a little difficult. He Xiaoyang sat down again and asked, Master, what do you mean by ending? Is there a deeper meaning to the fate between me and Qin Pingan? Lu Chen nodded and said, of course. If it were an ordinary person, you wouldn't be He Xiaoyang and he wouldn't be Qin Pingan. Then I wouldn't be able to see the brilliance of being the matchmaker at all. Qi Jingquan's random matchmaking was to give you a burden. I hope that one day you will be able to carry a mountain with your heart. On the other hand, the 2 ends of the red string in my hand are 2 people. They are also 2 clear and spotless mirrors that reflect each other. I'm not just letting Qin Pingan share your fortune and using Qin Pingan to help you overcome the obstacle of love. Lu Chen turned his head and looked in the direction where He Xiaoyang had appeared. Qin Pingan's temperament is similar to yours. There are thousands of strange people in the world and I've seen thousands of them. He might not be extraordinary. However, his temperament is similar to yours, He Xiaoyang's temperament. Somehow they are quite compatible. Therefore, even when the 2 of you met for the first time and there was a huge difference in status between the 2 of you, you still saw this shallow fate. Actually, it's not that your fate is shallow, but that your cultivation is limited and you have seen too little. He Xiaoyang asked softly, Master, is this another test? Lu Chen laughed out loud. You've already become my disciple. Why do you still need a test? What? Do you want to become the direct disciple of the Tao ancestor and be on equal footing with Lu Chen before you stop? He Xiaoyang's eyes were clear. He shook his head and smiled. I don't want to think about it. Lu Chen smiled and said, since you've become a master, you should give your new disciple a greeting gift. This gift is not small. It's a little Tao that I obtained from your grandmaster before I came down. He Xiaoyang was stunned. He had just cut off the bridge, with Qin Pingan on the Kuan ship, and he had become the lucky He Xiaoyang again? Lu Chen seemed to have seen through the beautiful Taoist nun's thoughts. He laughed out loud and slammed his palm on the table. I'll take you to the long river of time and go against the flow. Even if the Black Pearl Grotto heaven banned all spells, it was still difficult to escape the great rules of the heavenly Tao. For example, spring, summer, autumn, winter, birth, old age, sickness and death. Then, under the great supernatural power of the sect master, Lu Chen. Winter, autumn, summer, spring, death, sickness, old age and death. He Xiaoyang, who was still in the school between heaven and earth but seemed to be temporarily unrelated to heaven and earth, looked at the strange and colorful scenes around her retreating. The beautiful Taoist nun's eyes were shining. This was the path that she wanted to take. Lu Chen smiled and said, follow behind me. We'll go to a place and I'll bring you to meet two people. The two of them started to leave. Behind them were the brand new school and the sound of children reading. The children could really recite the book backwards. However, probably because of some kind of restriction or because Qi Jingchun had made a deal with the Taoist ancestor, the children's faces could be seen clearly and their voices could be heard clearly. However, the teacher in front of them no longer existed, as if he had completely disappeared in the long river of time. Along the way, He Xiaoyang followed closely behind Taoist Lotus Flower Crown, afraid that she would get lost if she made a mistake. Finally, Lu Qin stopped and said to wait for a while. He Xiaoyang did not dare to move and stood on the spot. Lu Qin waved his sleeves and heaven and earth reversed. Everything returned to normal and the long river of time began to flow downstream. Then Lu Qin brought her to the vicinity of a stall. He Xiaoyang did not know why her sect master had brought her here. Could it be that there was something strange about the stall? He Xiaoyang looked over and saw a seemingly simple and honest middle-aged man. He was peddling candied haws. Then He Xiaoyang saw a tanned and skinny child walk over slowly and stand beside her. He secretly looked at the busy stall and swallowed his saliva. When the business was a little quieter, the child walked away silently. Lu Qin snapped his fingers and the day and night passed in the blink of an eye. The stall owner went about his usual business day after day. The child would either go up the mountain to pick herbs, catch fish from the stream, or help the neighbors carry water. He would pass by the stall again and again. Finally, one day the child, who was supposed to go up the mountain to pick herbs to exchange for money, walked to the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley with a basket on his back. However, when he thought of his good luck and picked a few valuable herbs, the small rice jar at home was filled to the brim for the first time. He did not have to worry about hunger for at least 10 days. Therefore, the child raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky, as if telling himself that it was going to rain heavily. Even if he went up the mountain, he would most likely return halfway. Therefore, the child ran back to the courtyard of the ancestral house and put down the basket. He took out a few copper coins from a small clay jar at the foot of the wall and ran quickly down Mud Bottle Alley to the stall. However, as the child got closer and closer to the stall, his footsteps became heavier and heavier, and he ran slower and slower. As a result, when he was still quite a distance away, the child stood in the same spot with a comical look on his face. He clenched his fists tightly and held onto the extra copper coins. Finally, the child walked a few steps closer and squatted down. He raised his head and looked at the bright red sugar-coated haws in a daze. Lu Qin and He Xiaoyang stood beside the child. Lu Qin smiled and asked, "If you put yourself in the child's shoes, what do you think is normal?" He Xiaoyang said without hesitation, "It would be great if he could eat the sugar-coated haws without spending money." Lu Qin smiled and nodded, "I'll wait and see." After that, the stall owner finished his business. When he was taking a break, he seemed to accidentally see the child who passed by his stall again and again but never bought the sugar-coated haws. The man thought for a while and sat on the stool without saying anything. Finally, as if he was really compassionate, he stood up and waved to the child, saying with a smile, "Come, I'm going to pack up my stall and go back. There are still some sugar-coated haws left that I can't sell. If you want to eat them, I can give you one for free." The man smiled in an extremely honest manner, no different from a farmer. He pulled out a stick of sugar-coated haws and shook it at the boy. "Take it?" However, the child quickly stood up, shook his head with a smile and ran off just like that. Yi Xiaoyang was a little puzzled. If this was the Qin Pingan when he was young, she wouldn't find it strange that he would make such a choice. Lu Qin pointed at the man selling sugar-coated haws. "This person is from the school of Yin Yang in the Central Divine Continent. In the secular world, he's not very famous. In fact, he can contend with the entire school of Yin Yang by himself. He's quite a strange person. Even eldest senior brother can't completely guess what this person is thinking." He Xiaoyang was even more puzzled. Lu Qin smiled and said, "That's not the point. What's next is..." Lu Qin stretched out his palm and slowly swiped it from top to bottom. A small, Qin Pingan, appeared beside He Xiaoyang. This child ran over and took the free stick of sugar-coated haws. He skipped back to Mud Bottle Alley happily. After eating the sugar-coated haws, he became addicted to it. A few days later, he went to the stall for the second time and received another free stick of sugar-coated haws. This poor child who had just gotten used to hardship gradually became lazy. From time to time, he would think of those sugar-coated haws and go up the mountain to gather herbs less than usual. Day after day, year after year, the boy didn't become a bad person. However, in He Xiaoyang's eyes, he was no longer the straw sandal boy who met for the first time on the back of a green ox. After that, he returned to the same place. Lu Qin swiped his palm again and little ping, and appeared again. This time he didn't choose to take the sugar-coated haws for free. Instead he chose to spend money to buy them. After that, the child became more willing to endure hardship and worked hard to earn money. However, he got tired of eating sugar-coated haws. There was one time when he fell in love with pastries. As the child grew into a young man year after year in He Xiaoyang's eyes, there seemed to be something wrong with this Chen Pingan. As Lu Qin raised his palm again and again, He Xiaoyang saw each and every Chen Pingan and all kinds of subtle differences in life situations. In the end, He Xiaoyang fell into deep thought. Lu Qin smiled. Let's go back. One after another they walked towards the school. At this moment, the scene was actually very similar to the long river of time that flowed in the human world. Back then, Qi Jingchun brought the boy to the old pagoda tree to ask for a pagoda leaf. Lu Qin walked in front with his hands behind his back and asked, "Have you figured out anything?" He Xiaoyang answered softly, "Only by guarding the heart can one be a person." Lu Qin grunted and didn't say anything else. He Xiaoyang asked, "Could it be that I've thought wrongly or that I haven't seen far enough?" Lu Qin suddenly turned his head and smiled. No, you've thought it through very well. The only flaw is that you, as a disciple, can't be blind under the light and can't see that your master's Taoist skills are extraordinary. While Lu Qin brought He Xiaoyang to see the various forms of life, in a section of the long river of time, there was a Confucian scholar with white hair on his temples. After class he sat alone in his room and played music. His face was clear and no longer blurred. In the present of Lu Qin and He Xiaoyang, or the past of Lizhu Cave Heaven, Qi Jingchun bent down and picked up a chess piece. He smiled and said, "It's just so. 213. When Qin Pingan walked down the tall building and returned to his seat, he had missed two big battles. When the Taoist Zhang Shan, who was sitting in the next chair, saw Qin Pingan, he quickly got up and cupped his hands to thank him. Qin Pingan had to return the gesture with cupped fists and took the jade token. For the sake of fairness, the battlefield was not set in the Wind and Thunder Garden or Xinjiang Mountain, but on the Immortal Platform, one of the 6 branches of the Wind and Snow Temple. As the holy land of the military, the Wind and Snow Temple had more friends than the Martial Arts Mountain. In addition, the Wind and Snow Temple was far more low-key than the Martial Arts Mountain. Most of the disciples of the Wind and Snow Temple went out of the mountain as wanderers rather than generals on the battlefield. Therefore, the Wind and Snow Temple had a good relationship with the two sects and would not take sides. As for why the Wind and Snow Temple chose the Immortal Platform, the first reason was that the Immortal Platform was located at the top of the mountain, with a wide view and pleasant scenery. In terms of appearance, it was the best place with the most abundant immortal qi in the Wind and Snow Temple. Secondly, there were few disciples on the Immortal Platform, so the Wind and Snow Temple almost relied on Wei Jin alone. Because Wei Jin was not close to the sect because of his master, the Wind and Snow Temple must have taken this opportunity to increase the number of disciples on the Immortal Platform. After hearing the result from Qiushi, Qin Pingan was shocked. The Wind and Thunder Garden had lost the previous 2 battles. A patriarch and a famous swordsman of different generations had died under the swords of the opponents of Xinjiang Mountain. In the second battle between the patriarchs, both sides had perished together. However, because the patriarch of Xinjiang Mountain had fought with his last breath and died later than the swordsman of the Wind and Thunder Garden, the Wind and Snow Temple ruled that Xinjiang Mountain had won according to the rules. The vast immortal platform was not crowded. A few buildings were densely packed in the northeast corner. Only the Qi trainers from the Aquarius continent with high status and strength were qualified to go up the building to watch the battle. The rest of the cultivators could only watch from afar on other peaks of the Wind and Snow Temple. It seemed that the huge immortal platform was only reserved for the two sides. After the conversation, Qin Pingan found that the Taoist Zhang Shan had never heard of Xinjiang Mountain and the Wind and Thunder Garden. That was not surprising. The Qi trainers from the Julu continent had always thought highly of themselves and looked down on the Aquarius continent, the smallest of the 9 continents. Maybe only the Cliff Academy, Guanhu Academy, Dali Chui Dong, Song Jiangqiang, and Sword Immortal Wei Jin could attract them. Moreover, with the Taoist Zhang Shan's cultivation and vision, and the fact that they were not from the same continent, it was strange that he was familiar with the customs and practices of the Aquarius continent. The Wind and Thunder Garden and Xinjiang Mountain had been enemies for generations. Everyone in the continent knew that it originated from the sword testing field in the deepest part of the Wind and Thunder Garden. The body of the female founder of Xinjiang Mountain had been exposed to the sun since she died in the battle. At that time, the Wind and Thunder Garden was not willing to return the body and asked the disciples of Xinjiang Mountain to bury her. They did not even pull out the standard long sword of the Wind and Thunder Garden that pierced through her head. They just let the disciples of the school and the guests who entered the garden look at her as they pleased. It had been 300 years. What was a great shame and humiliation. This was it. As the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the continent, Xinjiang Mountain had been thriving for the past 300 years. In terms of the excellence of the youngest disciples of the third generation, it had actually surpassed the Wind and Thunder Garden. After that, there would be people who went to the Wind and Thunder Garden to challenge the Wind and Thunder Garden almost every 60 years, in an attempt to invite the remains of the founder back so that she could die in peace. However, the garden master of the Wind and Thunder Garden who had killed the female sword cultivator of Xinjiang Mountain had lived for another 300 years. Even though there were many geniuses in the 300 years of Xinjiang Mountain, they were still unable to win against him. He was not as ruthless towards those who challenged him later on, but he was not merciful either. He either broke the longevity bridge or destroyed his natal sword. Perhaps to the sword cultivator of Xinjiang Mountain, it was actually a life worse than death. It was better to die a heroic death in battle. This was the origin of the story of Wind and Thunder Garden suppressing a mountain with one person, in the East Aquarius continent. Now the garden master of the Wind and Thunder Garden was finally dead. In the spring of the new year, it was rumored that he had quietly passed away and reincarnated. Coincidentally, it happened to be the agreed-upon generational battle. Although the Wind and Thunder Garden had been guarding it with all their might, hoping that the secret would not be leaked, Xinjiang Mountain somehow learned about it. All the peaks of the mountain were shaken and everyone was excited. Some people dragged their families to the grave to burn incense and toast. Some decaying old men who were struggling at death's door got drunk. The young sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain were even more spirited. They finally had the chance to vent the 300 years of humiliation and resentment. In fact, after the two battles, Xinjiang Mountain had indeed won, and it was a beautiful victory. They had gained a lot of face, so much so that in the final battle of the youngest generation, it was unnecessary whether they fought or not. The maidservant Xiushi was a little worried. She felt that the last battle probably would not be fought. The sect called Wind and Thunder Garden had already lost 2 battles. Anyway, in the second battle, the Grand Master of the Wind and Thunder Garden was just a breath away, which saved some face. If they lost the third battle, they would lose 3 battles in a row. If the news spread, the reputation of the Wind and Thunder Garden would be completely ruined. If the Wind and Thunder Garden stopped now, they could at least get the consolation that they were willing to admit defeat. Qin Pingan thought of Lu Baqiao, the sword cultivator who went to the mountain with him to look for the Kai tree, and suddenly said, "The Wind and Thunder Garden will definitely fight in the third battle." For Qin Pingan, Lu Baqiao was neither a friend nor an enemy. Among the foreign immortals, he left a deep impression on Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan simply believed that the sect that could teach Lu Baqiao would not shrink back so easily. As expected. After a secret negotiation between the Wind and Snow Temple Xinjiang Mountain and Wind and Snow Temple, the childlike and short sect master of Wind and Snow Temple walked to the center of the divine immortal platform with a man and a woman and announced that the third battle was about to begin. Xinjiang Mountain's side was Su Jia. The woman had a long sword hanging from her waist and a blade-strengthening gourd on her waist. She looked valiant and could be said to be a beauty that could topple a nation. The Wind and Thunder Garden's side was the last disciple of the Yard Master, named Huang He. He was carrying a huge sword case on his back. No one knew whether it contained a big sword or multiple long swords. While almost everyone was paying attention to the 2 young sword cultivators, Qin Pingan was quietly running the genuine qi in his body and looking around, looking for a certain figure in those attics. Although the long scroll was only so big, the reason why it was popular in the world was that the vision of the qi cultivators and pure martial artists was far beyond that of ordinary people. When people saw a mustard seed, they saw a mustard seed, but the Tao ancestor seemed to see the whole world. When ordinary people saw a flower and a leaf, they saw a flower and a leaf, but the Buddha could see a small kiliacosm. Qin Pingan's eyes suddenly became gloomy. He grabbed a few pieces of sparrow tongue tea and put them into his mouth, chewing them gently. In the corridor on the top floor of a tall building, a burly old man in white was looking down at the square of the deity's terrace with his arms crossed. A delicate girl was riding on the old man's head. The old man's position was slightly to the right of the center. The people on the floor behind the railing were the grandmasters of Xinjiang Mountain. There were both men and women, and all of them looked extraordinary. Their sword qi gathered like rivers flowing into the sea, and their qi surged. Qin Pingan stared at the old man in white. After a while he looked away. Another tall building was the scenic spot left by the deity's terrace for the Wind and Thunder Garden. From top to bottom, there were only a few sword cultivators standing there. Compared to the full force of the sword cultivators of the 5 states on Xinjiang Mountain, the number of people accompanying the Wind and Thunder Garden this time could be counted with one's fingers. Moreover, most of them were young juniors such as Lu Baqiao, who was sitting on the railing. His sitting posture was not elegant. However, after losing 2 battles, Lu Baqiao looked solemn. The shabby Taoist watched attentively and murmured, "It has begun." Qiushi smiled and said, "In the previous 2 battles the goal was to kill the opponent. In this battle, there is no need to determine the winner, and it does not affect the overall situation. I think they will fight back and forth and it will not be as bloody as before." Qin Pingan did not make any comments. His mind was still focused on the mountain-moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain. Qin Pingan silently remembered the faces of the people in the attic of Xinjiang Mountain. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one have a clear aim. Compared to the indirect questioning and hearsay in the future, the scene in front of him now was the most direct and realistic. In the future, these people might be potential opponents who would stop him from climbing the mountain. Of course, that day was still far away. Qin Pingan was currently only a martial artist of the 3rd realm. After all, no matter how strong a 3rd realm was, it was still just a 3rd realm. The Confucian-robed old man with the mink hat on his head clicked his tongue and said, "This girl named Su Jia is a bit dangerous." He hit the nail on the head. The young swordsman on the far right patted his scabbard out of habit. "She lost. It's a pity that the blade-strengthening gourd is in bad hands. I'm afraid there will not be a 3rd one in the Julu continent." His words came true. In just 3 moves, Su Jia had unsheathed her sword and the intrinsic flying sword in the blade-strengthening gourd, but she was still beaten to the ground by the young swordsman named Huang He. It turned out that the big case on the man's back was filled with tiny swords. It was like carrying a hornet's nest. It was not an intrinsic flying sword, but he was good at controlling flying swords at the same time. Su Jia could not fight back at all. Her arm was pierced by a flying sword once, and the red string that hung the blade-strengthening gourd at her waist was severed. The last time 2 flying swords pierced her wrists. She had fainted in a pool of blood. There were not many fairies that were truly admirable in the Aquarius continent. Yi Xiaoyang from the Divine Almanac sect was undoubtedly the best, followed by Su Jia and 3 or 4 others. She was the goddess in the hearts of countless young Qi refinement warriors. Some even joked that after Su Jia became famous, the number of disciples recruited by the Xinjiang Mountain every 10 years increased by 30% compared to before. The swordsman Huang He stood beside Su Jia. He lifted one foot and stepped on the excellent blade-strengthening gourd, twisting the sole of his foot gently. The young swordsman from the Wind Thunder Garden curled his lips. He looked around and finally turned to look at the tall building where the ancestral masters of the Xinjiang Mountain stood. A flying sword that was as black as ink flew out from between his eyebrows and buzzed. When the flying sword buzzed, the sea of clouds and mountain winds around the entire immortal dais went from being calm to being incomparably chaotic. After the public provocation, the young swordsman kept his intrinsic flying sword and said loudly to the tall building, "In 60 years I, Huang He, will climb to the top of the Xinjiang Mountain for a sword trial. I will pluck a head and place it in the Wind Thunder Garden." On the top floor, a white-haired ancestral master of the Xinjiang Mountain glared at the young swordsman. He could not help but want to beat the arrogant little bastard to death. On the top floor of the tall building where the swordsman of the Wind Thunder Garden resided, the door suddenly opened. A handsome swordsman in black walked out and smiled at the eager ancestral master of the Xinjiang Mountain. "Zhou He, it's not good to take advantage of your seniority. Why don't I play with you?" After the swordsman walked out of the door, not only the white-haired ancestral master, but also the people in the tall building of the Xinjiang Mountain were stunned. Besides shock, there was also a hint of despair that they did not want to admit. This person was the owner of the Wind Thunder Garden, Li Tuanjing. He was extremely talented. At the age of 40 he entered the 10th realm. But in the hundreds of years that followed he had not broken through the realm. It was incredible. But even if he did not enter the upper 5 realms, Li Tuanjing was recognized as the strongest 10th realm swordsman in the East Aquarius continent. Before Wei Jin broke through to the 11th realm and became a terrestrial sword immortal, he also admitted that he was no match for this person. Didn't they say that Li Tuanjing was killed? Li Tuanjing no longer paid attention to those ancestral masters of the Xinjiang Mountain. He raised his head and seemed to be smiling at all the people watching the battle behind the scenes. He put one hand behind his back, put two fingers together and gently rotated them. A gust of wind lingered. Li Tuanjing shook his wrist and said a word with a smile, "Kill." After the gust of wind left the swordsman in black, it instantly turned into a huge and majestic sword chi. It rotated above the immortal dais and cut off the connection between the immortal dais of the Wind Snow Temple and the outside world. The people in the picture scroll were dumbfounded. Outside the picture scroll they looked at each other. In the picture scroll, on the immortal dais on the tall building, Li Tuanjing did not pick on anyone, nor did he say any harsh words. He just stood there in a daze, looking at the sea of clouds in the distance that had resumed its unfolding state. This made the people of the Wind Snow Temple feel relieved. As the strongest 10th realm swordsman, Li Tuanjing's killing power was obvious to all. When a chi cultivator was praised as the strongest, especially in a continent, he must be a very terrible existence. For example, the youngest pure 9th realm martial artist, the Dali vassal king Song Jianqiang, had already shown the legendary strength of a 10th realm martial artist in the siege of the capital city. He broke Li Tuanjing's record and became the youngest 10th realm swordsman. Wei Jin was now an immortal in the upper 5 realms, high and mighty. Carrying the sword case on his back, Huang He of the Wind Snow Temple slowly returned to the tall building. Xinjiang Mountain began to send people to rescue Su Jia. Li Tuanjing put his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. "Even if I only have one last breath left, I will strangle your Xinjiang Mountain. Even if your bones will be taken away from the Wind Thunder Garden by my disciples and grand disciples, I will still not feel happy after that. Look. 300 years ago, you betrayed my sincerity, so I made the whole Xinjiang Mountain unable to raise its head for 300 years. You made those juniors who were lucky to become sword immortals too ashamed to hold a celebration. They could only hide in the sea of clouds on the top of the mountain and sigh. Even if I am going to die now, so what? Now are you satisfied?" Li Tuanjing collected his thoughts and turned to walk down the stairs. He patted the railing lightly with his palm. Li Tuanjing went down to the first floor and came to the side of a young man. Lu Baqiao, who had waited so long for the end of the great battle, had his lips trembling. Li Tuanjing smiled and said, "Baqiao, seeing your beloved woman being humiliated and her sword heart collapsing, unable to save her because the enemy camp can't help you, yet feeling the same way. You can't help yourself. Do you feel terrible?" Lu Baqiao suddenly came to his senses and was about to jump off the railing when Li Tuanjing reached out to stop him. "Just sit down." Lu Baqiao said guiltily, "Yard master." Li Tuanjing smiled and said, "It's okay. I just fell in love with a woman I shouldn't have. It's nothing. The sky won't collapse. You don't have to feel guilty about it." Lu Baqiao didn't know how to answer. He didn't want to say words that were against his will, but he felt that he had let down the sect and the yard master. Li Tuanjing asked, "Su Jia will fall into depravity from now on. I guess the blade strengthening gourd will be taken away by Xinjiang Mountain. Once her sword heart is destroyed, the spirit of this fairy who made you children feel inferior will collapse. She won't be a fairy anymore. She might even be inferior to the registered female cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain. Baqiao, I just want to know, will you still like her?" Lu Baqiao sobbed and said, "I'll like her for the rest of my life. Yard master, am I a good for nothing?" Li Tuanjing sighed and said, "Silly boy, very good. Then keep liking her like this. But don't delay your sword practice. You should know that I've always thought highly of you. You're no worse than the Yellow River. I didn't tell you this before because it was useless. The reason why I can tell you now is that there won't be a chance in the future." Lu Baqiao turned his head and asked, "Yard master?" Li Tuanjing suddenly asked, "Practice your swordsmanship well and try to bury my corpse with that corpse in the future. Baqiao, if the tables turn and Xinjiang Mountain becomes the sun in the sky, suppressing everyone in Wind and Thunder Garden, what will you do?" Lu Baqiao no longer had the cheek and courage to sit on the railing. He stood in the corridor and said solemnly, "Of course, a sword cultivator will reason with the sword." Li Tuanjing joked, "Oh, you're very much like me when I was young." Then Li Tuanjing looked into the distance and chuckled, "Remember, this won't work between men and women. Don't think that your swordsmanship is good and you can do everything like this. When talking to the woman you love, you still have to be gentle. You still need to say some words of love." Li Tuanjing turned his head and looked at the disciple in seclusion, Huang He, who was walking slowly from the staircase. Looking at the two young people, the strongest level 10 chi cultivator in Aquarius continent smiled and said, "After I die, the two of you will be responsible for Wind and Thunder Garden in the future. Huang He's expression was cold. Master, I alone am enough. Lu Baqiao grinned cheekily and said, this is a good relationship. Capable people do more work. I don't have to carry the burden. Li Tuanjing laughed heartily and pointed at Huang He. The sword cultivator has infinite killing power and is famous in the world. It belongs to you. Then he pointed at Lu Baqiao. The sword cultivator has peerless elegance, wine and beauties belong to you. Li Tuanjing finally said leisurely, anyway it belongs to Wind and Thunder Garden. On the Kuan ship heading to Nanjian Kingdom, the burly man beside the woman said sarcastically, except for the black-robed sword cultivator who fought last, who had some real skills, the other 3 battles were just average. If it was in Julu continent, we wouldn't have the cheek to put on such a big show. The woman nodded and smiled. That blade-strengthening gourd is really good. I wonder if there's a chance to buy it. The old woman cupped her hands and said with a smile, Madam, you only need to tell us your house number and it won't be difficult to buy the blade-strengthening gourd. On the leftmost seat, the old man wearing a mink hat and a scholar's robe could no longer stand the noise of his neighbor and the endless criticism. Since the first battle, the people around him had been nitpicking. They were not good here or there. It was so annoying. The old man tilted his head and spat on the ground. Their swordsmanship is not as good as the sword immortals of Julu continent. But after 3 battles they are full of pride and satisfaction. What else do you want? The burly man said sternly, Old man, are you courting death? The old man sneered. So what? Why don't we sign a life and death contract? After watching the excitement of Wind and Thunder Garden and Mount Xingyang, we will let others enjoy the show. If I lose, I admit defeat. If I win, I will *CK your lover for 3 days and 3 nights. What do you think? He did not nag and did what he said. The gentle and timid man next to the woman became the peacemaker. Let's talk this out. We're out here and we're all from the Julu continent. Why do we have to hurt each other's relationship? The thin and tall woman did not get angry. Instead, she turned her head and looked at him with interest. She said with a smile, It is a pity that you are old. I guess your old waist will not be able to withstand a few blows from me. Fighting under the bed is very different from fighting on it. Am I right, old bacon? The old man spat again. Forget about you, bamboo pole woman. I'll even *CK that pretty boy of yours. Qin Pingon was dumbfounded. Why did he feel like he was back in the apricot blossom alley? Of course he did not understand their words. But Qin Pingon was familiar with their gestures. The young swordsman on the rightmost turned his head and said impatiently, If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking nonsense. Don't dirty our ears. Well, here comes another bad-tempered one. Not only did he not stop the fight, he even added fuel to the fire. Qin Pingon felt a headache coming on. They would not really fight, would they? The female swordsman with a small sword in her hair was indifferent. She only looked up at the painting, as if she was savoring the essence, qi, and spirit contained in the 3 battles. Fortunately, the ship owner who had dealt with Wei Pai before walked over with a smile. His gaze swept across the crowd, starting with the old man in the Confucian robe. He cupped his fists and addressed each of them. Mr. Sword Earn, Lady Green Bones, young Master Hulu, can you give me some face and let this go? The 3 parties could choose not to give face to the ship owner. It did not even matter if they did not give face to Dejia Mountain. But when the ship owner announced 3 simple names, things became simple. The old man in the Confucian robe, nicknamed Sword Earn, was an extremely famous and eccentric swordsman in the southern part of the Julu continent. His realm was not too high, only at the Golden Core realm. He did not belong to any sect, but he was good at nurturing swords in an ancient urn. He often helped the middle 5 realm swordsmen nurture their flying swords for free, so he had friends all over the world. Lady Green Bones was not a swordsman, but she had a 10th realm swordsman as her godfather. She was extremely protective of her son and possessed an extremely unreasonable divine weapon. In addition, she was a 7th realm martial Dao grandmaster who was proficient in close combat and had a fierce reputation. As for the young swordsman's surname, Hulu, he was even more famous in the Julu continent. He was the only one with no other branches. The family had a jade, unyielding realm ancestor who was a sword immortal on the land. He was one of the sword immortals who had led the team to the inverted mountain. He had a straightforward personality and was a good friend of a continent's Taoist master, Xie Shi. Hulu was the current head of the family and the governor of the largest dynasty in the eastern part of the Julu continent. Because he was innately unsuited for cultivation, He was a frail scholar who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. But in the end, he commanded 300,000 soldiers and gathered nearly 1,000 swordsmen under his command. He had the reputation of Thousand Swords Commander. Dejia Mountain was not afraid of the three parties. It was not that they were strong enough to wrestle with the Hulu family, but that they were too far away. As for Lady Green Bones, who liked to keep gigolos, and Mr. Sword Urn, who was a wandering cultivator, Dejia Mountain was naturally not afraid of them. But they were guests. How could they make enemies out of doing business? The old man let out a cry of surprise and leaned forward. He turned his head to look at the young swordsman and asked loudly, "Hulu kid, who is Hulu Inzi to you?" The young swordsman said angrily, "He's my uncle. He's been in seclusion for many years. You know him?" The old man slapped his thigh. "Haha, when Hulu Inzi was young he was a useless blockhead. The first time he went to a brothel I was the one who took him there. After that, TSK, he followed behind me every other day. I've only heard of freeloaders in this world, but I've only met one freeloader like your uncle in all my years of living." The young swordsman's face flushed red. He carefully glanced at the female swordsman beside him. When he saw that there was nothing strange, he sighed in relief. He said to the old man sternly, "My uncle isn't that kind of person." The Confucian-robed old man rolled his eyes. "Your uncle and I are friends who help push each other's butts. What are you, a fledgling? No." The young swordsman felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The female swordsman finally could not take it anymore. She shouted angrily, "Shut up." The old man laughed. "Wow, what a fierce little woman. All right, you're going to suffer a bit, kid." The young swordsman knew that he was in trouble, but he had no time to warn her. The female swordsman's face was as cold as ice. "If you speak rudely and speak without thinking, I'll break your dog teeth." The hairpin flying sword, which was already extremely small to begin with, had an edgeless body and was exquisite and slender, used to bind her black hair. But when it left the hair on top of its master's head, the tail of the sword bloomed with a white light. The trajectory of the flying sword drew out a dazzling white line in the air. Flying swords in the world were known for their swiftness and ferocity, and were difficult to defend against. However, this woman's small sword was even faster to an unimaginable level. Too fast. This was an eye-opener. Chin Pingan's thoughts stirred. "Oh mother, it hurts." The Confucian-robed old man covered his mouth. Blood flowed out and his words were unclear. It turned out that the flying sword had pierced through his mouth and shattered one of the old man's front teeth. The old man was not angry but instead laughed. He was extremely happy. He slapped his legs and spat out a mouthful of blood and saliva. He shouted, "What a good lightning flash. It is worthy of being one of the fastest flying swords in the Julu continent. It lives up to its reputation, it lives up to its reputation." Even Madame Greenbones was somewhat frightened. Yet another ancestor was the descendant of an unworldly sword immortal. Moreover, compared to the powerful Hulu clan, the previous owner of the lightning flash was a powerful individual with peerless battle prowess. He once traveled alone in the Central Plains, a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. His sword was called Tiger Roar, and his flying sword was Lightning Flash. Although Chin Pingan did not know the secrets of the summit of the Julu continent, and they were all conversing in the elegant language of the Julu continent, so Chin Pingan could not understand them at all, there was no doubt that this was a battle between immortals. Therefore, he obediently sat where he was, prepared to run at any time if the situation was not good. Fortunately, during these days of idle chatting and Chun Shui and Qiushir's explanations, he understood that it was not strange to encounter any immortals on this Kuan ship that spanned across 3 continents. As for the Jianghu of the Aquarius continent under the Kuan ship, there were actually not so many shocking existences. It was not only the small East Aquarius continent that was like this. Even the vast Julu continent, with its vast territory and abundant resources, with countless swordsmen in the Jianghu, was the same. After the female swordsman sheathed her flying sword, she smiled apologetically at the owner of the Jia Mountain ship. The latter was greatly relieved. In fact, with her help, the matter would not be complicated, and the curtains would fall on them sooner. As expected, the 3 parties quieted down, and the tense atmosphere from before was gone. At this moment, whether in the small town or Luapa Mountain, Chin Pingan actually did not feel that the Jianghu was dangerous. He was far from the despairing and numb state of mind of the green-clothed child. But after seeing the battle between swordsmen in the Flower and Bird Scroll, and watching the immortals exchange blows so close at hand, Chin Pingan told himself in his heart, "Chin Pingan, don't just focus on drinking. Practice your fist more diligently, and practice your sword as soon as possible. 214. The Dianshan seemed to have used a steel rubbing technique to preserve all the scenes on the flower and bird scroll. He tore off layers of gauze-like white paper for a total of 10 times and then started to sell them publicly. The ship owner called the sisters Chunshui and Qiushi to show their faces and helped the Dianshan to bid. Chen Pingan did not feel anything at first, but he inadvertently saw Qiushi standing there with her sister at one end. Chunshui was graceful and flawless. She was very familiar with bidding. Qiushi was a simple-minded person. She stared at Chen Pingan blankly. After seeing his gaze, she was satisfied. She lifted her chin slightly and revealed a proud look. It seemed that until this moment, Qiushi felt that she was on the same level as Chen Pingan for once. Chen Pingan could not understand the girl's thoughts, so he focused his attention on the steel rubbing paper. After 10 steels rubbing, the aura became thinner and the scenes became more blurred. The last one could only be seen once. Of course, the price was the lowest. It only cost 30 snowflake jade coins. The ancient jade used to make the coins was called snowflake jade. It was a special jade mine in the northern Bifeng continent. It was mainly distributed in the 2 blessed caves. If this popular copper coin was placed under the sun, it would reflect the sparkling and translucent light, like snowflakes floating in the air. It was also known as the small snow coin. The front of the coin was engraved with the words, "Good omen of a prosperous year," and the back of the coin was engraved with the words, "Small Snow Land." As the production of snowflake jade was huge and the aura content was quite high, in the long years, snowflake jade coins gradually became the common currency of the 9 provinces. It was widely circulated and was a must-have item for chi refinement warriors at the bottom and the middle of the mountain. Snowflake jade coins could definitely be exchanged for gold and silver, but gold and silver might not be able to be converted into snowflake jade coins. The reason was very simple. The high-ranking officials and dignitaries at the foot of the mountain were all independent forces. They worshipped the immortals on the mountain. It was not convenient and too eye-catching. If they offered a box of snowflake jade coins, it would be very particular. If the box used to hold the money was more particular, it would be more elegant if it was some spiritual wood. Chen Pingan gritted his teeth and bought the last painting. It cost 30 small snow coins. As it was the last painting, the ship owner of the Dianshan handed it to Chen Pingan personally. Qiushi was not as steady as her sister Chunshui. She did not have much respect for the ship owner and was like a little oriole chirping around the branch. The ship owner had watched the nursery. In addition, Qiushi's talent was better than Chunshui's. It was not impossible for her to enter the middle 5 states. Therefore, the ship owner's patience with Qiushi was actually quite good. This was called casting a long line to catch a big fish. To earn a living on the mountain, one had to look at the long term. Not only did one look at the food on the table and in the pot, one might also look at the food in the field. After the money was handed over, the ship owner teased Qiushi. He grabbed a fire pear from the fruit plate beside the sandalwood chair and gave it to the maidservant. Then he left. Chen Pingan did not know what was going on, but he received a fierce glare from Qiushi. It turned out that the fire pear was Qiushi's commission for helping the Dianshan sell a painting. However, after the glare, Qiushi laughed to herself. She raised the fire pear in her hand and waved it at her sister proudly. Life was unpredictable, meeting and parting were unpredictable. After the battle in the Wind and Thunder Garden and Xingyang Mountain ended, Chen Pingan parted ways with the Taoist priests outside Dragon Tiger Mountain. He returned to Heaven Room B with Chunshui and Qiushi and spent time together. However, when the Kuan boat slowly landed above the ferry in Nanjian Kingdom, it became a coincidence that Chen Pingan and the Taoist priest Zhang Shan met again. They chose to disembark here and waved goodbye to the maidservants Chunshui and Qiushi. From then on they went their separate ways. The ferry in Nanjian Kingdom was built on the border between Nanjian Kingdom and Guyu Kingdom. It was above a large lake. Compared to the newly opened Wutong Mountain in Dali Longquan, this ferry was much bigger. It was able to dock 5 Dianshan Kuan boats at the same time. The parting with Chunshui and Qiushi was not a reluctant farewell. During this period of time, Chen Pingan shamelessly asked the Dianshan for many fruits. The 2 maidservants benefited from this and the Dianshan began to criticize the young man from Dali. What was a shallow person who had not seen the world but liked to take advantage of others? Even if Chen Pingan knew about this, he would not care. Instead, it was Qiushi who listened to those sarcastic words and was unhappy. In the end, it became Chunshui who went to the kitchen of the Kuan boat to ask for some fruits. When Qin Pingan got off the boat, he brought a lot of melons and fruits. As there were not many people disembarking in Nanjian Kingdom, Qin Pingan and the Taoist priest with the peachwood sword bumped into each other and walked together. At the railing of the bow, Qiushi snorted, "Sister, look at that guy. He is not sad at all after disembarking. Maybe he is thinking about the beautiful world below the mountain." Chen Shui said helplessly, "Young Master Qin is not even interested in Apricot Blossom Lane. Why would he be interested in the brothel? It is not like you don't know how many people who are used to seeing the world indulge in Apricot Blossom Lane on the Kuan boat. After all, there are many women who flatter them in the Apricot Blossom Lane. After all, many of the women in the Apricot Blossom Lane are goddesses and fairies in the eyes of the world. After getting drunk, those men all show their ugly side. Sigh, if the men below the mountain were all like young Master Qin, it would be great." Qiushi was a little unconvinced. That's because Qin Pingan is still young. In the future he will also become a bad thing like that. Maybe the next time we board the ship, Qin Pingan will have a glib tongue and touch us. Chen Shui narrowed her eyes and glanced at the embroidered bag on her sister's waist. "Do you really think so?" Qiushi suddenly turned her head and pretended to ignore the scene on the lake. Chen Shui looked over and found that Qin Pingan was clasping his hands to bid farewell to the sisters. He was very much like a Jianghu martial artist. He was indeed a hard-working martial artist. Chen Shui quickly raised her arm and waved. After Qin Pingan turned around and left, only then did Akashi turn around. She had an angry and playful look on her face. Qiushi teased, "Why do you have to come here? You're so far away from him. You can just politely say goodbye and lose some meat." Qiushi glanced at her sister's chest and held back her laughter. "Sister, you are not afraid of losing some weight. Anyway, you have a strong foundation. I can't." The two sisters started to quarrel. When they were young, they always thought that parting was the beginning of their next reunion. Qin Pingan and the Taoist priest, Old Yang, had a chat and found out that both of them were heading south. Qin Pingan was heading south because of an inexplicable reason. Lu Qin and Old Yang wanted him to disembark at the Southern Stream Kingdom. He did not dare to be greedy for convenience and went to the next ferry in Old Dragon City. As for the mahogany sword Taoist priest, he was suffering from hunger and cold and really could not afford to take the ferry. If he did not disembark soon, he would probably have to work for the Kuan boat to make a living. The two of them had similar temperaments and agreed to head south together. As for when they would go their separate ways, they did not care about it for now. The ferry where they disembarked was located at the southern border of the Southern Stream Kingdom and the northern border of the ancient Yu Kingdom. The Taoist priest, Zhang Shan, was roughly familiar with the language of the Baoping continent. He explained the land of the ancient Yu Kingdom to Qin Pingan. The ancient Yu Kingdom's emperor was from the Chu family. There were also stories about the origin of the kingdom's name. It was said that in ancient times, there was a goddess who was in charge of the matters of spring. At the same time, she was also in charge of the growth and withering of the plants and trees in the world. There was only one big tree in the ancient Yu Kingdom. It was green in autumn and withered in spring. It was always slower than the others, and this made the goddess very annoyed. She decreed that this tree was born unenlightened and it was extremely difficult for it to become a spirit. This was the origin of the lump of wood of the later generations. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan was a third realm Qi refinement warrior. His realm had not yet stabilized. However, as a Taoist of the Dragon Tiger Mountains orthodoxy, he was very familiar with the matter of crossing mountains and ridges. Before entering the mountain, the young Taoist priest with the peachwood sword took out a copper bell from his bag and hung it at the end of the peachwood sword. He explained to Qin Pingan, "This is the demon listening bell. It is the most popular in the Taoist sect. It is similar to the white swamp painting that every Qi refinement warrior has. This string of bells of mine is of the lowest quality and can only be considered a beginner's demon-subduing tool. After injecting spiritual energy into it, it can only sense the demons of the mountains and swamps that are one realm higher than me for a few hours. I'm only at the third realm now." Qin Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. Who would report the depth of their cultivation after meeting someone for only a short while? Then would it be a fifth realm demon? Qin Pingan was a little uncertain. Could it be that he and this outer mountain disciple of the Dragon Tiger Mountain were not in the same world and were in the same pugilistic world? His two little fellows, the little boy in green and the little girl in pink, were both Qi refinement warriors of the middle five realms. Back in his hometown, the little boy in green was still clamoring to not be killed with a single punch every day. Although Qin Pingan was full of doubts, his impression of the young Taoist priest improved. The young Taoist priest did not notice Qin Pingan's doubts and was still comforting young Master Qin beside him. But don't worry, young Master Qin. There is a saying on our mountain that no demons will cause trouble within 1,000 miles of the territory of any righteous immortal family. The reason is very simple. Demons do not have the guts to cause trouble in the human world. Once the immortal masters of the middle 5 realms find out, they might be beheaded on the same day, right? Qin Pingan smiled and nodded in agreement. Scholars visiting the immortals in the mountains had always been the highlight of the literary works of the past generations. It was the same for immortals in disguise to play games and tease the world. On and off the mountain between the two there was a connection. Qin Pingan only knew about the map of the 3 continents including the Aquarius continent after he boarded the ship. There were very few places like Longquan. Many commoners, throughout their lives, had never seen the so-called immortals in the mountains. Taoist priest Qin Pingan was a genuine warm-hearted person. After some small talk, he heard that Qin Pingan did not even bring a scroll of white swamp painting with him. He insisted on giving his scroll of white swamp painting to Qin Pingan, saying that the scroll only cost 2 or 3 copper coins and was the same as the demon listening bell. It was the cheapest item that came from a private workshop. It was crude and sloppy. Even if it was a gift, it would be shabby. Since Qin Pingan urgently needed one, he would use it first. After all, he had already memorized it by heart. This was probably the so-called child of wealth meeting the child of wealth. Qin Pingan did not dare to accept it for free. He put his hands into his sleeves to cover his tracks. Then he controlled the square-inch object, took out 2 copper coins and gave them to Taoist priest Zhang Shan. The latter hesitated for a moment and only took 1 copper coin. He even said that such an old item was too expensive to sell for 1 copper coin. In fact, when he encountered the wedding dress ghost, the blind Taoist had given him an ancestral mountain search painting. Compared to Zhang Shan's white swamp painting, it was indeed 1,000 times better. However, Qin Pingan gave it to Lin Shui. Moreover, Qin Pingan looked at the white swamp painting while climbing the mountain. He also looked at it with great interest, especially some strange and ghostly images, which were not recorded in the mountain search painting. Qin Pingan felt that he had gained a lot. When it came to climbing the mountain, Taoist priest Zhang Shan might not be able to beat the bumpkin Qin Pingan even if he traveled for 10 years. Therefore Qin Pingan walked very leisurely. Although the Taoist priest with the peachwood sword was not out of breath, he was not relaxed either. Qin Pingan was not as cautious as he was on the Kuan ship. He deliberately increased the speed of his footsteps. Firstly, Qin Pingan understood a principle after practicing martial arts in the bamboo house. He needed to relax a little. Secondly, the Kuan boat that sailed through the sea of clouds was worlds apart from the mountains and rivers of the country below the Kuan boat. Qin Pingan did not need to be too careful. Even an ordinary martial artist of the 3rd realm would not pose too much of a threat if he traveled alone in the territory of a country. Lastly, the most important reason was that Qin Pingan was very assured of the Taoist priest Zhang Shan. Qin Pingan trusted this feeling of familiarity at first sight. It was just like when he saw Mr. Qi standing outside the school and Li Shixing standing outside the Li family's door. Qin Pingan trusted his intuition. As the two of them traveled through mountains and rivers, 20 years passed quickly. The journey was smooth and there were no setbacks. Qin Pingan and the young Taoist priest became closer. Qin Pingan would openly practice the 6-step stance. When he stopped to rest, he would practice the sword furnace. Taoist priest Zhang Shan actually practiced the 5 thunder technique. Because of Lin Shui and the blind Taoist, Qin Pingan was not unfamiliar with this. Zhang Shan often made strange postures. He stood on one leg and clenched his fist to hit a certain qi residence in his abdomen, making a very regular whistling sound. Sometimes, he would bend his elbow and press his fingers against the meridians in his neck. With the other hand he would form a sword with 2 fingers closed. His mouth was closed and his abdomen rumbled like thunder, making a muffled sound. This was the first time Qin Pingan met someone who was as diligent in cultivation as he was when it came to practicing martial arts. This was probably the key reason why the two of them could travel south together. They both suffered hardships but they could still enjoy it. Occasionally when night fell, the two of them would find a shelter from the wind and rain, an ancient temple or a cave, and light a bonfire. The young Taoist priest would tell Qin Pingan about the power of the sword cultivators in Luzhou, and how the Taoist priests there were treated with disdain. If a sword cultivator wanted to buy a spiritual weapon, it could be bought for 10 coins. If a Taoist priest wanted to buy it, he might have to pay double the price. When the gentle young Taoist priest talked about this, he would show an expression of anger for the first time. He said that if it was possible in the future he would definitely change these rules. When the young Taoist priest confirmed that Qin Pingan was a martial arts practitioner, he was actually puzzled. If the cultivation of qi was said to be the biggest money-squandering hole in the world, then martial arts was deservedly second. Similarly, one had to spend countless gold and silver. Ever since Zhang Shan left the mountain, he had not lived a comfortable day. Occasionally he would gain something, but after weighing the pros and cons he would exchange it for a talisman that could save his life, or one or two instruments that were most suitable for subduing demons. For example, the simplest divine travel talisman could help the young Taoist priest quickly escape from the battlefield when he encountered a great demon. To travel a few miles away it would cost Zhang Shan 30 coins. One coin was worth at least 100 taels of silver. This meant that Zhang Shan had to rely on his own ability to earn at least 3,000 taels of silver in order to buy a divine travel talisman. However, the young Taoist priest had a cultivation of the third realm. In the Jiulu continent, where sword cultivators on the mountain and swordsmen at the foot of the mountain were as numerous as the hairs on a cow, he had to face hardships all the way to the south. The demons that he subdued were mostly mischievous spirits. The demons that he subdued were mostly ghosts that had yet to gain intelligence. It was not easy to earn money. Sometimes, when he encountered a powerful second-realm demon, the young Taoist priest might even have to give up some of his family's wealth. The real source of income was the water and land Taoist temples and weddings and funerals. Especially those that required a large number of Taoist priests to make up the numbers, it was the fastest and easiest way to earn money. Unfortunately, such good things could only be encountered by chance. Therefore, when Zhang Shan heard that the Aquarius continent worshipped Taoism and did not look down on Taoists as much as the Jiulu continent, he wanted to cross the continent to the south to see if there were any opportunities here. In the end, not long after he boarded the ship, he almost starved to death. This caused the young Taoist priest's heart to be filled with gloom for this trip to the Aquarius continent. The ancient Yu kingdom's territory was not large. The two of them quickly crossed the border and entered the Tsai kingdom's territory. They traveled at night and encountered a sudden rainstorm. Strangely, after the two of them entered a mountain range with few people and walked for more than 10 miles, there was no place suitable for shelter from the rain. There were rugged rocks and many exposed cliffs. Moreover, there were occasional trees on the mountain, but they were mostly withered and dead. Some of the rare trees that were green were far from luxuriant. Therefore, the raindrops that were the size of soybeans fell on the two of them continuously, causing them to feel suffocated. Qin Pingan was in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain. He had honed the 3 realms of martial man to an abnormal level. Of course, his expression did not change and his heart did not race. However, Taoist priest Zhang Shan had just attained the 3 realms of martial man not long ago. The toughness of a qi cultivator's physique was naturally incomparable to a pure martial man of the realm. Moreover, his foundation of the 3 realms was average. Therefore, the young Taoist priest's face was ghastly pale and his lips were ashen. Qin Pingan knew that if he continued to endure, even if Zhang Shan could survive tonight's rain, he would probably fall sick the next day. Qin Pingan stopped in his tracks and patted Zhang Shan's shoulder. He loudly told Zhang Shan to stay where he was and try his best to maintain a steady breathing. He would quicken his pace and find a way out alone. Regardless of the outcome, he would definitely come back to look for him within 5 minutes. Zhang Shan was stunned. The young Taoist priest, who was a little dizzy from the torrential rain, moved his lips slightly and his voice was as soft as a mosquito's. In the heavy rain, even Qin Pingan could not hear what he was saying clearly. However, seeing that Zhang Shan's body was becoming increasingly weak and could not continue to be pounded by the rain, Qin Pingan did not hesitate any longer. He smiled at him and turned to leave quickly. The young Taoist priest sat cross-legged and began to resist the bone-piercing cold with all his might. The lower 5 realms of qi cultivators were known as the 5 mountaineering realms. They drew in the qi of heaven and earth outside the human body to strengthen the human body's skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and blood. The first and second realms were known as the bronze skin realm and the grassroot realm. They could strengthen the qi cultivator's skin and make his blood vigorous. Logically speaking, no matter how heavy the rain was, a young Taoist who had reached the 3rd realm, the willow tendon realm, should be able to draw qi and strengthen his tendons and bones. However, this external disciple of the Dragon Tiger Mountain who carried a peachwood sword on his back walked the path of the Taoist talisman. He relied more on external objects such as the divine travel talisman and the peachwood sword. The effect of strengthening the body was not outstanding. Moreover, this spring rain was too sudden and gloomy, causing the young Taoist priest to unknowingly use up his qi at an extremely fast rate. The snow-white young Taoist priest's vision was blurry. He was in a dilemma as to whether or not he should take off his bag and take out a qi-replenishing pill from the porcelain bottle. However, no matter how bad the quality of a qi-replenishing pill was, the young Taoist priest was not willing to part with it. He clenched his teeth and bitterly persevered, hoping that the young martial artist would be able to leave and return quickly and successfully find a place to hide from the rain. When one reached the mountain, there were times when one would have to suffer the hardships of the mountain. On this point, the monsters of Dragon Spring Town were an example. The common people in the marketplace were completely unaware. However, the momentum of Ruan Jiao's sword forging would make them wish they were dead. Chen Pingan quickly walked half a kilometer away. He no longer hid his third realm cultivation and rushed forward. When he saw a large tree that only had withered branches left in front of him, he ran up a few steps, stepped on the tree trunk and pushed upwards. Grabbing onto a decaying branch, he pulled lightly. His body floated up and the branch collapsed and fell to the ground. Chen Pingan, however, had already advanced a step further. Standing at the top of the large tree, he extended his hand to cover his forehead. Raising his eyes, he looked into the distance. He could not see any lights, but at the end there was a small hill that was not very tall. Chen Pingan leapt up lightly. His feet suddenly kicked off the tree trunk and he used the momentum to fly away. The large tree behind him fell to the ground with a loud crash. His body tilted downwards. After shooting out like an arrow, Chen Pingan landed on the ground. He extended his hand and slapped the muddy ground that splashed everywhere. His entire body somersaulted forward in the air. When his feet landed on the ground, he pushed off with the tip of his toes and rushed forward like a cat. He was extremely agile and very soon he arrived at the small hill. After reaching the top, his field of vision widened, but he still could not see even a single light. This made Chen Pingan feel that it was rather troublesome. If it really did not work out, he could only temporarily chop down trees on the way back and set up a crude tent. However, looking at Zhang Shan's appearance and complexion, even if he hid in the tent, once the bonfire could not be lit, he would most likely still catch a cold and fall sick. In fact, Chen Pingan was also a little puzzled in his heart. This large stretch of low and winding mountain range was indeed a little strange. He had been to many mountains and rivers, but he really did not see a place that gave people such a withered and decayed feeling. If it was a grave filled with gloomy aura, it would be fine if it was this desolate, but why was it that this place was even colder than other places when it was raining heavily? Just when Chen Pingan was about to turn back and look for the young Taoist, he suddenly saw a faint light at the end of his field of vision. It was moving slowly towards the north. The light swayed slightly in the curtain of rain, like a small boat bobbing up and down in the stormy sea, and could capsize and be extinguished at any time. Chen Pingan thought for a moment and remembered the direction of the light. He quickly turned around and went back the way he came. He found the tottering young Taoist and helped him up. He said that there were people in front who were also rushing through the night and wanted to see if they could meet up. If they were locals, they might know a place to hide from the rain. The young Taoist was refreshed. Chen Pingan did not say anything and carried him on his back and rushed forward. Chen Pingan carried the locust wood sword box on his back, and at the same time carried a young Taoist carrying a peachwood sword on his back. They ran wildly in the rainy night, crossing mountains and ridges as if they were running on flat ground. As the young Taoist became more and more drowsy, the light became brighter and brighter. Chen Pingan slowed down slightly and looked up. He had been observing the situation over there. In the heavy rain there were also two people walking together. The two young people looked like scholars carrying a book box on their back. One of them held a big umbrella and the other held a torch. Although they were as down and out as Chen Pingan and the others, compared to the bleakness of the young Taoist, the two scholars were smiling and talking about something. It seemed that they did not feel that the wind and rain blocking their way was a difficult thing. Instead, it was something to be happy about. The two of them did not seem to notice Chen Pingan quietly approaching. This also made Chen Pingan feel slightly relieved. In the wilderness on a rainy night there must be a demon. Once they met with an accident they could not leave the Taoist on their back. It would definitely be a tough battle. Chen Pingan was a distance away, and used the language of the Aquarius continent to shout loudly. The two scholars did not hear him and continued to move forward. Chen Pingan breathed a sigh of relief again. Even if it was a qi cultivator or a demon in the wilderness, their cultivation would not be high. Of course, in the early stage the other party did not deliberately hide their strength. Only when they were more than 10 steps away did the two scholars notice Chen Pingan. They quickly stopped and waved to Chen Pingan. After a conversation, looking at the young Taoist's pale face, one of the scholars from the colorful clothes nation pointed to a place and comforted him. I like to travel around in my life and often travel alone. I remember that this place is desolate, but about 3 to 4 miles away there is a house. It is very likely that it was built by a hermit. Brother Lu and I are heading towards this place. You might as well travel with us. The other scholar holding the umbrella smiled bitterly and said, we were originally camping on a hillside a mile away. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge rainstorm? If Brother Chu did not know the way, we would not have been able to get help. Qin Pingan quickly thanked him. The two scholars who met by chance, one of them helped to hold the umbrella over the head of the Taoist in front of the ear, while the other was drenched in the rain, shivering from the cold. The scholar who was holding the torch had a gloomy look on his face. Without the shelter of the umbrella, even if the oil used in the torch was not ordinary, it was still extinguished by the pouring rain. He really couldn't bear to throw it away, so he held it in his arms. The scholar could only rely on the light of lightning and thunder to move forward with difficulty based on his memory. They really did manage to find a house. It was like a solid door in a county city. Although there were stone lions guarding the door, it was small and not grand. But for some reason there were no spring festival couplets or door gods. Finally, there was a chance to take a breather under the roof to hide from the rain. The scholar who put away the umbrella quickly knocked on the door, not caring about etiquette. After a long time the door creaked open. Just then, a flash of lightning in the sky lit up the night sky, revealing a haggard and terrifying old face. The scholar was so scared that he staggered and almost fell backwards. The sudden appearance of the old woman's face in the suddenly bright curtain of rain, not to mention the scholar who was not brave enough, even Qin Pingan who had seen many gods and monsters was shocked. Everyone only felt that the inside of the house might not be as peaceful and warm as outside in the rain. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan, who was the most knowledgeable in the matter of subduing demons and monsters, had already fallen asleep. "2:15. There is still the second chapter. The old woman's face was pale and her body was bent. She stared at the 4 people outside the door. The scholar who knocked on the door was very timid. Upon seeing the eerie old lady, he did not dare to look at himself. He hid behind his companions. He felt that there was no way out. He was miserable. This scholar loved to read books and records when he was young. He would often find strange stories about ghosts and spirits from the books that were sent to him. There were 2 types of stories about old friends. The first type was beautiful and gentle, similar to the fox spirit who loved the scholar, and the second type was the one in front of him. It was eerie and ghostly. Even if one stayed in it at night, the courtyard was deep and richly ornamented. If one was lucky enough to survive till dawn and leave, it would become a deserted graveyard where foxes and rabbits roamed about. In the midst of the wind and rain and the cold weather, the scholar who held the torch was more daring than his companions. He shook the big book box on his back, rubbed his hands to warm it up and laughed bitterly. "Old aunt, can you let us stay for the night? The rain outside is too heavy. We have friends who cannot stand the cold and have already fainted. If we do not have a warm place, it is hard to say if we can survive the night. I hope old aunt can help us. Just treat it as saving a life. It is better than building a 7-storied pagoda." The old lady's face was stiff. She spoke in a difficult-to-understand local dialect, as if she was questioning something. The scholar's face was full of bitterness. He could only use the same dialect as the old lady to explain. The old lady slightly turned her pair of dead fish eyes, staring at Qin Pingan. She actually used the language of Aquarius continent. "A martial artist?" Qin Pingan nodded. The old lady looked at the young Taoist priest on Qin Pingan's back, revealing the peachwood sword hilt. After falling asleep, the Taoist priest's breathing was more stable than when he was awake. This was probably the mystical thing about the Qi cultivator. Everything returned to the natural state. It was unexpected. When the old lady saw the peachwood sword, her eyes narrowed. "Your friend is a Taoist cultivator?" Qin Pingan continued to nod. The old lady finally looked at the cowering scholar holding the umbrella. "A scholar?" The scholar with a suet jade pendant on his waist shook his head. "He has not passed the imperial examinations. He is not considered a scholar." The corners of the old woman's mouth twitched, and her shoulders shook as she made way. "Since you are all decent people, please come in. Remember to rest in your room after you enter. Don't wander around. If you disturb my master, you will have to bear the consequences. There is a charcoal brazier in the room. Please feel free to do as you please. There is no need to ask. You are a guest. My master will not be so calculative." When the old lady closed the door, the old lady's house, the door in her hands as if it was light as a feather, the door This residence was not small. It should be a courtyard with 4 courtyards. Chen Pingan and the other 3 were arranged to stay in the second courtyard. They were told that they could not go to the courtyard at the back. The eaves of the house were carved with auspicious beasts, flowers, birds, mountains, rivers, and clouds. The window flowers were exquisite, and the ground in the courtyard was paved with green and red stone bricks. The main and secondary roads were clear and orderly. The corridor was connected to the main room and the side rooms, so that people could walk freely in this rainy day. The old lady's figure disappeared into the narrow corridor connecting the second and third courtyards. It was pitch black. Suddenly there was a flash of lightning. Before the 2 scholars could withdraw their gazes, they saw the old lady's deathly pale smiling face, scaring them out of their wits. They hurriedly went to the adjacent rooms. The 2 scholars surnamed Chu and Lu did not dare to sleep separately, they could only temporarily gather in one room. The scholar surnamed Lu put down the umbrella and lit the lamp to read the sage books in order to boost his courage. The scholar surnamed Chu was a bit more courageous, otherwise he would not have known that there was a house here. He put down the torch and began to fiddle with the brazier. He took out a fire roll wrapped tightly in oil paper from the book box and quickly lit the charcoal fire, warming the room up quickly. He looked around and stretched out his hand to press down on the bed. The bedding was suffused with a faint damp and moldy smell. However, this was also unavoidable. After the beginning of spring in the beautiful clothes nation, it was rainy and there was almost no sun. It was not good for him to criticize his master on this kind of matter. Moreover, having a place to rest his feet was already a blessing in disguise. The scholar surnamed Chu had a green headscarf tied around his head. He was slender and had a dignified appearance. There was an awe-inspiring righteousness between his eyebrows. He looked around and found that the window panes were ever-changing. The style was exquisite and had a beautiful meaning. There were carvings of bats, carps, and ganoderma. Generally, only a scholarly family would have such thoughts. He suddenly approached the window and looked at it with rapt attention. He found that there seemed to be some traces of red paint on the slightly wider wooden strip between the 2 windows. The writing was mottled and blurred, but he could vaguely see that it was some talisman language. As the room gradually warmed up, the scholar surnamed Lu became more courageous. He put down the book in his hand and saw that his companion seemed to be staring at the window. He followed his gaze and looked up. As a result, he saw a patch of red outside the window, reflecting an old face. She said in a hoarse voice, "It's already late. I hope the 2 of you can rest early." The sudden appearance of the old woman who was patrolling the night with a lantern almost scared the 2 scholars to death. The old woman had just walked over from the side room across the courtyard. The young man with the case on his back was also reading by the light. He also looked at the window, but he was not so panicked. The old woman shook her head and staggered away. She laughed and said, "The courage of scholars is still a little small." In the side room across the courtyard, Chin Pingan stood near the window and whispered, "The old woman has left." It turned out that the young Taoist had woken up before entering the house. He swallowed a yang returning elixir and drank Chin Pingan's Jianghu liquor. He was immediately refreshed. Originally he did not want to waste a single elixir, but he suddenly felt a flash of demonic aura. He did not dare to be stingy with the elixir. After all, a small amount of money could not be compared to his own life. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan sat up from the bed and put on a brand new Taoist robe. He bent over and sat beside the brazier. He reached out to warm himself by the fire. He lowered his voice and said, "Chin Pingan, let's take turns to keep watch tonight. Otherwise I'm really worried. I always feel that something is not right here." Chin Pingan smiled and said, "You only need to hang the peachwood sword with the demon listening bell near the window. I don't know much about demons, so I still need the bell to remind me. As for keeping watch at night, I'm very good at it. You can sleep at ease. If something really happens, I won't be unable to even notify you." The Taoist priest Zhang Shan thought for a while and found a reason. "After hanging the peachwood sword and the demon listening bell, I'll warm myself by the fire. It won't be too late to sleep when my body is completely warm." When the young Taoist priest was hanging the wooden sword at an angle, Chin Pingan said, "Someone once drew a talisman on the window frame, but it's been a long time so I can't see it clearly. But it should be your Taoist talisman. Do you recognize it?" The young Taoist priest didn't notice it at first, but after Chin Pingan reminded him, he looked carefully and found some clues. He couldn't help but admire Chin Pingan's courage and carefulness. After looking carefully, his face became more and more serious. Finally, he stretched out his finger and gently touched the traces of vermilion paint. He sniffed at the tip of his nose and silently sat back in his chair. If it's really as I think, it's a bit troublesome. The talisman drawn on the window frame is a vermilion script used to drive away ghosts. Looking at the remnants, it should be a kind of Xinguang sect's Qingxi talisman. It's written with a special vermilion paint and has great power. Since it's the work of a senior master of Xinguang sect and almost covered half of the window frame, it can be imagined that the evil ghost that the senior had to face must be very powerful. The young Taoist sighed and said regretfully, "If I had known this, I wouldn't have saved the yang elixir and taken it earlier. I wouldn't have been in a coma when I got close to the house. Otherwise, I have some experience in geomancy. With a little observation from afar, I could roughly see what kind of school this house is, and the basic method of gathering geomancy, whether it's yang or yin, whether it's deviated from the right path. As long as I could identify the general pattern, I could deduce many things." Qin Pingan, "I'm sorry, I put you in danger." Qin Pingan listened to the young Taoist priest's self-reproach and didn't say anything to comfort him. He just joked, "Celestial Master Zhang, isn't it your specialty to eliminate evil and protect the right path?" The young Taoist priest hurriedly waved his hands. No. I don't deserve the title of Celestial Master. The true Heavenly Masters are the direct descendants of the Zhang family of Mount Longhu's Heavenly Master abode. All of them wear yellow and purple and are the mountain's prime ministers who have been hereditary for thousands of years. Aside from that, there are also Heavenly Masters with external surnames who have ascended to the middle 5 realms and are also qualified to be bestowed the title of Heavenly Master. However, there are many different types of Heavenly Masters on Mount Longhu. The first-rate Heavenly Masters are the old immortals of the upper 5 realms who have entered the ancestral hall of Mount Longhu to enjoy the incense. Below them are the direct descendants of the Zhang family who were born in yellow and purple. One of them will be given the Heavenly Master seal, and an immortal sword in the future. Below them are the many Heavenly Masters with external surnames who cultivate on Mount Longhu. As a blessed land, Mount Longhu is open to the public. All Qi cultivators need to do is promise to descend the mountain to slay demons and devils after they succeed in their cultivation. When the time comes, Mount Longhu will bestow a wooden sword made of peach wood. Qin Pingan listened carefully and felt that Mount Longhu and Celestial Master Zhang were indeed good people. It was raining cats and dogs. The 2 small stone lions at the entrance of the residence made slight cracking sounds from time to time. The old woman stood outside the main building of the 3rd courtyard. She stepped on a small stool and hung the lantern on the pillar of the corridor. The light was dim and swayed in the wind. With a puff, the light went out. It turned out that the candle inside had burned out. The old woman coughed and stood on the stool again. She took down the lantern and took out a brand new candle that was as red as blood from her sleeve. If one looked closely, there was no wick. The old woman turned her back to the courtyard and plucked a strand of white hair from her head. She suddenly inserted it into the center of the candle as if she was using it as a wick material. Then the old woman gently breathed into the candle and the candle was instantly lit. She put the lantern back into it and hung it on the pillar again. The lantern swayed slightly and the light shone in the residence. If it was a clear night, it would definitely attract moths to the flame. It was unknown what the purpose of its existence was on a rainy night in the wilderness. The young Taoist priest was not sleepy. Qin Pingan drank the strong wine in the vermilion wine gourd and listened to Zhang Shan talk about his thrilling encounters with demons. Qin Pingan made a shushing gesture. The young Taoist priest subconsciously looked at the peachwood sword by the window. The bell was quiet and there was nothing unusual. Soon there was a knock on the door. It turned out that the 2 scholars had come to visit. Qin Pingan held the wine gourd and went to open the door. The heavy rain outside was still frightening. Moreover, the wind and rain were slanting so that there was no dry place in the corridor. The slender scholar surnamed Chu held an umbrella in one hand and a wine gourd in the other. He had a smile on his face. The scholar surnamed Lu put his hands to his mouth and breathed out to warm himself. He smiled and said, "Brother Chu went out this time and brought a few bottles of good wine. Now there is only 1 bottle left. I'm not afraid to tell you that I don't dare to sleep tonight. I was thinking of using the wine to go back and sleep." Brother Chu said that it is better to have fun together than to enjoy alone. If the 2 of you are willing to drink a few mouthfuls, why don't we drink together? Let's make it clear in advance. I can drink at least half a liter of wine, so you can only drink a little. Please forgive me. Qin Pingan raised the vermilion wine gourd in his hand and said with a smile, "I brought my own wine." The three of you can share a bottle. The scholar surnamed Lu, who held the umbrella for Qin Pingan and the young Taoist, strode into the room. He laughed heartily. That is good. That is good. The scholar surnamed Chu smiled and followed him. He placed the umbrella at the foot of the wall. The four of them sat around the brazier and simmered the wine for a while. The scholar surnamed Lu slapped his head. I forgot to take the wine cup. Then he smiled bitterly and looked at his companion. Brother Chu, I don't dare to take it. The scholar surnamed Chu smiled and stood up. He helplessly said, if there are ghosts in the world, then there is no need to be afraid of death. This is a good thing. Besides, a scholar's stomach is filled with righteousness. Presumably, even ghosts and gods have to respect you. What are you afraid of? As the number of people increased, the scholar surnamed Lu became angry. He joked, I couldn't even pass the small high scholar exam. That means the righteousness in my stomach isn't worth much. Of course I'm afraid. Brother Chu is a talented grand scholar, far surpassing me. Of course you don't need to be afraid. The scholar surnamed Chu smiled and shook his head. He strode away. His figure soon appeared in the opposite room. He pushed open the door and closed it. He quickly walked back and brought back 4 wine cups. On the inside of the wine cups were 2 valiant and spirited 5-colored roosters. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan took one of the wine cups. He tentatively asked, Brother Chu, Brother Lu, this wouldn't be the beautiful robes country's unique cockfighting cup, right? The scholar surnamed Lu's eyes lit up. Taoist priest has also heard of our beautiful robes country's cockfighting cup? The lamp on the table was not bright enough, so the young Taoist pinched the wine cup between his fingers and tilted it. With the help of the light from the brazier, he carefully observed the 2 5-colored roosters and sighed, famous, naturally I have heard of them. I come from the Jiaolu continent in the north. When I was roaming the Jianghu, I once saw 2 martial artists throw away a lot of money, gambling on cockfights. It was very magical. I heard that as long as half of the wine is poured into the cup and a wisp of spiritual energy is injected into the cup, the 2 roosters will fight on their own and will not stop until one of them is dead. Even the middle 5 immortals of the 10th realm may not be able to predict the outcome of the fight. Therefore, as long as the cockfighting cup leaves your Aquarius continent, the price of the cockfighting cup will skyrocket by 100 or even 1,000 times. The fairy port of the Southern Stream Kingdom and the cockfighting cup of the Colorful Clothes Kingdom are one of the important goods to board the ship. The scholar surnamed Lu's face was quite proud. He nodded and smiled. What do you mean by spiritual qi? I don't know. I only know that our beautiful robes country's Jianghu masters like to make fun of it. After pouring wine into the cup, they only need to pinch it with 2 fingers to make the cockfighting cup come to life. Then they will fight endlessly until the winner is decided. As for why it is so mysterious, I once saw some records in the county records. It said that the 5-colored clay used to make the cockfighting cup is a unique and interesting thing in the world. It is said that once this clay leaves the beautiful robes country, it will change its smell in a short time. It is no different from ordinary clay. That is why the cockfighting cup has become our unique porcelain. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan was amazed. He thought that if anyone could monopolize the clay used to make the cockfighting cup, wouldn't they become rich overnight? Qin Pingan believed this saying because Qin Pingan had a deep understanding of the nature of the soil because of porcelain making. The ancestors of the Longquan kiln workers had been kiln workers for generations. When they made porcelain they had to deal with the soil. Therefore, Qin Pingan had heard a lot of supernatural sayings. For example, Old Man Yao once said that when the soil left the ground, it would be molded into a clay bodhisattva that would eat incense. It could also be made into porcelain and sent to the emperor's house. It could also be made into broken bottles and cans in the common people's house, unable to escape being baked in fire and soaked in water. The scholar surnamed Lu drank 3 bottles of wine. His face was red and he was tipsy. This was the moment when his mental state was the best. He shook his head slightly and asked with a smile, Taoist priest carries a peachwood sword on his back. At first glance I can tell that you are an immortal. Can you make this cockfighting cup come to life? If you can, why don't we make a bet and have some fun? What should we bet on? The scholar's face glowed with a strange expression. It was obvious that drinking and not drinking were 2 completely different people. Moreover, they were more or less gambling. The scholar surnamed Chu sighed and softly advised, Brother Lu, you drank half a liter of wine. Quickly rest. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan also quickly said, a cockfighting cup can be worth a lot of money. Why waste it? The scholar surnamed Lu drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. He waved his hand and smashed the wine cup in his hand against the wall. smashing it into pieces. He laughed and said, "Since ancient times sages have been lonely. Only those who drank left their names. Those who left their names died. Only this thing can last for thousands of years. How much money can a cockfighting cup be worth in Sai country? It's only 2 taels of silver. How much is a jinshi worth? That's expensive. In any case, Lu Zhen can't afford it." The scholar surnamed Chu looked embarrassed and explained, "After Brother Lu gets drunk, he likes to talk nonsense. I sincerely hope that Taoist priest and young master can forgive him." Qin Pingan smiled and drank silently. In the end, the drunken Lu Zhen was supported back by his companions. Zhang Shan sent him to the door. Qin Pingan glanced at the door. He didn't get up and move. In the heavy rain, a bearded swordsman walked through the heavy rain. He strode towards the house and knocked on the door. The old woman stood in the doorway and asked with a hoarse voice, "What's the matter?" The man shouted, "Shelter from the rain." The old woman said gloomily, "You're full of energy when you speak. You don't look like someone who needs shelter from the rain." The man said unhappily, "What? Your house doesn't even have a place to stay?" The old woman laughed and said, "There are some places to stay. It's just that you're full of energy. I'm afraid that my master won't like it. If you annoy my master who has a bad temper, not to mention a place to stay, there will be a place to put 178 pounds of refined meat." The swordsman's beard was as hard as a halberd. He held the hilt of his sword with one hand and stared at the door with his eyes wide open. "Nonsense! Hurry up and open the door. This rain is so evil. How can I not shelter from the rain? How can I go to the brothel in the future? Won't I be laughed at to death by those little demons?" The door slowly opened. The old woman sighed softly and said, "It's better to be laughed at than to die for real." The bearded swordsman was slightly stunned, but soon he laughed and said, "I'm a virgin and have accumulated young energy for more than 30 years. What's there to be afraid of? Not to mention demons and ghosts, even their ancestors will take the initiative to avoid me when they see me." The coarse man walked into the courtyard. He frowned when he saw the screen wall. The old woman slammed the door again. A stone lion outside the door made a cracking sound. It turned out that its head fell to the ground and smashed into pieces. However, this movement was already covered by the sound of the heavy rain. In some of the big clans of the southern Aquarius continent, the women lived in their own boudoirs. Some of the stricter aristocratic families would even tear down the stairs and put the unmarried women in their boudoirs like books. They would wait for the day of marriage. The last courtyard was an embroidered building. On the second floor there were beauties. It was deep in the night, but there was a man drawing the woman's eyebrows. The eyebrow pencil in his hand gently fell on the woman's face. The woman was badly mutilated and rotten. Many parts of her body exposed her white bones. There were even white maggots rolling around. However, one could still see her smile. (216) Zhang Shan watched the two scholars go to the opposite room. Standing in the corridor, he reached out his hand and caught a handful of rainwater. He weighed it in his hand and poured it away. Then he returned to the room and closed the door. Using his dry hand, he took out an ordinary yellow paper talisman. Zhang Shan said softly, "There is indeed something wrong with this place. The rainwater is quite gloomy. It is very likely that it contains a murderous aura. This talisman I have is called the Fiery Killing Talisman. It is very ordinary, but it is widely used because it can sense the presence of murderous aura." The young Taoist pinched the talisman with 2 fingers and silently chanted an incantation. Then he quickly stuck the talisman onto his wet palm. The yellow talisman burned in Zhang Shan's palm and quickly turned into ashes. The young Taoist's face was solemn as he scraped the ashes into the brazier. Qin Pingan asked, "How much is this talisman?" Taoist Zhang Shan did not find it strange at all. He answered seriously, "This kind of talisman is not popular, just like how officials are not popular. It is the same principle. Therefore the price is low. The cost is only a piece of yellow paper. With the copying skills of a qi cultivator of the lower 5 realms, 1 piece of snow can buy nearly 30 burning evil spirit talismans. If converted to silver, it is 3 taels of silver per piece. It is really not expensive." Qin Pingan nodded. Regarding the talisman drawing, he had seen the mystery of the barrier-breaking talisman with his own eyes. At that time he was bewitched by the ghost in the wedding dress on the mountain road. Everyone was walking on the road to the underworld, and fell into a dangerous situation similar to the ghost wall. Lin Shuyi used a barrier-breaking talisman that belonged to the Mountain River talisman to lead everyone forward. After that, at the bamboo house in Luapa Mountain, Li Shixing drew character talismans on the bamboo house wall. The talisman was formed when the character was formed. In fact, it was a very high level of attainment and realm. In the end, he asked the book boy Chui Ci to give Qin Pingan an introductory book on Taoist talisman and a large stack of talisman papers of different materials. Of course, there was also the small wind and snow cone brush, which made it so that if Qin Pingan wanted to draw talismans in a hurry, there was no need for vermilion ink paste. He only needed to breathe at the tip of the brush to moisten the tip of the brush. However, Qin Pingan flipped through the thin booklet, Authentic Alchemy Works, a few times and learned 5 to 6 types of the most basic talisman recorded in the book. Moreover, according to the book, drawing talismans in the world was the same as writing alchemy works. It was divided into 9 grades. Qi refinement warriors of the upper 5 states would write alchemy works of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades. Middle 5 states would write alchemy works of the 4th, 5th, and 6th grades. Lower 5 states would write alchemy works of the lower 3 grades. Although Qin Pingan was not a Qi refinement warrior, he relied on the one breath of the 18 halting sword aura to smoothly write some introductory talisman in the Authentic Alchemy Works. To the current Qin Pingan, writing any higher grade talisman was an extravagant hope. Li Shixing once said that drawing talismans was the same as practicing swordsmanship. This was also Li Shixing's original intention of teaching a man how to fish instead of teaching a man how to fish. However, Qin Pingan still hoped to concentrate on practicing swordsmanship all the way to the south. Therefore, he only took the time to write 3 types of talisman, namely the Land Contraction Talisman, the Yang Energy Light Lifting Talisman, and the Demon Subduing Pagoda Talisman. The Land Contraction Talisman allowed Qin Pingan to shrink the ground to an inch in the blink of an eye. With one step, he could go to any place within a radius of 100 feet. The Yang Energy Light Lifting Talisman was a type of mountain and water obstacle breaking talisman. If he was in the ancient ruins of a mass grave, he could follow the light lifting talisman and successfully walk out of the maze if he were to encounter the situation of ghosts going around in circles again. The Demon Subduing Pagoda Talisman was a type of talisman that was more lethal. Once the talisman paper was used, an exquisite pagoda would appear out of thin air and temporarily detain the demon within. It contained the power of thunder and could whip the soul. These 3 talismans belong to the most common category recorded in the true alchemy works. They were not highly rated and were only recorded as typical examples of a certain type of talisman. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan had drunk wine and could not hold his liquor well. Thinking of Qin Pingan helping to keep watch at night and saving a Yang recovery pill, he was already exhausted from the heavy rain pounding his body all the way and fell asleep in a daze. Qin Pingan was very familiar with keeping watch at night. After Zhang Shan fell asleep, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the foot of the wall on the other side of the door. Over there was an umbrella that had been left behind. This oil paper umbrella was first held up by the scholar surnamed Lu. After entering the house, it was held up by the scholar surnamed Chu. The umbrella was quietly leaning against the foot of the wall. The tip of the umbrella was facing the ground and the handle was facing upwards. Even though the umbrella was placed like this, there was almost no trace of water on the ground. This was illogical. Moreover, Qin Pingan sensed a trace of yin qi that made his back shiver. Thus Qin Pingan stood up. As if he had drunk too much wine, his steps were unsteady. As he walked, he grumbled, "How can an umbrella be placed upside down like this? In my hometown, if someone dared to do this, they would be scolded to death by the elders." When he reached the corner of the wall, Qin Pingan even burped. He reached out to grab the handle of the umbrella and was about to turn it upside down. However, suddenly, a talisman slipped out of his sleeve. Qin Pingan's eyes were cold. There was not the slightest hint of drunkenness. His 2 fingers pinched the yellow paper like lightning. It was precisely the demon-suppressing pagoda talisman. With a paw, he pressed it on the handle of the umbrella. A 7-colored glazed pagoda appeared in the air. The light of the pagoda just happened to cover the oil paper umbrella. The veined patterns on the surface of the umbrella twisted and immediately emitted a sizzling sound, like fat meat being placed into a pot. The brilliance of the floating pagoda dimmed and soon vanished. Qin Pingan decided to go all the way. In case his skills were not good enough and the quality of his talismans was too low, he simply took out the other 2 demon-suppressing pagoda talismans and stuck them on the surface of the oil paper umbrella as fast as lightning. Then, without needing to take a deep breath, Qin Pingan, who was at the peak of the three realms of martial arts, circulated his chi according to his will. His fist aura suddenly burst out, and he smashed the three demon-suppressing pagoda talismans continuously with his inch punch. The aura of his fist did not destroy the umbrella at all, but the surging fist aura almost completely penetrated into the umbrella. This was the difference between the three realms of martial arts and the three realms of martial arts taught by the old man surnamed Shui. After doing all this, Qin Pingan clenched the vermilion blade strengthening gourd in his hand, ready to summon Chui and Sherwu to fight the enemy at any time. However, after the umbrella trembled for a while, black smoke with a stinky smell curled up. After it gradually dispersed, it became completely silent. Qin Pingan was a little confused. Is it over? This weird oil paper umbrella must have some hidden secrets. Didn't it have any killing moves? For example, a ferocious and horrible otherworldly item with billowing black smoke and shaking the sky roaring? Qin Pingan still remembered the wedding dress ghost that they met on the mountain path. She led them by the nose everywhere. The blind Taoist who was proficient in thunder method was not her opponent at all. If Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple had not broken the boundary with his sword and showed the demeanor of a sword fairy, Qin Pingan would have been forced to use 2 wisps of sword qi. Then he would not have had the chance to confront the young Cui Dong at the well. Qin Pingan squatted on the ground and stared at the oil paper umbrella in a daze. After drinking some wine, he did not forget to lift the umbrella and shake it a few times. There was a slight sound of ashes pouring down from the umbrella. Qin Pingan squatted there, scratching his head and drinking wine. He felt a little empty in his heart. In the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain he was used to dying every day. Now, it was like drinking water after getting used to drinking hard liquor. However, Qin Pingan silently comforted himself. No matter which scholar this oil paper umbrella was related to, or whether it was hidden by the otherworldly item after entering the house, the strange thing in the umbrella was definitely just a pawn who had crossed the river to explore the way. Therefore he could not let his guard down. Therefore Qin Pingan stood up and sat at the table. With the help of the lamp, he controlled the small snowwind cone pen from the square-inch object. He took a deep breath and began to draw talismans. The talisman was still the demon suppression talisman, but the talisman paper was no longer yellow. It was a golden one. After drawing a talisman paper, Qin Pingan habitually picked up the wine gourd and drank a big mouthful of wine. After a short rest, he waited for his breath to stabilize before he dared to draw. On a stormy night, with a snowwind brush, Qin Pingan, who was a little tipsy, drew like a god. Beside his hand was a vermilion sword cultivating gourd and 2 demon suppression talismans in the wooden box. Of course, there was also the Taoist Zhang Shan snoring on the bed. It was raining cats and dogs. Occasionally the night sky would be torn apart by lightning and thunder. On a small hill not far from the old house, there was a middle-aged Taoist with a horsetail whisk in his hand. He looked gloomy as he spread his hand and looked over. A simple bronze coin suddenly broke into pieces. The middle-aged Taoist's face was gloomy. He endured the heartache and threw it away carelessly. He snorted and said, "A pair of bastards who are neither human nor ghost. They still want to put up a fight." Beside the middle-aged Taoist stood a tall man in thin clothes. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He allowed the rain to fall on his body. Occasionally, a golden light would flash in his eyes. There was a fist-sized seal box hanging on his waist. Seeing that the Taoist had gone for wool and come home shorn, he was a little impatient. He sneered and said, "If you still want to force your way in, then after this matter is done, it won't be a 50-50 split." The Taoist didn't want to be entangled in this matter. He let go and asked, "Who is that bearded swordsman? Why did he happen to visit the old house tonight?" The tall man sneered and said, "I heard that at the end of last year, a wanderer came to the colorful clothes country. He took care of a few weak otherworldly items with a good saber and became famous. Looking at his actions in this heavy rain, he showed the will of a 4th realm martial artist at most. If it was somewhere else I would be afraid of him. Now that he's in my territory he's not worth mentioning. When the time comes, you and I will take care of him together. You can make him into a puppet. I won't stop you but the saber must be mine." The middle-aged Taoist waved his horsetail whisk, and mist rose from his body. His Taoist robe that was soaked by the rain instantly dried. He smiled and said, "Then it's settled." The tall man hesitated for a moment and asked, "Has the backer of the old house really lost power in the divine grandeur sect?" The middle-aged Taoist nodded and said with a smile, "The news about you, the mountain god, is too limited." The tall man's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's all because of the appearance of that old house. It set up a broken formation that the Divine Grandeur sect wouldn't let outsiders know. It slowly ate away the spiritual energy within 100 miles. Over the past 100 years, my golden body had gradually decayed. Now, who would still want to treat me as a mountain god? I'm even worse than the lord of the land in other places. If I don't take revenge, I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart." The middle-aged Taoist nodded and comforted him. In fact, the mountain god temple here, which was the place where the man's golden body was worshipped, was originally an obscene temple that hadn't been conferred by the imperial court of the colorful robes kingdom. In addition, there were unmarked graves all over the place and filthy air covered the sky. After the tall man accepted the incense and became the mountain god by chance, he sped up the process of the decay of the mountains and rivers in order to cultivate. The old house, which was the center of the formation, only absorbed the evil chi and didn't consume the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers. Instead, it maintained the balance of the mountains and rivers. However, it was useless to say more about these inside stories. The middle-aged Taoist who had fallen into the devil's path and the mountain god who didn't walk the righteous path knew that neither of them was a good person. The tall man suddenly asked sternly, "I want to take back all the territories. You covet the female ghost's body. Once you control it, you'll be like a tiger that has grown wings. Then what is that guy planning? Is there a rare magic treasure in this old house that I don't know about?" The middle-aged Taoist laughed and said, "I don't know about this. Let's ask him together later." The tall man understood in his heart, "That's great." The Taoist looked around. Outside of the soil, there were mostly cliffs and pale scenery. There were only a few green trees, but he knew that this was all thanks to the female ghost's leisure. Only then could the soil have a little bit of spring. The female ghost, no matter if it was fate or temperament, was really rare. After the Taoist came here personally, he was more determined to get it. The Taoist looked at the old house and said, "The tree is swaying. The business is over." He didn't expect that the lewd mountain god was also a scholar. He smiled and said, "The tree is like this. How can a man endure it?" The cultivator and the god looked at each other and smiled. In the second courtyard of the old house, one side of the side room was dark. The two scholars should have fallen asleep. However, the room of the young man with the case and the young Taoist was still lit. Before the old woman knocked on the door, the man who was addicted to wine had smelled the fragrance of wine. He kept knocking on the door and said, "Is there any wine to drink? If there is, then it's the wine that can exchange your life. I guarantee that you will make a profit." The old woman didn't stop him. She only said, "You guys arrange your own rooms." Chin Pingon put down his wine gourd and opened the door. He saw an unfamiliar man with a rough appearance. The big bearded swordsman glanced at Chin Pingon. He asked casually, "Little kid, listening to your walking and breathing, you should be a martial artist? Now you have no second realm?" Chin Pingon smiled and said, "I have been learning martial arts from my elders since young. This is my first time traveling the world. I still don't know the division of realms." Looking back, the Taoist Zhang Shan was already woken up. He was sitting by the bed and putting on his shoes. The big bearded swordsman stepped over the door and sat on the chair. He clicked his tongue and said, "You don't know the division of realms? Then you must be from a remote place? Then why is it that on this trip, our Aquarius continent's language is so fluent? A rural place in a small country wouldn't be able to learn this. Tell me, are you a ghost in human skin?" The swordsman unsheathed his saber. The saber light was dazzling. He glared at him and shouted, "Quickly tell me your name. I Zhao don't kill nameless ghosts." Chin Pingon and Taoist Zhang Shan looked at each other. Could it be that because of the heavy rain outside, this brother's brain was flooded with water? Ghost? Among the Qi cultivators there were countless rogue cultivators. Even if they were monsters and plants, although discrimination was inevitable, it was far from being suppressed and hunted down. But ghost cultivators were an exception. Once they were discovered, almost everyone wanted to kill them. If it was said that birth, old age, sickness, and death were the cycle of the heavens, then the Qi cultivator's immortality was against the heavens. Then it was human nature to be buried in the ground after death. Ghost cultivators violated this principle and belonged to the evil path that everyone had the right to punish. Immortals live to cultivate, gods die to teach. Ghost cultivators were the exception. They were not living cultivators when they were alive, nor were they the gods of mountains and rivers that were conferred by the imperial court after they died. Therefore, the real Taoist masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain, who had profound Taoist skills, pointed their peachwood swords at the evil ghosts that wreaked havoc everywhere, far more than the spirits that hid in the streets. The more people came and went in the hubs of prosperous trade, the less the term spirit had an obvious positive and negative meaning. In fact, in some big countries, especially the powerful dynasties that had deeply rooted forces on the mountains, even the common people were used to living with those strange spirits in the world. It was said that there were many small spirits that helped women wash their hair, dress up, apply rouge and fold clothes. They had wings and flew here and there with great familiarity. And they loved their masters forever. Qin Pingan did not defend himself at all. He took off the wine gourd and drank a mouthful of wine silently. The bearded man was stunned. His throat moved slightly. Obviously, the wine worm in his stomach was causing trouble. He suddenly lost his momentum and stretched out his hand shamelessly. As long as you treat me to wine, I'll turn a blind eye to you even if you are a ghost. As long as I don't see you committing any crimes on the spot, everything is negotiable. Qin Pingan shook his head and did not give it to him. The bearded swordsman sighed and said, "You little brat, you are dishonest and cunning. You are obviously bullying me because I am a righteous master." Taoist Zhang Shan quickly sat down and helped to smooth things over. He chatted with the bearded man in the language of the Aquarius continent. The beauty of the embroidery building in the old house leaned over there. A man and a woman snuggled together. The woman wore a dark green dress with a huge hem, not revealing her legs, and embroidered shoes. The man whispered softly, "I hope the lady's clothes are warm in the cold spring. I hope the lady's frown is smoothed out. I hope the lady opens the window every time to see the bright moon in the sky, with clear water and green mountains." The extremely ugly woman babbled and whimpered as if she was crying and complaining. The hem of her dress billowed like waves. The old woman walked in the dark corridor and sighed quietly. Finally, she sat beside the corridor pillar where the lanterns were hung. Year after year, day after day. The old woman touched her withered face. She had long forgotten how long it had been since she last looked at herself in the mirror. If she was like this, then the lady who had not left the embroidery building for 100 years must be even more like this. The man chatted with the young Taoist. Suddenly, he pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He was no longer joking. He said seriously, "Just like the rumors in the nearby town, the demonic aura came from the backyard of the old house. What a strong demonic aura. No wonder the feng shui of this place would disappear. It might be the old witch of the sixth realm." "Kids, I'm going to kill the demon now. You two should retreat if you see something wrong. Don't take it lightly. This place is extremely dangerous. It is not a place for you two to get involved in." The bearded swordsman thought for a moment. "We don't have to retreat now. We don't want to be targeted by the old witch of the old house. Even if I lose, I will try my best to delay them. When the time comes, listen to my news. Don't hesitate to run." Then, the man saw the bearded swordsman took a deep breath and pulled out his saber from its scabbard. Saber light flashed. The man reached out his hand to brush away the dust in the brazier and grabbed a piece of burning charcoal. He held it in his hand and wiped the saber. Sparks flew everywhere, setting off the saber's sharpness. Even if the odds of winning were not high, the man was full of heroic spirit. Qin Pingan handed over the wine pot. He looked solemn. "Warrior?" The man smiled and shook his head. He suddenly stood up with the sword in his hand. "I'm just drinking to satisfy my cravings. Actually, killing big demons and protecting the Tao is 1,000 times better than drinking wine." In the rainy night, the man pushed the door open and strode to the backyard. He flicked his wrist and the light of the sword shone, illuminating the surroundings. The bearded swordsman looked up and said loudly, "Suyuanxia is here. Please enlighten me." The Taoist Zhang Shan picked up the peachwood sword with the demon listening bell. He said to Qin Pingan in a low voice, "I will help him kill the demon. Qin Pingan, you are a pure warrior. Before you reach the fourth realm, you are not suitable to deal with big demons and otherworldly items. You stay here. If there is a need, I will call you." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Okay." Qin Pingan waited for a moment after the Taoist priest nimbly flew out of the room. He did not choose to stay where he was and observe the situation. Instead, he walked out of the room. Through the curtain of rain, he looked at the room opposite with his bare hands. "I know it's you." The room had been dark for a long time. A door slowly opened and the scholar surnamed Chu walked out. He had a slender figure and was holding the torch that had been extinguished by the rain. He had a smile on his face. After meeting Qin Pingan's eyes, the scholar twitched the corner of his mouth. He raised his arm and rubbed the torch with his palm. In an instant the torch was lit. He gently poked the end of the torch into the pillar in the corridor. You talk the least but you are the smartest. Of course, you are also quite capable to be able to get rid of the White Deer Taoist copper coin ghost. However, a third realm ghost is just like that. Young man, don't be arrogant because of this. Qin Pingan did not say a word. His thin figure disappeared without a sign. The scholar was slightly stunned. A figure flashed through the curtain of rain between the rooms in a flash and pounced on him. Some of the more arrogant scholars did not even have time to react before they were hit in the head by a fist aura. The fist aura was like a white rainbow hanging in the air. The fist aura quickly hit their heads and sent them flying. They broke through the door in the wall. The scholar fell into the corridor outside and finally hit a thick pillar. The pillar behind his back cracked and a small spider web appeared. The scholar barely managed to stop himself from retreating. He kept vomiting blood, his spirit was severely shaken, and his face was full of horror. It was not only the strength of the fist aura that was shocking, but also the combination of the fist aura and the fist aura. When the fist aura hit him, it was like a ghost whip in the hands of an immortal. It was a natural restraint. There was a loud bang. This time the punch hit the scholar's neck. The scholar and the pillar fell backward together. The scholar was covered in blood and tears from the two punches. His face was ferocious and his clothes were torn. He was about to show his true form and did not care about the layout anymore. Then he heard a strange word. First day. (217). After being in Jianghu for so long, who didn't have some hidden skills and treasures? When the scholar Chu heard the name Chu Yi, his heartstrings were shaken. He knew that something was wrong. Perhaps this was the youth's trump card, but he couldn't sense where the danger came from. The flustered scholar Chu's mind raced. He gritted his teeth and slid out a greenish-white ball from his sleeve. It was flowing with colorful lights. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary object. After the scholar Chu clenched his fist, the ball melted like a candle in fire. A viscous liquid as thick as mercury quickly spread from his arm and quickly covered his whole body. The next moment, the slender man was wearing a pure white armor. The heart protection mirror in the middle was shining brightly. It was the style of the radiant armor. In the secular world's Taoist temples, the heavenly kings and spiritual officials wore this armor. It contained the meaning of righteousness. If he didn't feel that his life was in danger, the scholar Chu wouldn't be willing to use this priceless armor pill, even if he recovered his true body. The armor pill was the most precious treasure of the military. Its price was not the most expensive, only more expensive. Moreover, it had always been priceless. It was usually jointly forged by the mechanical masters of the school of Moism and the Talisman sect. It was usually compressed into a fist-sized pill. It didn't take up much space and was convenient to carry. Once on the battlefield, it could be watered with vital energy. The scholar Chu had the armor pill to protect his body. The surface of the armor emitted a layer of rippling pure white halo, like the scene of a snowy moonlit night. The scholar stood up. He was much calmer than before. He smiled bitterly. Young man, you've caused me a lot of trouble. Originally, this radiant armor was to prevent the result of uneven distribution of the spoils. At that time, it could be used to resist the joint attack of the White Deer Taoist and the Mountain God. Now that it has been exposed, they will definitely be more careful. What should I do? Although his words were light, the scholar didn't let down his guard. He was still puzzled. Why did the youth not say anything after shouting, Chu Yi? There was no sword out of the scabbard, leaving the wooden box and flying over from the opposite side of the room. There were also no reinforcements hidden in the dark. The scholar Chu was puzzled. The taciturn young man in front of him was definitely not a guy who liked to joke around. 2 punches had almost forced him to reveal his true form. Perhaps even the big-bearded swordsman, who had recklessly gone to kill the great demon, would not have been able to do so with his realm 4 strength. Although Chu did not appear. However, Scholar Chu was still able to conclude that as long as this Chu showed up, he would definitely be an expert that couldn't be underestimated. Either that, or he would possess a powerful offensive magical weapon. Qin Pingan was a little annoyed. He slapped the blade-strengthening gourd on his waist heavily. Now, the Chuyi in the gourd had a sudden change in temperament. Previously, it was grumpy and often made Qin Pingan suffer. However, after leaving Luapa Mountain, it became lazy and did not move at all. It did not even have the mood to be angry with Qin Pingan. After Qin Pingan patted the sword-cultivating gourd again, it still did not move and hovered in the void of the sword-cultivating gourd. However, the dark green flying sword 15 hummed and took the initiative to communicate with Chen Pingan. It probably wanted to say that if Chi did not want to fight, 15 could do it for him. After the Acupors were enlightened, the two flying swords were like children who did not know how to speak. They already had spiritual intelligence, but it was not high. They acted more on instinct. They could clearly sense Chen Pingan's thoughts, but they often could not communicate well. Moreover, Chen Pingan could only vaguely know their emotions, so it was still not easy for them to communicate. Seeing Chen Pingan's action, Scholar Chu immediately focused his gaze, only to see the vermilion wine gourd. Its luster was dim and there was nothing strange about it. He couldn't see the slightest hint of any mystical phenomenon. In truth, when they had first met in the rain outside the old residence, Scholar Chu had carefully sized up the youth with the box and the young Taoist. At that time, he had felt that they shouldn't be some otherworldly expert. The imperial court of the colorful clothes kingdom was not high and the water was deep. There was no crouching tiger or hiding dragon. The likes of Taoist white deer were already grandmasters and immortals who were awe-inspiring. It was not surprising that Scholar Chu was the dragon that had crossed the river and stirred up trouble. This made sense. He left the mansion and went south from the ancient Yu kingdom to the colorful clothes kingdom for the things in the old house. Even if he was certain of success, he still planned slowly. He first drew in Taoist white deer and the mountain deity of lust. The three parties each took what they needed. Then he befriended the son of the aristocratic family surnamed Lu and lured him to travel to the mountain. He told his two allies that he did not hesitate to take the risk and first investigate the situation. He relied on the scholarly and official aura that Scholar Lu had been imbued with since childhood to conceal the faint demonic aura on him. His real purpose was to explore the ley lines that the formation relied on so that he could fish in troubled waters during the battle and steal the magic weapon. Then he would not be too entangled with Taoist white deer and the mountain deity. Relying on the unexpected armor pill to protect himself, he flew far away and returned to the ancient Yu kingdom to continue his cultivation. As for the appearance of the big-bearded swordsman, it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. He spread rumors in the nearby towns and added fuel to the fire. He made the old house seem even more demonic and evil. In fact, for 100 years, it was true that the old house was filled with Densin Qi. However, it had not harmed the people or been tyrannical. The purpose was to make the water in the pond even more turbid so that it would be easier for him to escape. Even if the big-bearded swordsman used up some of the old house's master's cultivation, it would be a good thing. It would be even better if it could last until Taoist white deer and the mountain deity arrived for a chaotic battle. The big-bearded swordsman, who was warm-hearted, did not know the inside story. He followed the rumors and drank 2 big bowls of strong liquor in the nearest town. His blood rushed to his head and he happened to feel that the heavy rain was strange. He quickly set off to slay the demon. Among them, the torch that the mountain deity personally smeared with ointment and the oil paper umbrella that Taoist white deer hid the copper coins and ghosts. They were all inconspicuous objects that required a lot of thought. One of them was to help the nominal master of this place, the lascivious mountain deity, to check the Qi inside the old house at a close distance. The other one was to help Taoist white deer set up traps and find an opportunity to appear. From the inside to the outside, he destroyed the means used to defend the old house against external enemies. For example, the dilapidated green word talisman of the Divine Grandeur sect and the shadow wall with a trace of authentic Taoism left. These methods helped the old house to withstand many insidious attacks. None of the 3 parties in the alliance was easy to deal with. However, this was normal. If not, in the wild where the weak were preyed on by the strong, they would have died long ago and become the stepping stone of other ferocious cultivators. Were there Qi trainers who stood aloof from worldly affairs? Of course there were. For example, in this old house, the male and female owners as well as the old woman, had lived in seclusion for 100 years. What happened to them was a miserable situation that everyone coveted. Unwilling to complicate matters, Scholar Chu chose to take a step back. He smiled and said, "Young Master Chen, there is no enmity between us. Why do we have to fight to the death? As long as young Master Chen is willing to leave the old house tonight, I will definitely treat you with good wine whenever you pass by the ancient Yu kingdom in the future. Even if young Master Chen wants to drink in the ancient Yu kingdom's palace, pick a snowy night, I can bring you wine and sit on the roof of the palace with you. We can drink and admire the snow without worrying that the emperor of the ancient Yu kingdom will be angry and chase us away." To tell the truth, although Scholar Chu's origin was not righteous, after he cultivated a human body, he seemed to have experienced something. His aura was extraordinary and he stood out from the crowd. He was even more rich and noble than the elites of the rich and powerful families. Rome wasn't built in a single day. He must have had a unique opportunity to be able to be so graceful and elegant today. Qin Pingan finally spoke. He asked, "I heard that the emperor of the ancient Yu kingdom has the surname Chu. You have the same surname too. Are you related?" Scholar Chu hesitated for a moment. As if to express his sincerity, he nodded and smiled. "We are somewhat related, but we are not related by blood. In short, we rely on each other and guard against each other. It is more complicated and hard to explain." The word Chu meant that the upper part of the forest and the lower part of the horse. The word horse could be used to explain the word foot. The two trees were the forest and there were feet under the tree. Scholar Chu used this as his surname. It went without saying that he was most likely a spirit of an ancient tree. It was just that Qin Pingan's literacy was still at the level of a rough understanding of literature and ink, with occasional understanding. He was far from reaching the level of being able to accurately understand words. After all, he was far from being as knowledgeable as Cui Shi or Wei Ba. Qin Pingan sized up the armor on the scholar with the surname Chu and made up his mind not to use 15 first. He wanted to make use of this opportunity to test his fist skills so as to ascertain the depth of his third realm. He then asked, "Which realm are you at?" Scholar Chu smiled. "Just the fifth realm." Of course he was being modest. How could an immortal who was only one step away from the middle five realms be just? One had to know that cultivators in the middle five realms of the immortal clans that started with the word sect were also extremely precious existences. They were either elders with noble statuses or deacons with real power. If the sects were like this, then there was no need to talk about small countries like the ancient Yu kingdom and the beautiful Robes kingdom. However, Scholar Chu's slightly self-satisfied modesty sounded like a genuine, just, to the simple-minded Qin Pingan. Was this the great demon of the fifth realm that Taoist Zhongshan mentioned? Qin Pingan gently twisted his wrist and grinned. He could not defeat the female ghost in the bridal dress, but this guy in a tortoise shell could really be used as practice. It would be best if he could kill him, but it would not be a loss even if he could not kill him. After all, he still had his flying sword with him. Not one but two. Back then, Qin Pingan had dared to tease the mountain-moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain like he was walking a dog after just a few days of practicing. Not to mention his strength, in terms of courage and boldness, he was indeed much stronger than the martial artists in the world. Of course, once he chose to fight with his life on the line, he had to be careful and cautious. This was also Qin Pingan's strength. Scholar Chu said helplessly, "Why do you still want to fight?" Qin Pingan gave a straightforward answer. "No. If I defeat you, my friend, and that machete man will be in danger." Scholar Chu's eyes turned gloomy. Even a clay bodhisattva would have some anger, let alone a powerful local snake like him who was used to the splendor of the world. "Young man, you won't cry until you see the coffin? I'm telling you clearly that there are two people outside the old house who are eyeing us covetously. Do you really want to get involved? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Qin Pingan's answer made Scholar Chu furious. "Whether you're afraid of me or not has nothing to do with whether I fight you or not." Qin Pingan took a deep breath. The reason why he had delayed for so long was not that Qin Pingan wanted to show off, but that he wanted to confirm the intentions of the two little ancestors in the blade-strengthening gourd. This would determine how he should fight this battle. Flying Sword Chu, whose original name was Fengdu, appeared in the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley. It was like a small white rainbow hanging in the air. Although the body of the sword was slender, it was full of majestic momentum and showed off its sharpness without any concealment. On the other hand, Flying Sword 15, which traded with Old Yang, had a slightly different momentum. The divine will of the flying sword leaned more toward tranquility. Its movements in the blade-strengthening gourd also stopped abruptly and flew abruptly. It came and went in a hurry and was extremely fast. Every time, it would hover at the inner wall of the blade-strengthening gourd and almost hit it. It was completely different from Chu Yi's craziness in the blade-strengthening gourd. Therefore, Qin Pingan came to a rough conclusion that Fengdu, or rather, the fogbow flying sword he had arbitrarily named Chu Yi, was sharper and sturdier than 15. However, its flaws were also very obvious. It was slow, and it was not easy for Qin Pingan to completely control it. Therefore, it caused every strike to be inaccurate. If they were in a stalemate, especially when they had the upper hand, they could have Chu Yi show up and run around randomly. After all, they were not afraid of breaking anything. But in a dangerous situation, they still needed 15, who was docile and swift, to help deliver a fatal blow and make the final decision. Of course, the natal flying sword was very powerful. It was the foundation that all swordsmen in the world dreamed of having. Once they were lucky enough to have it, they would cherish it more than their own life. It was also an existence that gave the rest of the chi cultivators a headache. However, there were two problems with any natal flying sword. First, it was not easy to get. Countless treasures of heaven and earth were needed to refine the sword. Second, it was known for its amazing killing power. It had a kind of indescribable deterrence without leaving the residence of chi. However, once it left the residence of chi to kill the enemy, as long as there was a little bit of damage such as a chip on the blade or a crack on the body of the sword, it would be a huge expense to repair a damaged natal flying sword. Therefore there was a saying on the mountain. The rich were also swordsmen, the poor were also swordsmen. Even if they lost everything overnight, they were still swordsmen. This was the reason why Qin Pingan asked Chu Yi to fight first. He was worried that 15 would fight for the first time officially and then it would end quickly. Both sides had their own insistence. Since they could not come to an agreement, they could only meet for real. The scholar surnamed Chu, who was really an ancient tree spirit, stretched out a finger and knocked on the shining heart-protecting mirror in front of his chest. "Aren't your fists very hard? Come hit me." This set of rare armor pills that cost 3,000 snow coins is from the ancient Yu Kingdom's royal family's earthly treasury. "Qin, if you can break it, I'll admit that you're capable." Qin Pingan would not stand on ceremony with him. With a tap of his toes, the tiles on the ground shattered instantly. It was enough to show how fast he was charging forward. There was an old saying that it was not unreasonable to say that trees die when they move and people live when they move. Although the scholar tree spirit was a fifth realm chi cultivator and had a strong physique, he was indeed not proficient in twisting and turning in close combat. Therefore he paid a huge price to obtain the armor pills as a life-saving talisman at a critical moment. The scholar surnamed Chu had an innately strong physique. Coupled with the precious armor covering his body, he gathered his chi and focused his mind and calmly received the youth's punch. After the punch, the force was so strong that the heart-protecting mirror caved in by an inch. The scholar surnamed Chu flew out and crashed into the outermost courtyard wall of the old house. However, this time he did not look embarrassed at all. Instead, the wall behind him shattered with a loud bang, revealing a shocking and terrifying scene. Inside the wall were not bricks but entangled tree roots that were slowly wriggling. The scholar surnamed Chu patted the dust off his shoulders and laughed mockingly. "Is that all you've got? If you don't have a sixth realm hero's guts, even if I stood still from the start and allowed you to punch me hundreds and thousands of times, it would still be very difficult for Mr. Chen to shatter the armor pills in one go." The fourth, fifth, and sixth realms of martial artists weren't limited to body tempering but to chi refinement. Hence they were called Master Realm. Each realm dealt with the soul, spirit, and guts. Once one reached large success, one's combat strength would increase layer by layer. Not only would it nourish the body but one would also have more confidence when facing chi refinement warriors. Especially when dealing with spirits and ghosts, one would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Each time one attacked, the fist energy would be like the blazing sun, repelling all evil. The reason why Qin Pingan did not pursue an attack was not because he was an arrow at the end of its flight. On the contrary, this punch was just a side dish that went with wine. Qin Pingan was mainly shocked by the strange wall behind the scholar. Could it be that the walls of the entire old house were like this and were deeply rooted? In the backyard there would be light flashing from time to time, illuminating the night sky. During this time, there would be the shouts of the bearded swordsman. The 3 yellow paper demons suppressing pagoda talismans had been used up. However, there were still 2 golden demon suppressing talismans hidden in Qin Pingan's sleeves, as well as 2 distant shrinking talismans. Qin Pingan muttered in his heart, "It's done." The previous few punches were all based on his body's agility. Actually, they were all direct attacks. However, Qin Pingan was different this time. He took a very ancient stance and stepped out. His arms stretched out and he slowly clenched his fists. In an instant, Qin Pingan's fist intent poured out like a flood. It could really pierce one's eyes. In the eyes of the scholar surnamed Chu, it was like a huge sun rising from the East Sea. It was extremely terrifying. God drum-beating stance. The scholar surnamed Chu swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, "Should we sit down and have a chat? Why do I feel that even the armor might not be able to protect me?" The young man in front of him clearly had not reached the 3 realms of chi refinement. Why would he have such an unreasonable and vigorous fist intent? The scholar surnamed Chu wanted to retreat. At the very least he should avoid the brunt of the attack. He should not stupidly allow the fist to smash into his body. Just as he was about to shift his position, the young man suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye he was in front of the scholar. A fist smashed into his ribs that were covered by the armor pill. His momentum was fierce and his strength was great. The scholar surnamed Chu staggered to the side, but at the same time, he let out a sigh of relief. After taking a proper stance, the young man's fist intent was frightening, but his strength did not seem to have increased by much. The barefoot old man had once joked in the bamboo house of Luapa Mountain. This old man's god drum-beating stance focused on the first punch. Once the first punch arrived, it would be guided by the spirit's will. After that, 10 or even 100 punches would naturally arrive. Therefore, the first punch had to hit the opponent. After that, the number of punches one could send out would depend on how long one could hold on. Therefore, in order to not miss with his first punch, Chin Pingan did not hesitate to use a length contraction talisman. After that, Chin Pingan's punches became faster and faster. His strength was only slightly stronger than before. He hammered into various parts of the scholar's surnamed Chu's Chi realm. The armor pill shone brightly. Wherever Chin Pingan's fist landed, the light would suddenly light up. It was indeed one of the best treasured treasures of the ancient Yu kingdom. Every time he tried to dodge, it seemed as if he was only half a step away, but he just couldn't dodge the punch. The scholar surnamed Chu, who had no power to fight back, took the 10th punch, and his face suddenly became deathly pale. Shoulders, chest, ribs, abdomen, back, head, temples, eyebrows, elbows, knees. There was no place that the young man's fist did not have a foothold. Chin Pingan's punches were as fast as lightning. Most importantly, in the scholar surnamed Chu's eyes, the young man's gaze was calm and his breathing was steady. His heart was too calm. Every step and every punch was matched perfectly. It was as if he was an old monster that had lived for hundreds of years. After 15 punches, Chin Pingan's fist was already a bloody mess. Some white bones could be seen. However, why would Chin Pingan care about this pain that was neither painful nor itchy? Compared to the pain of having his 10 fingers smashed by a hammer bit by bit, the pain of having his bones crushed inch by inch, compared to the pain of having to peel off his skin and pull out his tendons, Chin Pingan felt that this pain could be considered a comfortable enjoyment. The scholar surnamed Chu had already revealed half of his true form. He was 10 feet tall. His eyes were green and his face was covered with green veins. Under the armor, one could see signs of his bulging muscles. He was like an old tree. He used his arms to block in front of his face. He was sent flying again and again. He shouted with all his might, "Taoist white deer mountain god Chin, there's a change in the situation. Come and help me." On the hillside outside the old residence, the lewd mountain god's expression changed slightly. The flame from the torch that the scholar surnamed Chu had inserted into the corridor pillar was quickly stripped of its sparks. The sparks of flame floated in all directions. Although most of them dissipated quickly, there were still some small balls of fire that floated through the corridor towards the courtyard. They allowed the mountain god to observe the situation inside the old residence through the flames that were like his own eyes. Therefore, the mountain god could clearly see the entire process of the scholar surnamed Chu and the young man's fight. This made him a little troubled. He was not troubled about whether to help, but when to enter the scene so that he could reap the most benefits. He could not be bothered to help the scholar in his hour of need before his armor was broken. If he killed the young man and helped the scholar keep his armor, he would be looking for trouble. The middle-aged Taoist holding the horsetail whisk suddenly said, "The sharpness of the saber of the bearded swordsman is beyond imagination. If I don't help now, I'm afraid the female ghost's true body will be hurt. So, will mountain god Chin follow me or continue to watch from the sidelines?" The lewd mountain god laughed and said, "Since we're allies, we should advance and retreat together. There's no such thing as retreating at the last minute." The Taoist laughed and threw the snow-white horsetail whisk forward. When it was about to hit the ground, a tall white deer appeared. The Taoist rode on the white deer and sped forward quickly. His Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. Fortunately, there were no woodcutters or commoners nearby. Otherwise they would probably kowtow and call him an immortal. The lewd mountain god did not use any spells. He simply took a step forward and walked to the side of the white deer and the Taoist. The white deer ran like the wind and soon arrived outside the old house. The middle-aged Taoist rushed up and the white deer instantly turned back into the horsetail whisk and flew back to its owner's hand. The Taoist laughed and said, "Brother Chu, I'll help you kill the enemy." Chin Pingan had already reached his limit after throwing out 20 punches. Unfortunately, he still could not break the armor. Although the scholar with the surname Chu was beaten until he was bleeding from his 7 orifices and his soul was shaken. His true body was completely exposed and almost the entire corridor was destroyed by the two of them. The scholar with the surname Chu had only lost the ability to fight. He still had the strength to protect himself with his talent and radiant armor. He would not be shaken to death by the young man's punch. Then the Taoist with the horsetail whisk descended from the sky. Chen Pingon had just retracted his fist and lightly patted the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. A ray of white light flew out of the small red gourd and pierced the armor's heart-protecting mirror that had just caved in. Almost all the colorful fireflies of the armor pill gathered on the heart-protecting mirror. The armor let out a soft sound of porcelain shattering. The ray of white light bounced back and flashed away, disappearing without a trace. The dying scholar with the surname Chu panicked, but soon his face was filled with ecstasy. The armor was not pierced and he was not dead. But in the next moment he felt the space between his brows go cold, and then his robust figure collapsed and fell backwards. At the moment of his death, he spoke fiercely in exasperation. "You've successively destroyed the foundation of my grand Tao. Just you wait." After saying this, the scholar with the surname Chu who had fallen to the ground turned into a large piece of green withered wood and decayed into ashes. The armor that had lost its owner also returned to its round shape. Qin Pingon frowned. It turned out that after Chu Yi, a wisp of dark green light swept out from the gourd. It was much faster than the white sword light from before. One after the other, it took advantage of the gap between the treasured armor's spiritual energy to defend the heart-protecting mirror. The second flying sword easily penetrated between Scholar Chu's eyebrows. Standing on the high wall of the old house, the mountain god of lust exclaimed, "Natal flying sword." He turned his head and took a big step out. His figure quickly appeared more than 10 miles away. The cold wind blew and he was sweating profusely. "Damn it, sword immortal." Taoist White Deer, who had just touched the ground and landed in the middle of the veranda, jumped up from the ground and ran away without saying a word. He threw out his horsetail whisk in the air and the white deer landed on the ground. Taoist White Deer rode on its back and fled in panic. Qin Pingon was a little stunned. He stood in the same place confused. He thought to himself, "I'm just a layman who has practiced boxing for less than 2 years. How did I become a sword immortal? I'm not even a sword cultivator." 218. In the backyard of the old house, outside the embroidery building, a fierce battle was going on. Pin Book Net, the big-bearded swordsman who had traveled all the way here just to kill demons, did not have a high martial arts realm, but the saber in his hand was a very high-quality weapon. After injecting his genuine chi, the saber in his hand shone with red light and the faint sound of wind and thunder. It was unstoppable. The old woman who had been guarding the third courtyard turned out to be a chi cultivator of the third realm who had been hiding her strength. However, she was old and weak, so she was still no match for the big-bearded swordsman and the saber. After more than 10 rounds, she was knocked unconscious by the back of the saber. With a kick, she crashed into the side room and fainted. Originally, the old woman was not so weak. However, she had been in the confinement for a long time and had been contaminated by the evil spirit gathered by the formation for a long time. Although she was not an otherworldly ghost cultivator, she was naturally afraid of the masculine chi of the saber. Moreover, the big-bearded swordsman had traveled all over the world and was very experienced in fighting. The old woman's rapid defeat was indeed reasonable. The last person to enter the courtyard was the owner of the old house. At first, the owner of the old house chose to fight the enemy alone. He landed in the courtyard where the beauty was leaning and picked a dusty long sword. The body of the sword was as cool as water. When fighting with the swordsman, the sword was light and agile. He did not fight with the saber head-on. Every time he attacked, he directly stabbed the vital chi residence of the big-bearded swordsman. The tip of the sword emitted green light, which brought a trace of sad but beautiful fireflies in the rain. When the big-bearded swordsman attacked, he had the demeanor of a fierce warrior on the battlefield. Every time he attacked, he was fast and fierce. His moves were not complicated, nor were they exquisite. Every attack was clean and neat, and he could draw back and release his saber freely. If he did not attack, he would be seriously injured. The big-bearded swordsman still had some strength to fight against the man in black's riding sword technique. When he saw some clues, the man attacked more fiercely because he was a little angry. He scolded, "You bastard, you are obviously from a righteous immortal family. Why don't you fight for the great Tao and immortality? Why do you degrade yourself? In the end, you become a half-human and half-ghost helper. You favor this female ghost and make the area hundreds of miles desolate. Don't you think you deserve to die?" The bearded man shouted angrily. He held the saber with both hands and chopped down heavily. The saber hit the man's sword, and the man and the sword were pushed back a few feet. The young but white-haired man slid all the way back, and the raindrops under his feet splashed everywhere. When he finally stood up, he swallowed a mouthful of blood that rushed up to his throat. The haggard man twisted his wrist and flicked his sword. Instantly, countless raindrops near the tip of the sword were shattered. The shattering sound was like firecrackers in spring. The bearded man took a heavy step forward with a saber in one hand. His entire arm was shrouded in a radiant light. The bearded man pointed at the man and glared at him. "Buddhists say that repent before you're saved. You bastard who deceives your master and destroys your ancestors. Why aren't you retreating? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you as well?" It was the first time that the man spoke tonight. Although his voice was hoarse like a stone grinding a blunt knife, his temperament was elegant and his expression was calm. Not only did he not speak ill of him, he even joked, "Buddhists also say that if you put down the butcher's knife, you'll become a Buddha immediately." The bearded man looked around and raised his head to glance at the closed door of the beauty lounge on the second floor. After retracting his gaze, he sneered, "Oh, you still have the mood to talk nonsense with me. It seems that you have something to rely on." "That's right. With your background and the cultivation of a chi cultivator at the bottom of the 5 states, you might have already run a large and dirty family business in the past 100 years. Otherwise, the gods of the mountains and rivers nearby would not have turned a blind eye to what you've done. If I'm not wrong, although you definitely don't have the face to acknowledge your ancestors, you've done a lot of shady business outside. That's why you're able to intimidate others and make them not dare to touch you at all." Speaking of this, the bearded man was extremely angry. His face was like the angry eyes of a heavenly king in a temple statue. He said with a thunderous voice, "Yes or no?" The man holding the long sword smiled but did not speak. Deep in his eyes there was some disappointment. The bearded man said sternly, "I've given you a chance to be a human again. If you don't want it, then don't blame me for being ruthless and killing demons." Before the bearded man took out his knife, the man sighed and felt a little guilty. Then he bit his finger and wrote a rune on the sword with his own blood. He wrote a Qing Si Dan script. Qing Si Dan script was one of the instruments of Taoism. It was said that in ancient times, it could be used to write to gods and spirits. It could reach the heavens and connect heaven and earth. Once the sincerity was accepted by the gods, all kinds of supernatural powers would descend on the body. For example, the Qing Si written to the gods of the Thunder sect. Once the gods showed up, they could even hold thunder and lightning in their hands and protect themselves with a golden body. For a short period of time, they would be like the gods of the Thunder sect. No wonder there's a remnant of the Qing Si Dan script on the screen wall. You're actually an official disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect. You can't redeem yourself even if you die 100 times. The bearded man was so angry that he almost stomped his feet. He swung his knife with all his strength. Under the bright light, the whole yard was as bright as day. For him, demons and ghosts haunted the human world. No matter how outrageous their tyrannical behavior was, the bearded man, who was used to seeing strange and tragic things, would not be too shocked. That was because it was the nature of demons and ghosts. It would be strange if they were kind to people. Therefore, the bearded man had always tried his best to kill them. He would not be so angry like today. However, a chi cultivator changed his evil ways and bullied others. That was what the bearded man hated the most. The bearded man was so angry that his momentum was shocking. His knife was strong when he was angry. Moreover, that precious knife was a divine weapon that even grandmasters in Jianghu coveted. For a moment, the yard was filled with dazzling knife light and surging gang qi. Unfortunately, the rainwater that fell on the small yard was turned into powder in the air before it touched the green bricks. Although he had used the unique skill of his sect, the man in the old house was too dispirited and his skin was rotten. He was like an old man with one foot in the grave. His realm barely maintained at the threshold of the 5 states, but his chi was already very weak. Like a wide stream without much water, it was almost dried up. This also made the Qing Si Dan script on the sword body to increase the attack power of the longsword very little. On the second floor of the embroidery building, the female ghost in a green dress finally showed up. She covered her face with one hand and held the corridor pillar with the other. Following her appearance, on the other side of the yard wall, the ground of the yard, and the corridor pillar, tree roots as thick as an arm shot towards them like crossbow arrows. The bearded man, who had already gained the upper hand, was suddenly surrounded by danger. However, he was still not afraid. His body twisted and turned in the yard, dodging the tree roots and arrows. At the same time, he cut the hidden weapons that brushed past him with his knife. The man was bold and heroic. Although he was in danger, he laughed loudly and said, "Old witch, you are indeed a tree spirit and a ghost. You came at the right time. I will cut off all your roots. When the time comes, I will leave you with one breath and let you die under the scorching sun." A young Taoist rushed over from the corridor. There was a pair of yellow paper talisman pasted on his calves, which made him run like a gust of wind. It was dazzling. The young Taoist with a peachwood sword on his back ran and shouted, "Hero Su, I am here to help you kill the demon." The bearded man's shoulder was hit by a tree root. His tall figure used the huge momentum to spin in the air and cut off the tree root with one knife. The tree root that fell to the ground was still flapping non-stop. As for the tree root that retracted back to the wall, black blood seeped out from the cut, emitting a fishy smell. Together with the gloomy rain, it made the yard full of miasma. Fortunately, the man's martial arts' true meaning was flowing non-stop. It was quite vigorous, like a layer of golden light protecting his body. Seeing the young Taoist coming over to join in the fun, the bearded man spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed angrily. "Little Taoist, I appreciate your kindness. However, don't be a hindrance. Quickly take your friend and leave the house. Just go to that small town and prepare some good wine to reward this Su. This is a great help." The young Taoist was unwilling to leave. It was his duty to kill the demon and get rid of evil for the people. As a disciple of the celestial master's mansion of Longhu Mountain, even if they were estranged, even if they were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, he, Zhang Shan, was still one of the 10 million candidates for the celestial master's position in the Zhang family. The talisman pasted on the young Taoist's calves was the godly travel talisman that he bought at a high price. It could last for about half an hour. The godly travel talisman, also known as the armored horse talisman, could help the user move like a galloping horse, like an ancient deity patrolling the wind. The godly travel talisman was thus listed as the 7th grade of the 9-rank talisman alchemy book. No matter how expensive it was worth it for the young Taoist who lacked combat strength and a weak physique. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The Taoist Zhang Shan pinched the sword with 2 fingers and ran along the corridor. He looked up at the 2nd floor of the embroidered building and said, "Go." With a whoosh, the peachwood sword on his back flew out from the young Taoist's back. With the slight movement of his 2 fingers, the sword did not directly attack the female tree spirit on the pillar of the embroidered building. Instead, it made a big circle and drew a delicate arc. Finally, it went around the pillar and stabbed the female ghost's face from the side. Not only did the female ghost have to help her husband suppress the saber of the bearded swordsman downstairs, but she also had to deal with the peachwood sword whistling through the air. She did not have time to cover her ugly face with one hand. It turned out that half of her face was rotten with maggots crawling on it, and the bones were miserable. The only half of her face that was slightly intact was also cracked like porcelain. Such a disgusting appearance would frighten a timid mortal teacher to death on the spot. Several thumb-sized cyan branches broke out from the pillar and tightly wrapped around the peachwood sword that was only an inch away from nailing into her face. In an instant, the peachwood sword lit up with a soybean-sized silver talisman light, which rolled and flowed under the sword. A little spiritual light was the talisman's gall, which made the branches burn as if they were in a raging fire. The female ghost felt as if she was struck by lightning. She screamed heartbreakingly and quickly turned her neck, not daring to look at the spiritual light. She waved her sleeves, and the almost burnt branches wrapped the peachwood sword and threw it into the embroidered building's boudoir together. After the female ghost turned her head, because of her big movement, the blood clots and maggots on her face fell on the beauty's arm. The female ghost whimpered softly, not knowing whether it was because of pain or embarrassment. "Ying." After seeing this scene, the man holding the sword softly cried out. He could not help but call out the female ghost's name. The man was heartbroken and said sadly, "You've gone too far. Why do you collude with the mountain god of lust and force us like this? Although my wife is a ghost, she has never harmed anyone. For more than 100 years, in addition to using my own chi and blood to maintain my wife's vitality, I have only used the old house as the formation eye to absorb the yin chi and evil chi within a radius of 300 miles. On the contrary, it is the mountain god of lust who takes the chi and chi of mountains and rivers for his own cultivation. One of you calls yourself a hero and the other a Taoist. Why don't you go to trouble him but come here aggressively? Speaking of this, the man holding the sword laughed with grief and indignation. He said, because we are not human, and the one surnamed Qin is a mountain god. You think there is a clear distinction between good and evil? The man holding the sword with rotten skin and little qi and blood left, lowered his head and stared at the snow-white sword light. Once upon a time, the sect was majestic with green mountains and clear waters, and red-crowned cranes were singing. It was a paradise. He used to practice swordsmanship there, and he was familiar with the Qing dynasty's treasured books. He was also a young talent who had the potential to reach the 5 states. But suddenly, a letter from home came to the mountain gate, saying that the girl who was his childhood sweetheart and matchmaker was seriously ill. Even the most famous doctor in the county city could not save her. The letter from home told him to focus on cultivation, because even if he went down the mountain he would not be able to see the girl for the last time. At the end of the letter, his father also hinted that this marriage would not be an obstacle for him in the future. He burned the letter and went down the mountain with his sword. When he returned to his hometown, the girl was already dead. Stubbornly, he used a secret technique of the Shenao sect and wrote a soul-summoning talisman with his own blood. He took the girl's corpse and her remaining soul and rushed to the deep mountains and forests overnight. At sunrise he hid in a cave, and at sunset he hurried on his way, trying to find a place with strong yin qi, hoping to help her return her soul to yang. In the next 100 years he spent all his money, thought hard, and exhausted his cultivation to build an old house. He stole the wood core of an ancestral female elm in the ancient Yu kingdom, and used the evil secret technique of grafting flowers on wood to fuse the girl's soul with the wood core. Under her clothes she had no feet, only the roots. The old house was not only to help her extend her life, but also to imprison her. In the embroidery house, they bowed to heaven and earth and to their parents and elders. Finally the couple bowed to each other, and from then on they depended on each other. Only the girl's personal maid did not abandon them. She changed from a young girl with black hair to a white-haired old woman. The past was unbearable to recall. The man with the sword murmured, "If the world is like this, there is no meaning for us to live." The big-bearded swordsman stopped his saber and raised his hand high, making a gesture of truce. He asked in a low voice, "Is there any secret during this period?" The man smiled bitterly. "The deities of the lustful ancestral mountain have coveted the old house for a long time. At the beginning of spring this year, I knew that with my remaining cultivation, it would be difficult to resist the sinister probing of those sneaky people. I had to violate my conscience and oath, and wrote a secret letter to the sect, hoping that the sect could send a 5th state immortal to help intimidate the mountain deity temple. However, it was like a clay ox in the sea, and there was no news back until now. This is normal. The sect is already benevolent enough not to kill me. Who would want to get involved in such a filthy matter? If I were on the mountain, I would probably want to go down the mountain and clean up the sect after hearing about such a scandal." Taoist Zhang Shan came to the big-bearded swordsman and explained in a low voice, "I don't have much time left with the divine travel talisman. If they are playing tricks, I will have to take my friends and retreat." However, Taoist Zhang Shan suddenly smiled, "But I think that man is right." The big-bearded swordsman was in a dilemma. People's hearts were full of evil, and their smiling faces were full of evil. If there was really a disciple of the divine grandeur sect who was willing to come here, even if it was only a 2nd or 3rd state outer sect cultivator, it could prove the innocence of the old house ghost man and the woman tree ghost. The divine grandeur sect was the leader of the Taoists in the Aquarius continent, and they had a Lord of Heaven as their pillar of strength. To put it bluntly, even a servant disciple who cleaned the stairs of the mountain gate would have more influence than the leader of a small sect outside. Although the battle had come to an end, the 4 of them still did not dare to be distracted. This was especially true for the woman from the embroidered tower who had stolen the core of the ancient elm tree. Before this, she had always been well protected by the master of the ancient house. However, in this battle, the bearded swordsman had cut off countless of her roots. She was also greatly frightened by the peachwood sword. Although she knew that this day would come sooner or later, when it really came, she still panicked. She only felt that she would always be a burden to her husband. The guilt in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Her heart was in a mess. It had been like this for 100 years. At this moment, 2 powerful auras appeared in the courtyard. One of them was wearing a Taoist robe, and he descended from the sky. For some reason he did not go straight for the embroidered house but chose to land there. Although the man and woman in the old house had heard the sounds of fighting, they were too busy dealing with the bearded swordsman to pay attention to what was going on. They only thought that the old woman had regained her consciousness and was trying to stop the scoundrel who had sneaked into the old house. Soon, the mountain god of lust and Taoist white deer came and left in a hurry. They also said strange things like, natal flying sword, and sword immortal, as if they had met a real mountain immortal. They did not dare to attack and hurriedly retreated. The big bearded swordsman said softly, "Little Taoist, go and take a look." Taoist Zhang Shan was stunned. Although the big bearded swordsman said it casually, the meaning in his eyes was that he should leave this place as soon as possible. The young Taoist could not say a word. He was agitated and sad. He was glad that he had finally met a fellow Taoist who was willing to sacrifice his life to get rid of evil and defend Taoism. This was the person he wanted to be the most in his life. The sad thing was that he was always so useless and mediocre. The young Taoist did not speak. He silently rode the peachwood sword back to the embroidered house. He held it in his hand and with the help of the teleport talisman on his leg, he turned around and left quickly. The swordsman in the courtyard frowned and pondered. He did not know whether the change was good or bad. Did the God Grandeur sect really send their disciples here? The woman was worried about his health. She was already at the end of her rope, and this battle was like a drum that urged her to die. She could no longer care about her manners and walked forward slowly. Her huge body, which was covered by the green dress and the tall embroidered house, was revealed for the first time. The beauty lounge on the second floor was broken, and the woman who was standing on a huge tree stump fell down in the courtyard. Behind her was a large section of the old tree root. She reached out her trembling hands and held the man's face. She only hated that she could not speak. The man comforted her softly, "Don't be afraid. Maybe the sect really sent someone to help." Seeing this, the bearded swordsman sighed and leaned his long knife on the ground. He thought that even if the husband and wife in front of him were really evil ghosts, their love could not be faked. After scaring away the mountain god of lascivious temple and the white deer Taoist, Qin Pingan picked up the armor pill and put it into the Zongsuan item. Then he quietly rushed to the corridor of the third and fourth courtyard, ready to use the two flying swords to kill the enemy. 15 was responsible for killing the swordsman, and Chui was responsible for delaying and exhausting the female ghost. However, when Qin Pingan was about to let the two flying swords fly out of the blade-strengthening gourd, he found that the battle had stopped and the two sides did not intend to fight desperately. Qin Pingan listened to the man's heartfelt words and was not sure if he was telling the truth. So he began to hold his breath and stood silently behind a pillar that covered his body. When the bearded swordsman asked the Taoist Zhang Shan to leave, Qin Pingan pondered for a moment. Then with a tap of his foot, his body shot up into the air. He then stepped on the pillars of the corridor and shot out towards the third courtyard. His body flashed and disappeared from the top of the corridor. His hands lightly patted the beam in front of him. His body was like a fish swimming in water, smoothly passing through it. Very quickly he returned to the second courtyard from the third courtyard. He floated down and stood in front of the door of his original residence. The moment Qin Pingan sat down, the young Taoist rushed over. "Qin Pingan." The Taoist Zhang Shan said anxiously, "Let's take the things and leave quickly. Master Su wants us to go to the town quickly. Things are complicated. I can't explain it clearly in a short time." Qin Pingan stood up and suddenly pointed to the door of the old house. Someone broke in. After a group of people entered the door, they put away their oil paper umbrellas and went around the screen wall. They turned into the corridor and strode toward the courtyard. This group of people all wore elegant and exquisite Taoist robes. On their heads, one of the three Taoists was a fishtail crown. There were 5 Taoists, old and young, male and female. They had an extraordinary aura. The old Taoist in the lead should be the leader. In the night, his eyes were still bright and radiant. At first glance, one could tell that he was a successful immortal. As for the other 4 people, there was a young Taoist in his 20s. He held a bronze bell in his hand and carried a long sword in a black scabbard. The sword tassel was a long string of golden silk knots. It was very eye-catching. There was a young boy and a young girl who looked very similar. They looked arrogant. One of them had a long black rope coiled around his waist. The other had a beautiful green and yellow bamboo whip. There was also a smiling toddler. Because he was the smallest and had the shortest legs, he seemed to walk with a swagger. In his hand was an inconspicuous long piece of wood, but it was engraved with the ancient words, 10,000 ghosts bow. The young Taoist chuckled and said, "Master, he is a human, not a demon." The old Taoist nodded and ignored Qin Pingan and Zhang Shan, who were standing at the door of the room. He walked straight ahead. When the men and women brushed past them, they were not interested in Qin Pingan, who carried the wooden box and 2 swords on his back. They only looked at Zhang Shan's Taoist hat and Taoist robes, as if they found them somewhat novel. The 5 Taoists left the 2 behind. After the old Taoist stepped into the courtyard, he suddenly shouted angrily, "Bastard Yang Huang! Come out and admit your guilt." When the man holding a sword under the embroidery building heard the familiar voice, he was both happy and worried. He was glad that the old Taoist was undoubtedly an inner core disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect, which meant that his letter asking for help had worked. Although the sect had already removed his Taoist credentials, they still didn't intend to ignore it. Instead, they really sent someone down the mountain to investigate this matter. This meant that Qin Haodong, the mountain god of the Divine Grandeur sect, was doomed to face serious consequences. However, the man was also more worried. The old Taoist was of the same generation as him. They were both God's favored disciples who entered the Divine Grandeur sect in the same year. Their masters were also the same. However, the relationship between the 2 was extremely bad. When they were cultivating in the Divine Grandeur sect, they were like fire and water. Now, one was an unattainable immortal master and the other was a lowly ghost who was neither human nor ghost. What could he do if the old Taoist took revenge? Behind the old Taoist, not behind Yang Huang, was the Divine Grandeur sect, which had a Taoist master of a continent. The man holding a sword asked the woman to hide behind him. He gently stabbed the long sword into the ground and no longer held it. He faced the corridor and bowed deeply. I, Yang Huang, am willing to accept the sect's punishment. The old Taoist stepped into the square of the embroidery building in high spirits and twitched the corner of his mouth. Yang Huang, I haven't seen you for 100 years. You've been doing well. The bearded swordsman turned his head and looked. After seeing the attire of the 5 Taoists, he did not go up to the immortal masters of the Divine Grandeur sect. Instead, he cupped his hands and bowed to the man who bowed. Tonight I offended you and your wife. I sincerely apologize. If there's a need, I'll definitely step forward bravely. The bearded swordsman had been in Jianghu for 20 years. His eyes were sharp and experienced. He saw through the conflict between Yang Huang and the old Taoist of the Divine Grandeur sect. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Those old and young Taoists were just short of pasting the words, "decent people," on their foreheads. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan sighed and said, as expected of a Taoist priest from the Aquarius continent. Looking at his own attire, the young Taoist priest from the Julu continent felt a little ashamed. However, he was still worried about the bearded swordsman. He pulled Qin Pingan along and followed them from afar. The old Taoist of the Divine Grandeur sect had already brought 4 juniors who had gone down the mountain to gain experience. They walked into the dilapidated square. He quietly made a gesture unique to the sect with his hands behind his back. The other 4 immediately flew out and took their positions, surrounding the man and woman of the old house. The man with the sword was still standing on the high wall. Looking at this posture, it did not seem like the extravagance of the arrival of a backer. The man named Yang Huang reached out and held the ugly female ghost's hand. He said softly, "I'm willing to be husband and wife for generations to come." The female ghost still could not speak. She whimpered, but everyone present knew that she was saying, "I'm willing to be husband and wife for generations to come." Just like that. The straw sandals youth, who had planned to watch coldly from the sidelines, burst into tears. Even he was a little dazed. His childhood memories had long been blurred. He could not remember many things clearly. However, there was a scene that Qin Pingan still remembered clearly. His father was a wooden person who was not good with words. He might have only said one word of love in his life. "Can we still be together in the next life?" The demure woman who was mending clothes smiled and asked, "How can we not be together?" At that time, Qin Pingan was nestled in the woman's arms. He was too young to feel these words that involved life and death. However, the appearance and expression of his parents at that moment was etched in the child's mind. As time passed after his parents left, Qin Pingan felt that if he really liked someone, it seemed that a lifetime was not enough. Hence, such a scene occurred. Taoist Zhang Shan inadvertently noticed Qin Pingan's strange behavior. He wiped his cheeks and was a little confused. No matter how heavy the rain was, his face shouldn't be full of rain, right? What's more, this torrential rain had turned into a drizzle now. It would be fine even if he did not hold an umbrella. Zhang Shan was a little worried and asked, "Qin Pingan, are you okay?" Qin Pingan hurriedly wiped his face and squeezed out a smile. He shook his head and said, "I'm fine. There are so many strange things tonight. Too scary. I'm a slow person. I didn't care about the fright before. Now that I'm fine, I dare to cry freely." Taoist Zhang Shan's face was full of admiration. He reached out and patted Qin Pingan's shoulder. He turned his head and held back his laughter. "Just pretend that I didn't see it." The old Taoist of the Xinghua sect looked around and finally smiled at the man standing upright in the old house. He clicked his tongue and said, "Things remain the same but people change. What a pair of unfortunate lovers. Yang Huang, how do you think I'll deal with you? Do you think I'll deal with you according to the golden rules of the sect? Or do I act according to the personal relationship between you and me and not according to the rules?" The man clenched his teeth and remained silent. But in the end he had to kneel down and beg for mercy. He only hoped that this immortal master of the Xinghua sect would be lenient. The big-bearded swordsman was about to speak. He had to speak up for justice. The old Taoist turned his head. His eyes were gloomy and he shouted, "Outsiders, shut up. The Xinghua sect is cleaning up its own sect. It's not up to others to tell us what to do." The big-bearded swordsman was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to raise his sword and cut down. But in the end he could only sigh dejectedly. This was a family affair of a big sect. If outsiders dared to meddle in it, they would die in vain. Jianghu was like this, and so was the mountain. It was the same no matter where one went. Everywhere one went, one would feel suffocated. At this moment, Qin Pingan turned his head and quietly handed a round ball to Taoist Zhang Shan. "Zhang Shan, from now on we don't know each other. You can keep this thing." Taoist Zhang Shan pushed it back and whispered, "Qin Pingan, don't mess around. If you make the first move, you won't be in the right. I know how to deal with these immortal masters. It'll definitely work. Remember, when I get beaten up later, don't help. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be wasted." Qin Pingan asked, "Is that okay?" The young Taoist smiled brightly and said, "Try it. If it doesn't work, you can help." After saying this, Taoist Zhang Shan was a little happy. Qin Pingan was at most a martial artist of the third realm. He would only be beaten up if he went. Luckily, the ancestors of the three sects were here to protect their disciples. Zhang Shanfeng must succeed this time. 219. The young Taoist stood up, tidied his clothes, and strode into the square of the embroidery building. He looked like he was going to sacrifice himself for a cause. He said loudly, "Everyone, please listen to what I have to say." Everyone present looked at this foreign Taoist with different expressions. The young Taoist from the Divine Grandeur sect had a black rope tied around his waist. When the young Taoist saw Zhang Shan, he looked unhappy. He took off the rope and threw it out. The rope was like a spiritual snake. It stretched itself in the air and tied up the young Taoist in an instant. Zhang Shan was like a dumpling. He swayed and almost fell. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. The young Taoist from the Divine Grandeur sect sneered, "Why should we listen to your nonsense? You're just a fake Taoist from an unknown background. If you dare to make noise again, I'll throw you out of the courtyard." Taoist Zhang Shan said angrily, "My name is Zhang Shan, and I'm from the Juelu continent. My master is the fire dragon immortal from the Soaring Cloud sect. I'm also the descendant of the Zhang family from the Dragon Tiger Mountain. I've traveled far and wide to the Aquarius continent to train my Taoist heart in order to complete the test of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. As long as I return to my hometown, I'll be able to become a registered Taoist in the Celestial Master Mansion's Golden Jade Register. Your Divine Grandeur sect is so arrogant. How dare you humiliate the Zhang family from the Dragon Tiger Mountain?" The young Taoist from the Divine Grandeur sect, who lacked experience in the Jianghu, was a little confused. Obviously, he was intimidated by the Celestial Master Mansion of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. He really didn't have the confidence to wrestle with the Divine Grandeur sect. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Any sect whose reputation could spread to the Aquarius continent was not to be trifled with. The Dragon Tiger Mountain of the Central Divine Continent was even more famous. It didn't belong to any of the three Taoist sects and was an independent Taoist orthodoxy. The young Taoist from the Divine Grandeur sect had heard of it long ago, but it was only limited to some supernatural legends. Most of them were false rumors spread by the unknowledgeable commoners. The Qi cultivators on the mountain didn't take it seriously and only treated it as a joke. However, the Divine Grandeur sect was an immortal family that started with the word sect. They knew the real power of the Celestial Master Mansion of the Dragon Tiger Mountain much better than others. The Celestial Master Zhang of the Zhang family had a palm print in one hand and an immortal sword in the other. His Taoist techniques were boundless and his killing power was boundless. He was an immortal in the upper 5 realms who could rank among the top 10 in the Central Divine Continent, which was similar to the Divine Grandeur Sect Master and the Heavenly Lord Qi Zhen's transcendent status in the Eastern Aquarius Continent. Therefore, the Divine Grandeur Sect could easily understand the immortal aura of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. The Taoist Zhang Shan pressed on, looking righteous as he stared at the leading old Taoist whose eyes were flickering. Yang Huang, as a former disciple of the Divine Grandeur Sect, has fallen to such a state because of love. Even I, an outsider, feel that it's tragic and should shed a tear of sympathy for the couple. As the leading orthodoxy in the Aquarius continent, the Divine Grandeur Sect should have the same bearing, right? The youngest Taoist of the Divine Grandeur Sect, who held an ancient wooden stick, gently tugged at the young Taoist's sleeve and whispered, "Senior sister, I think that Celestial Master Zhang is right. Alas, what do you think?" The young girl with a yellow bamboo whip at her waist shook her head and said, "It's just empty pleasantries. Don't take it seriously." Qin Pingan's eyes were opened. However, at the same time, he glanced at the edge of the embroidered tower from the corner of his eyes and felt a little confused. The Taoist Zhang Shan wanted to point his finger at the old Taoist's nose to boost his momentum. However, he realized that he was tightly tied up. Instead, he hopped forward and sneered, "Elder Immortal, you're Yang Huang's senior brother of the same generation. We've cultivated in the same sect for many years. Today we're meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Why are we meeting with weapons instead of holding hands? What? Our Zhang clan's celestial masters, no matter if they're on the register or on the record, as long as they travel the world and meet each other, they'll feel like old friends at first sight. Why is it that your Divine Grandeur sect doesn't have such an atmosphere? Besides, although I'm a disciple of the Zhang clan of Dragon Tiger Mountain, I'm also a mountaineer and a cultivator. I know the simple truth that the law is nothing more than human feelings." The young Taoist changed his tone and said with a smile, "Elder Immortal, could it be that you have an old grudge with Yang Huang so you don't care about your sect's magnanimity and force this couple to their deaths? However, I don't think that's possible. Elder Immortal looks like an open-minded person. After this, I, Zhang Shan, will definitely spread the name of Elder Immortal and the Divine Grandeur sect. Even if we go to the Ancestral Court's Dragon Tiger Mountain in the future, as long as the Divine Grandeur sect is mentioned, they'll give us a thumbs up." The old Taoist with his hands behind his back narrowed his eyes and smiled without saying a word. The young Taoist standing on the wall suddenly spoke in a language that no one could understand. Taoist Zhang Shan was confused. Unexpectedly, the young Taoist with the sword and the bell turned back to the Aquarius continent and looked down at him. He pointed at Taoist Zhang Shan and said angrily, "You liar. This poor Taoist is asking you in the official language of Julu continent, why can't you answer a single question? In the Aquarius continent, you dare to pretend to be a disciple of the Zhang clan of Dragon Tiger Mountain. You're going against the orthodoxy of the continent. Do you know that the Divine Grandeur sect has the right to take you down? Kneel down and admit your mistake." Zhang Shan didn't expect to meet a bastard who was even better at bragging than him. He was furious and began to scold the young Taoist in the official language of the Julu continent. Then he turned back to the Aquarius continent's language and said, "What nonsense! What a Divine Grandeur sect! What a Taoist master of the Aquarius continent!" Unexpectedly, the young Taoist on the wall ignored Zhang Shan and turned to look at the old Taoist. He suggested with a smile, "Master, we've already determined that this person isn't from the Julu continent. As for whether he's a disciple of the Zhang clan of Dragon Tiger Mountain, we still need to confirm it slowly. Why don't we take him down first and throw him aside? We'll clean up the sect first and deal with the Gui Gui and the tree spirit before we talk about anything else?" The old Taoist seemed to be moved. Just as he was about to speak, the bearded swordsman, Su Yuanxia, finally couldn't hold back the resentment in his chest. As he said earlier, he stepped forward with his treasured saber in hand and laughed, "I'm just a nobody. I can't ask the immortal masters of the Divine Grandeur sect to give me any face. However, if the immortal masters want to punish Yang Huang and do things according to the law, I'm all ears. I'll see if the immortal masters of the Divine Grandeur sect can be followed. However, if you don't give me an explanation and want to kill Yang Huang and his wife, I'm willing to give up 100 kilograms of meat and just use the saber in my hand to experience the immortal master's heavenly Tao. The young divine grandeur sect who used the demon binding rope suddenly asked, "Since you claim to be from a small sect of Dragon Tiger Mountain located in the Julu continent, do you have a customs clearance document? Can you prove that you're from the Julu continent and are a disciple of the Zhang clan? If you can't prove it, you'll have to bear the consequences of impersonating Celestial Master Zhang of Dragon Tiger Mountain." Taoist Zhang Shan's expression was troubled and showed a hint of hesitation. The bearded swordsman had a headache. If this young Taoist was really impulsive and pretended to be a distant relative of the yellow-purple noble of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the crime was not small. If he fell into the hands of the divine grandeur sect, which had the power to supervise the orthodoxy of a continent, he would suffer greatly. The responsibility of a continent's Taoist master could be summed up in 4 words. However, it carried a lot of weight. It was called clean from the beginning. Taoist Zhang Shan took a deep breath and turned to say, "Qin Pingan, help me take out the customs clearance document from the bag." The servant of the old house, Yang Huang, smiled bitterly and turned to look at her. She seemed to have seen through her husband's thoughts and nodded. Only then did Yang Huang turn back and say loudly, "Swordsman Su Taoist Zhang, I appreciate your kindness. If there's an afterlife, I'll definitely repay you. Today, whether the divine grandeur sect will punish me according to public law or take revenge for my personal grudge, I'll take full responsibility with my wife. However, Swordsman Su Taoist Zhang, and that little brother surnamed Qin, don't think that all cultivators of the divine grandeur sect are like this person. Absolutely not." At the end of his words, Yang Huang laughed wantonly as if he had lived for 100 years. He had never felt so relaxed and happy. He pointed at himself with his thumb and said, "My divine grandeur sect." After a short pause, Yang Huang pointed at the old Taoist and said, "Idiots like you who don't cultivate the mind are the minority. No wonder 100 years have passed and you, Zhao Lu, are still at the 5th realm. Haha, 100 years ago I was already a 5th realm Qi cultivator. If I remember correctly, you, Zhao Lu, were only at the 3rd realm Willow Tendon realm? What a good retention realm. The ones who are retained the most are bastards with evil intentions like you." The man of the old house said these words without restraint and to his heart's content. However, the juniors of the sect under the old Taoist's command looked at each other in dismay. They were quite embarrassed. Especially the young Taoist who called the old Taoist master. His murderous intent was revealed, and the long sword on his back was restless in the sheath. He was actually a sword cultivator. However, Yang Huang's words happened to poke at this person's heart. His master, Zhao Lu, had been stuck at the 3rd realm for dozens of years. The young sword cultivator had also been stuck at this realm for a long time. Step by step, he went from being a brilliant sword cultivator to being a fine jade with a hope of reaching the 5th realm. Slowly, he became an embroidered pillow with a bleak future. He was almost hopeless in refining a natal flying sword. His status in the divine grandeur sect had also plummeted within a short 10 years. Thinking back to those years, he was even able to chat with the famous golden boy and jade girl occasionally. What kind of honor was that? Especially the nun who was often accompanied by a mystical white deer. When they were chatting, she even revealed a trace of a smile. What kind of rare and beautiful scene was that? Even if it was a polite smile, so what? After all, she was a woman that even a sword immortal on the land couldn't get. Moreover, the sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple was the youngest sword cultivator in the upper 5 realms in the history of the Aquarius continent. In the end, he could only follow a master who had no hope of reaching the great Tao. He led this group of brats to the muddy pond at the foot of the mountain. They climbed and rolled in the mud in the name of training their minds. Along the way, they killed some otherworldly items that didn't have spiritual intelligence and subdued some mountain spirits and water monsters that hadn't transformed into human forms. Then they entangled with all kinds of evil disciples of the sect, tree demons and female ghosts. What was this? In anger, he was about to draw his sword. Anyway, the one he killed was a ghost tree spirit, so it wasn't a pity that it died. No matter how bad he was still a 3rd realm sword cultivator who was in charge of the external affairs of the divine grandeur sect along with several elders. After all, he had some friendship with the golden boy in charge of the divine grandeur sect's external affairs. Even if he was punished, it would be something like meditating on the wall and copying books. What was there to be afraid of? A mischievous voice sounded without warning. You can't draw your sword out of its sheath casually. Everyone followed the voice and looked up at the same time. There were ripples in the night sky. The uninvited guest seemed to have used a superior invisible talisman. In fact, she had been watching the fire on the other side of the roof. At this moment she slowly showed herself. It was a girl who was not so slim and graceful. She was not fat either. She had a rosy round face and was wearing red satin clothes. She looked very lucky. The old Taoist was a little panicked. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. Zhao Lu greets Marshal Aunt Fu. The round-faced girl who was standing on a long sword asked in confusion, "You know me?" The old Taoist was full of smiles. Every disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect, no matter in the inner or outer sect, knows Marshal Aunt Fu. That's too ignorant. The round-faced girl's face suddenly darkened. She sneered and said, "What? The whole sect already knows that I failed to confess my love to the golden boy? Which gossipy woman or idler told you? Tell me. When I return to the sect, I must thank them properly." The old Taoist was not the only one who was confused. In fact, everyone else was at a loss. The reason why they recognized this martial Grandmaster Fu was not because of the confession, but because she was a very senior female sword cultivator. She had a powerful backer in the Divine Grandeur sect, and she liked to ride her sword at high speed, dashing between the mountains. Moreover, she was a little fat girl. She flew here and there all year round, and one of her favorite things to do was to ride her sword straight into the clouds. Then she would crash down from 1,000 feet to 1,000 feet high, and when she was about 20 to 30 feet above the ground, she would immediately pull up her sword and fly close to the ground, dashing into the distance. Which ordinary sword cultivator would dare to do this? Who wouldn't remember this little ancestor? Moreover, 2 years ago the young girl had attempted to change her direction when she was 10 feet above the ground. In the end she had crashed headfirst into the ground. She and her sword had simply fallen upside down, standing there all alone. The spectating disciples who had originally clapped their hands and cheered were all speechless. In the end it was He Xiaoyang, the jade girl who was very close to her, who scolded her and made her behave herself. Not long after that, the girl broke through the bottleneck of the fifth realm and successfully entered the cave realm. Then she began to ride her sword in the Divine Grandeur sect. Every day she would wander in front of the cave residences of the old immortals on the mountains. The elders of the sect who were used to peaceful cultivation were all annoyed by her. However, the girl's great-grandfather was the teacher of Qi Zhen, the current leader of the Divine Grandeur sect. Therefore, the Divine Lord Qi Zhen, who had always been cold, only treated this descendant of his teacher more favorably than the golden boy and the jade girl. When the girl saw the expressions of the crowd, she immediately knew that she had misunderstood and let slip. She wished she could ride her sword thousands of miles away. However, when she thought of Sister He and the Bulsh *T golden boy's instructions, she had to suppress her anger and shame. She stood on the roof ridge with a straight face and began to think of the wording to send away the insignificant man and woman in the old mansion. Like many other sects, the Divine Grandeur sect was divided into inner and outer sections. Before He Xiaoyang left the Divine Grandeur sect, it was an extremely rare event for the golden boy and the jade girl to come out of the same sect. In order to train the two gods' favored children, Qi Zhen specially allowed the two juniors to intervene in the affairs of the outer sect. Of course, he didn't directly throw them into such a big mess and let them have the power to make decisions. Instead, he gave them the power to supervise hundreds of officials, similar to the imperial censors of the secular dynasties. Sometimes, He Xiaoyang and the jade girl would be given full authority to deal with some of the affairs of the outer sect. They would have the power to write down specific suggestions on how to deal with the affairs of the outer sect and then hand it to the disciples of the sect who were in charge of the affairs of the outer sect. Therefore, He Xiaoyang, the jade girl of the orthodoxy of the Aquarius continent, was indeed deeply cultivated by the sect. However, she resolutely chose to leave the Divine Grandeur sect. Not to mention outsiders, even the elders and ancestors of the Divine Grandeur sect found it unbelievable. That was why they angrily scolded He Xiaoyang for being an ungrateful wretch. Indeed, the entire Divine Grandeur sect valued He Xiaoyang too much. As the saying goes, love deeply and hate deeply. The Divine Grandeur sect had already received the secret letter Yang Huang sent to the mountain gate at the beginning of the new year. At that time, He Xiaoyang hadn't left the sect yet and had a conflict with Jin Tong over this letter. Jin Tong first raised his brush and wrote down the letter. The content was generally about how to deal with it appropriately and not to be too harsh on Yang Huang. However, He Xiaoyang directly gave the opposite opinion. The wording of the letter was extremely harsh. It said that Yang Huang, as a disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect, should be severely punished as a warning to others. However, He Xiaoyang and Jin Tong's punishment of the female ghost was similar. They chose to ignore it. Because of the conflict between the two sides, Yang Huang's secret letter was temporarily shelved. Regarding this matter, the outer gate of the Divine Grandeur sect was more inclined to support He Xiaoyang. However, no one expected that He Xiaoyang suddenly stopped being a disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect and even abandoned her identity as the Jade Girl of the continent. Jin Tong, who had admired He Xiaoyang for many years, seemed to think that the secret letter was too unlucky and didn't want to pay any attention to it. Moreover, he had countless things to deal with at hand. He casually threw the letter to an outer gate law enforcement elder and said that it was for a disciple to go down the mountain to gain experience. He just needed to do it and didn't need to consider the contradictory content of the letter. The subsequent events were very clear. Zhao Lu grabbed this opportunity and personally went down the mountain to take revenge. However, the round-faced girl surnamed Fu secretly followed them all the way after hearing about this matter from somewhere. It was a good opportunity for her to relax and not think about that dog shit Jin Tong all the time. She flew over thousands of mountains and rivers on her sword and was very happy. Along the way there were occasional disturbances. When they heard that she was a disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect's inner gate, each and every one of the unruly martial masters and cultivators wanted to worship her like a bodhisattva. The words of the girl surnamed Fu could be faked. However, the rare lotus crown that no one dared to overstep and the eye-catching golden jade pendant on her waist couldn't be faked. After the round-faced girl appeared, the big-bearded swordsman and Taoist priest Zhang Shan both understood that the fate of Yang Huang and his wife was no longer within their control. It was meaningless to say anything more. A single sentence from an elder of the Divine Grandeur sect was enough. Yang Huang held the female ghost's hand and raised his head to look at the girl. He smiled calmly and said, "Evil creature Yang Huang and my wife are at Martial Ant Fu's disposal. Regardless of life or death, we will follow Martial Ant's orders." The round-faced girl glanced at the couple. One was haggard and the other was ugly. Their appearances were really unlikable. Of course she didn't hate them either. When she thought of the two red comments in the secret letter, the girl sighed. Since sister he was no longer a member of the Divine Grandeur sect, then she should just follow that dog shit Jin Tong's wishes. She cleared her throat and ordered, "Zhao Lu, lead the team and deal with that obscene temple. As for whether you want to do it personally or contact the local government, it's up to you. Yang Huang and his wife, that's all. In the future, as long as you don't use the name of the Divine Grandeur sect to do bad things, from today onwards, everything you do will have nothing to do with the Divine Grandeur sect." Since she was done watching the show, the round-faced girl didn't want to stay in this desolate place any longer. She quickly rode on her sword and left at an extremely fast speed. When others rode on their swords, they would slowly climb up a slope in an arc before finally entering the sky. However, the girl with the surname Fu wished she could fly in a straight line and soar into the sky. It was a hair-raising sight and felt that she would fall back to the ground if she wasn't careful. Yang Huang remembered something and said loudly, "Thank you for repelling the enemy Martial Ant Fu." The old Taoist, Zhao Lu, cupped his hands and respectfully sent the girl off. After that, he snorted and left without saying a word. Yang Huang didn't get carried away. Instead, he cupped his hands and apologized to the other immortals of the Divine Grandeur sect. "Yang Huang's body is filthy. I don't dare to send you off." The young Taoist who retrieved the demon binding rope and the sister with the ghost striking bamboo whip on her waist hesitated for a moment before nodding their heads. The little Taoist who held the demon subduing wood swaggered away. Suddenly he turned his head and made a funny face. He smiled at the female ghost and said, "Ugly freak, ugly freak." The female ghost who was originally smiling suddenly had a distressed expression. She slowly turned her head and covered her face with her hands, not daring to look at anyone else. In an instant, the little Taoist suddenly stopped in his tracks and stood there in a daze, not moving an inch. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that he didn't dare to. Among the group of people, the disciple who was truly valued the most by the sect was him, who was born with outstanding intuition, and not the twin siblings. He was not even the idiotic sword cultivator who had been basking in the sun for many years on the third realm. He quickly turned his head and looked over. The little Taoist gripped the demon subduing wood that was inscribed with the words, 10,000 ghosts bow. His palms were sweaty as he slowly shifted his gaze. Ignoring the ugly female ghost, there was the sickly ghost Yang Huang, the bearded swordsman who only relied on a divine weapon to flaunt his might. It was very likely that it was Mount Longhu's celestial master Zhang's Ju Luzhou Taoist. Finally, It was that expressionless youth with a case on his back. In the eyes of others, the actions of the young and tender Taoist would only be seen as the playfulness of a child. Only Qin Pingan extended 2 fingers and quietly made a strange gesture of poking forward. The little Taoist quickly blinked and swallowed his saliva. In the end, he forced a smile and politely waved goodbye to the fellow whose intuition made him feel extremely dangerous. The little Taoist complained as he ran. "Oh my God, why did this fellow's fierce aura seem so much like an old monster from the Middle 5 realms? Moreover, he was the kind of cultivator who often went down the mountain to fight and had experienced hundreds of battles." The little Taoist didn't want to go overboard and instigate Zhao Lu and his disciple to come back and attack because it was meaningless. On the path of cultivation, other than seeking the Tao, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. This wasn't nonsense. As the little Taoist ran, a smile appeared on his face again. His mood suddenly changed from gloomy to amorous. Wow, it was exactly like what his master said. There was also an otherworldly expert at the foot of the mountain. Didn't he just run into one? When he returned, he definitely had to tell his master that the person he met was at least an old monster at the Aura's core realm. He might even be a 10th realm Earth immortal. He was so damn shameless and pretended to be a young man. He was so scared that he almost pissed his pants. The little Taoist ran cheerfully and even jumped up and down. He said happily, "Oh my, this trip down the mountain wasn't a loss." The brother and sister in front of the handwriting veranda turned their heads at the same time with tacit understanding. The little Taoist immediately held his breath and concentrated. After he landed, he continued to move forward steadily like an old man. On the other side of the embroidery tower, although the man and woman of the old residence were frightened from beginning to end, they had finally survived a disaster. The husband and wife shook hands and smiled at each other. Everything was understood without words. They only felt that they had fulfilled their wishes. The burden had been lifted and the bitterness was over. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan smiled at Qin Pingan and said, "Sword immortal, sword immortal. Did you see that? Such a young sword immortal. He's amazing, right?" Qin Pingan was somewhat helpless. The rain had stopped. The young Taoist priest looked at the night sky and sighed, "I really want to recite a poem." The big-bearded swordsman laughed heartily and happily. No matter what, the matter finally had a happy ending. This made the big-bearded swordsman feel even more joyful than when he was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, successfully slaying demons and drinking good wine. The old woman who couldn't get up from the ground finally woke up in the courtyard. She immediately flew over. In the end, she was slightly relieved when she saw her master and mistress living together in peace. Yang Huang smiled softly at the old woman and said, "It's all in the past. You don't have to worry about those sneaky people anymore." The old woman was stunned at first. Then she burst into tears of joy and choked with sobs. The female ghost named Ying slowly moved her body and wandered over. She gently held the old woman's shoulder and comforted her gently, "It's okay, it's okay." She was relieved and no longer looked haggard and dispirited. The ghost Yang Huang laughed and said, "Hero Su, Immortal Master Zhang and Mr. Chen. If you don't mind, let us be the hosts. Prepare a table of good wine and dishes? Drink to our heart's content?" The big-bearded swordsman Su Yuanxia smiled and nodded. He asked the Taoist priest Zhang Shan and Qin Pingan, "What do you think?" The Taoist priest Zhang Shan smiled and said, "Why not?" Qin Pingan also smiled and nodded. He patted the wine gourd at his waist and said, "If it's possible, I'd like to buy some wine from you." Yang Huang waved his hand, as if he had recovered the high-spirited spirit of the Divine Grandeur sect's disciple. He said straightforwardly, "What wine? It's our home-brewed cellar wine. It's not really good wine, but it tastes really good. After supper we'll eat and drink to our heart's content. Mr. Chen, you can take it away." Everyone laughed loudly. The old house no longer had any eerie yin qi. There was only the Jianghu heroic spirit that intoxicated people before drinking. After that, the old woman was beaming with joy. She kept lowering her head and wiping her tears. She quickly walked to the kitchen to cook. The couple received guests in the main room of the courtyard and chatted with the big-bearded swordsman about Jianghu matters. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan hesitated for a moment, but still called Qin Pingan. They came to the courtyard's veranda and said apologetically, "Qin Pingan, my real name is Zhang Shanfeng, not Zhang Shan. I'm sorry. As a friend, I hid it from you for so long. It's not very kind of me." Qin Pingan sat on the railing and said softly, "In Jianghu, it's better to be safe than sorry. There's nothing wrong with that. The young Taoist priest's eyes lit up. He laughed and said softly, "You're not using your real name in Jianghu? Am I right?" Like I said, although the name Qin Pingan has a good meaning, it's still a bit tacky. Qin Pingan rolled his eyes and said, "It's my real name." The young Taoist priest was a bit embarrassed. After a moment of silence, he remembered something and asked softly, "Why did you give me a round ball earlier?" Qin Pingan said sorry in his heart. He then smiled and said, "Actually, there was a big fight in the opposite room. I went out to watch a fierce battle. The scholar surnamed Chu was a tree demon. After he was killed by a sword immortal, he left behind a magic weapon called armor pill. The sword immortal didn't like it and left directly. I went to pick it up secretly." Qin Pingan reached out and handed over the round ball. The sword immortal should be the young girl from the Divine Grandeur sect. The young Taoist priest was enlightened. He took it and weighed it in his hand. It was not heavy. He lowered his head and looked at it carefully. He turned it gently in his palm and saw a small crack. The Taoist priest from the Ju Luzhou called Zhang Shanfeng had a serious expression. He returned it to Qin Pingan and said, "It's indeed very similar to the legendary armor pill of the military school. However, this armor pill should have been severely damaged, causing a flaw to appear on it. Even so, the armor pill is an extremely rare and expensive treasure. Although I don't know how expensive it is, it's definitely worth a city. Keep it well and don't let anyone see it. As long as you find an expert to repair it, you can wear it without worry. It's equivalent to a first-class amulet." According to the scholar with the surname Chu, this armor pill of the military school was an earth-ranked magic treasure from the royal treasury of the Guyu kingdom. It was worth 3,000 snowflakes. Qin Pingan did not hide it in his sleeves and took the opportunity to put it away. Instead he said tentatively, "You also know that I am a martial artist and the boxing that I learn is particular about moving forward. I can't rely too much on external objects. Otherwise it will make my boxing style not smooth enough. Therefore, I don't have much use for this armor pill. I'll sell it to you for 300 snowflakes. How about that?" The young Taoist priest shook his head vigorously and said self-mockingly, "Let's not talk about 300 snowflakes. Even if it was 1,000 or 2,000 snowflakes, such a treasure that can only be found by chance. As long as I have the wealth, I will buy it even if I have to sell everything I have. I won't even blink an eye. However, I am now so poor that I can't even afford a full meal on the Kuan boat." Qin Pingan gently tossed the round ball to the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng. He smiled and said, "Then take it that you owe me 300 snowflakes. Don't be in a hurry to reject it. Think about it. With your body that faints when you get drenched in the rain, if we meet any demons or ghosts in the future, how are we going to fight them? If you wear the armor pill, perhaps our chances of winning will be much higher. Once we gain something, it will all belong to me. Take it as you paying me back. Is that okay?" The young Taoist priest sighed and carefully accepted the armor pill that he did not even dare to dream of. He sat side by side with Qin Pingan on the railing of the veranda. They looked at the sky together and softly called out, "Qin Pingan?" Then he did not say anything else. It was as if there were many things that he could not say. Qin Pingan put his hands on the railing and said, "You see, from the beginning to the end, I did not help much this time. You also did not dislike me for being a hindrance." The young Taoist scratched his head. When he said that, he seemed to be a little more relaxed. Qin Pingan treated him as a friend and he also treated him as a friend. Between friends, there was no need to be so formal and particular about everything. He suddenly laughed and said, brushing his beard like a halberd, "A hero with a treasured sword." Qin Pingan smiled. Well, he was praising the bearded man Su Yuanxia. The young Taoist said again, "Abandoning literature to travel the sea and mountains, hard to find Chuanjin." Well, he should be talking about himself. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng turned his head and said, "Qin Pingan, I did not think of a poem about you. When I feel inspired in the future, I will definitely have one. Don't worry, I promise that it will be very heroic." Qin Pingan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not want to dampen his mood, so he nodded and said, Okay. Qin Pingan jumped down from the railing and ran to the kitchen. He turned his head and shouted, "I'll go help cook." The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng nodded and sat in the same place with mixed feelings. From the main room, the bearded man's hearty laughter could be heard from time to time. The young Taoist priest changed his sitting position and leaned against the pillar. He crossed his arms and thought of the mountain in his hometown. He closed his eyes and hummed a self-made song. He shook his head and leisurely. Finally, the young Taoist opened his eyes and murmured, "Who wrote this song?" Zhang Shanfeng of Wudong Mountain. Qin Pingan was actually thinking about something. In the previous battle with the scholar surnamed Chu, Qin Pingan had a rough idea of his strength in the three realms of martial arts. Among the many fist techniques that the barefoot old man had imparted to him, the deity drum beating style was the most powerful one. Qin Pingan had used the length withdrawal talisman to hit him with one punch and then followed up with another punch. Even so, although the scholar from the ancient Yu kingdom had the armor of light transformed from the armor pill to protect him, the limit of Qin Pingan's fist technique was actually the 20 punches of the deity drum beating style. He could not even use one more punch. Therefore, if the flying sword in the sword-nurturing gourd had not killed the enemy, he was afraid that the scholar would have exhausted his strength. Once the deity drum-beating style was used up, he would be able to free up his hands. If he had used one or two offensive magic treasures, what would Qin Pingan do? It would not be difficult to escape, but it would be difficult to win and kill the enemy. However, to be able to combine his fist technique with the attack of Chu Yi and Chu Wu's flying swords, and even a little bit seamlessly, was also a gain. However, deep in Qin Pingan's heart, he still felt that it was not satisfying enough. It was still lacking a little meaning. It seemed that the real answer was very simple. Qin Pingan's fist was still not fast enough. Not fierce enough. Qin Pingan collected his thoughts. Whether it was to practice his fist technique or sword technique in the future, he could not rush it. He just had to take one step at a time and move forward steadily. He patted the sword-nurturing gourd at his waist and laughed softly, "Thanks for this time." The gourd sensed something and Chu Wu began to fly around excitedly. Qin Pingan suddenly said, "But when the two of you appear in the future, can you not be so dazzling? The three of us are not sparring with others in martial arts. Before we fight, we need to announce our names and show our weapons. Let's not pay attention to these when we fight the enemy, right? Sneaking out of the sword-nurturing gourd is fine. Don't you think this makes sense?" Chu Wu instantly stopped and remained motionless. He seemed to be sulking. Chu Yi even flew out of the sword-nurturing gourd and charged into Qin Pingan's Qi residence to stir up trouble. Fortunately, Qin Pingan was now very indifferent to this pain. He jogged forward with a smile and went to the kitchen to help. Controlling the natal flying sword only consumed the mind and did not require the use of genuine Qi. However, there was a distance limit when using the flying sword to kill the enemy. It was directly related to the realm of the swordsman, or the degree of concentration of the soul. There was no shortcut to breaking the distance limit of the flying sword. For a swordsman it was to increase the realm. For Qin Pingan, who had just won the title of Sword Immortal, it was to use the genuine Qi of 18 halts of sword Qi to break through more Qi residences along the way. The bottleneck of Chu Yi's journey was a radius of 100 feet. Chu Wu's was 80 feet. Not far away was the kitchen, which was faintly lit. How is the name Zhang Shanfeng better than Qin Pingan? Qin Pingan slowed down his steps. Thinking of this, he was somewhat unconvinced. He suddenly grinned and laughed to himself. "Hey, Sword Immortal. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.